Ah! Hey, it's James, and welcome to a special edition of the Anime Encyclopedia. Sorry, there's no chat. I literally just got home 8 minutes ago. Welcome back, everybody. A special stream. Let me let me get my bearings. I was like, I should go to the bathroom, and then I was like, no, I don't have to. I'm good. I went pee, but sorry, TM. Hello, Roger. Hello, Kinoko. Let's get the chat on the stream. Oh, it just popped out. I've been using remote desktop for so much that, like, everything on the screen looks so big right now. And it's like, ooh, a super size. Is it gonna work? Are you gonna... Oh, there you are. Hello. I'm gonna be more... No. Over here. Look at you. All right. So what are we doing here? Why the stream? I thought we were on a summer time skip. This is very unplanned. Well, as you guys probably might, if you've been following this whole summer has been me just, I'm gonna write it. But I'm also working on 2 other videos. I'm working on, like, the July video and an August video. And then during August, I will ideally be working on a September video. I have something in mind for October that won't be like a new video. Pretty gives it probably most of it away. But then November is targeted for this major video that, you know, we'll be done with the encyclopedia by then and have the full video. But I was gonna, like, script it, and I have been doing notes and starting to do some writing. I actually don't have... I probably have it on a flash drive over there, and I've been starting to write some stuff I could show you. Like, I've basically been consolidating literally all of it into categories of, like, the trends, you know, the things that, like, patterns that we've been seeing. Like a lot of all different stuff. Including, like, the top of it, like the first maybe third or half of it is just all the examples for contempt for anime fans, contempt for the industry, contempt for creators, contempt for certain genres. Like a big thing about that. And I'm just going through all of it. It's like, man, this video is going to be a downer. But the reason I'm here was because I wanted to start writing the intro, and part of me, I needed to kind of explain what got me interested in this in the first place. And that in particular was the podcast that they did on for their appearance on Ancast with Zach Birch. And I listened to it, and it really convinced me to get the book and to be interested in it and everything. I don't think I've listened to it back since then. I may have once or something, like in the middle, or like when I was reading C or D or something. But I wanted to come on here and give kind of a reaction or kind of listen to it with you guys, because I was going to start listening to it, and then I'm like, man, it would be so interesting to see my reaction to some of this, of what they say, or what, I don't know, my impressions, I guess, based on what we've been doing. So I think that's the plan. It's, let me pull it up. I still haven't even pulled it up. I have to get my phone because I have to get the specific, what is it called? I don't know if I could do, and probably will come up. Yeah, Encyclopedia Britannica. It was came out March 27th, 2015. So they're promoting the 3rd edition. And I want to get the RSS feed. Not that. Can I just... Is there a click where I can click here? No. Direct download? I could... Yeah. Yeah. All right. The player. Okay. Not gonna let... You know what? The movement music should be kind of in the back. It only makes sense. But it should have... Yeah. I don't know about audio levels. This will be kind of weird. Kind of gnarly. Let me catch up with chat really quick. It's good to see you, Veal, Weird Proc, Greg, of course, RC, Oscar, Drax, hello. Yeah, the Weeb Crew podcast, sweet. Okay, well, this is basically a podcast as well. What we're gonna do is listen to this. I'm hoping the levels are okay, but let me know if they're weird or need to be down or whatever. But yeah, I think I'll take some notes as well, but I want to have the chat on screen for this, I think. Or what, I don't know. We'll see. Okay. All right, let's give it a spin. Try to hear it on my end. How is that? I don't know if it's like echoey or not. How does that sound? How long is this? It's an hour and 24 minutes. But I don't expect to be pausing for that long. We'll see. How does this sound? In terms of like feedback on my end, I could put mine lower and then put this up like that. I hope that sounds all right. If it doesn't, let me know. It's probably not great. I don't know. I need to learn how streamers do this.
Hey everybody, welcome to Ancast. I'm Zach Birchie. Very special show today. We are honored and excited to have these two guests on the show. One is a returning champion. She's co-author of the Anime Encyclopedia, and you can find her basically anywhere people are talking about anime. The beloved Helen McCarthy is here. Helen, thanks for coming back.
That's my pleasure, Zach. Thank you.
And joining us for the first time, and we've been trying to get this guy on the show for a while, even though he apparently never got our invites. Also co-author of the Anime Encyclopedia, which is out now, and a million other things. Again, you can find him basically anywhere people are talking about anime. It's Jonathan Clements. Jonathan, thank you so much for coming on.
Hi, Zach. I think you've been inviting the wrong Jonathan Clements all this time.
You know, you said that, and it's possible.
That guy from the Washington Post who writes about financial advice is sitting there going, why do they want me to talk about cartoons again?
Man, I wish he would, though.
I wish
great show. So you guys have this behemoth, like monster book out. It's the third edition of the Anime Encyclopedia, which the first edition came out when?
2001.
Okay.
Yeah, we were 7 days after September the 11th. We were in Atlanta for the launch. No one was that happy.
Yeah, wow, that's bad timing.
My God! Yeah! This is what I mean. They have a very dark sense of humor, it seems. I mean, maybe that's too early to gauge, but like that sort of comment where it's like, yeah, the book came out 7 days after 9/11. You know, it's like, yeah, that sounds like the authors we've been reading all this time. If you know, you know.
So now you're on the third edition, and I guess let's start from the beginning on this one. How did you get it in your heads to make this book? And I guess what was your sort of goal in producing it the first time around?
For me, I wanted this book when I first found out about anime, when I first started to watch anime. I thought, where is there a great big book that tells me about all these people that make it and a little bit about the stories and tells me all the stuff that there is to get out there? Where can I find this book? And I couldn't find it. So I thought, oh, well, better write it. And I started...
In English, to be fair. I don't know what kind of they have the kind of resources they have in Japanese. It may not have even been one in Japanese. I'm not sure. But yeah, that intuition that it's just like it doesn't exist, and so I want to make it. That's like most YouTube. That's like when you want to make a video and nobody else has made it before. It's like, yeah, I want to make it. You know what I mean? And I just really resonated with that. And that was something that was just like, okay, I feel like these are my people almost. That it's like, so I just want to know all of them and sort of. And this is obviously years before Mal or any DB or anything. And even like any sites that may have been a kind of database. In 2001, I don't know how thorough they actually would have been, all things considered. So it was a really big, and I think they mentioned it in this one later, but like, It was some 300 entries that had literally never been talked about before in the United States. That's a really big deal.
Trying to write it and failed completely because at the time there was no anime market and just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. Founded a magazine, luckily coincided with the release of Akira in the UK, helped to generate that market, then managed to write my first book, and 20 years on, managed to actually get to the position where we could persuade people that the Anime Encyclopedia was a good thing. Now, this may sound like a sad story, but in fact, it was a very useful thing to have to wait that long because it enabled Jonathan to get out of short trousers.
Yeah, what she said.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, I'm never, like, I'm going to be very critical of this book, and in the video, it's kind of a downer of probably how much I'm going to be harping on them about propagating certain ideas and tones and misinformation and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, like, they were really on the front lines here and pushing this to where it is now, where people like us, everyone in chat and myself, are able to enjoy this stuff very freely. Not like for free, about you. But I mean, like, with the kind of freedom we have, you know what I mean? I think that's really important. Hey, my hours got changed, so I'm going to be stuck around for a while. Oh, good to see you, Annalisa. Good. This is the podcast.
Essentially, I wouldn't have written anything about anime if I'd been able to get the books that I wanted, and it still amazes me that relatively few people, apart from the two of us, write books about anime and publish books about anime and look at things like who's directing what, who's doing what, where are the good writers coming through, how does the industry work, like Jonathan's most recent book. I would retire in a heartbeat if people would stop bitching about the books other people write and start writing their own.
And that's the thing. The publishing, she mentioned, of course, but I don't know if she really appreciated that, like, she first spent 20 years in the industry and starting a magazine and publishing her first book. And then, you know, she gets the momentum, and publishing is not easy. I mean, I've never done one. And I think, you know, it just seems like a big thing. But more than that, it's like, at this point, most of us are going to turn to the types of things that we want, we aspire to be. At this point, it's YouTubing or live streaming, where there's a much more instantaneous and you can just do it quicker. It's a faster output. There's more direct feedback, which you can then refine and do more of instead of kind of toiling away at this one book. And look, I know about toiling around about a project for a long time. There's several videos of mine that have done that. Toiling at this one thing and then publishing it, and it has all these, it's not perfect, or it's not, and not to say videos are going to be perfect. They're never, no, nothing artistic like that. You kind of just have to do your best. But I think the quick turnaround allows you to more sooner kind of revise it, or I don't know, just get the ideas out there. And the faster the turnaround is, like, okay, then this can be done for updating. Whereas the Anime Encyclopedia, this being this big book, it becomes this, like, sedentary, this is completely true, you know. And don't get me wrong, it's like 98, 95%. But the thing is, I don't know that. No one can ever put a percentage on that. And it just, like, the inaccuracies that they put in the most popular titles, if they're getting those wrong, the point that I'm going to probably make in my video, the way I articulate probably, is like, if you're getting Dragon Ball wrong, if you're getting One Piece wrong, if you're getting certain things that are like, it doesn't seem like you've experienced these works or have really looked into it, how are we supposed to trust you on these obscure titles that nobody has ever seen or heard of anything of, you know? There's that. It creates a level of distrust, I think. I don't know where I was, how I got to that point, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess the idea of, like, spending time bitching about the book and more time making your own, I agree. I completely get you. It's the same idea with, like, YouTube comments, right? It's like getting the space. It's like playing the game versus being on the sidelines. When you're on the sidelines, you cannot affect the game whatsoever. You You think you can. You can commentate, you can analyze it, you can be an expert on this game. But if you're not playing it, if you're not actually affecting anything, you're not doing it. You're just not in the game. You know, so you gotta that mentality was really what inspired me to start YouTube. Which even that, like, that's a less barrier than starting a book. But I'm sure a lot of people who aren't YouTubers or content creators can probably attest to, like, yeah, there's a barrier to, like, starting that. There's the motivation or, like, the knowledge and everything, and the insecurity of never having done this before and putting yourself out there. There's a lot of barriers to that sort of thing. Even something as TikTok or filming yourself on a video and posting it. You know, for some people there's no barrier, but others that's a significant barrier. Being pioneers also gets you grandfathered, that all your hot takes get immortalized in the culture. Exactly. Yeah, in that regard, there were some YouTubers who were interested in that in 2015, but it definitely has expanded since then. There's definitely space to have editorial oversight, while the bureaucracy for publishing also gets it assumed prestige and free rapport in spite of, its lack of actual integrity.
Yeah, that's a glove thrown.
Wow. Okay. So
Now's your chance, Zach.
Oh God, no thanks. So basically, you were sort of filling a void. You felt like something like this didn't exist. Obviously, it really didn't.
I think the best possible books that anyone can write are the ones they want to read themselves that no one else has done.
Right.
And that's all of my favourite books that I've written myself have been the ones that no one else would write for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that drives you, this idea that, yeah, I'd like that book, there must be that book, and at some point you think, all right, I'll do it. My book on Miyazaki came from the same place, my book on Tezuka came from the same place, and there's a whole long line of books that I want to write that nobody else is doing, just stacking up behind me.
The same idea with YouTube videos, 100%. And that's kind of why I've shifted my mentality to making less bigger projects and more thinking about quantity. Not like quantity over quality type of deal, I guess. Well, kind of, yes. I guess that is literally that. But it's less that and more being cognizant and mindful of quantity. Like you need to put something out. Like you want to keep putting stuff out so that those things on your shelf behind you that she's talking about don't get buried or don't get like sunk or too old or you don't have interest for you, right? Sorry, I came out swinging.
Right.
Hey, you're good.
And so, what, like, if you could boil down kind of the mission statement of the Anime Encyclopedia, like, finish the sentence, like, this book is supposed to be what?
That's a good way to finish the sentence, I think. But no, really, the mission statement has kind of changed over time, and I'm sure Jonathan will have quite a bit to say on this. But when it started out, it was simply, there is no information about anime in English available to a wider public than the 50 people at a time who read APAs or who are members of Cartoon Fantasy Organization chapters. What we need is a book. And its mission statement was just get a book out there that starts the discussion, that opens the door, that begins to say it's not just about, whether or not you think X heroine or Y hero is cool. It's about how people work on this thing. And my thought from the beginning was once we get something out there that begins to say this, it will open a debate. So the mission statement was just A, give me the book I want, give me what I want, give me it now or in 20 years. B, let's get some work started here. Let's give people something to argue with, to fight with, to debate with, to add to.
And that's a big thing. Because literally that's what we've been doing. We've kind of like challenge accepted about that. Because just as there's never really been, has even Moomin even been playing, Laura? It's so quiet in the mix. I don't know if it's quiet. It's quiet on my end, but I don't know if you've been hearing that. Let me know if that makes it okay. I just want to hear it too. Yeah, just as there had never been a book written like that. I don't think there's ever anyone been crazy enough to read the entire thing in a public forum like this. And so that was not that the specific statement, but like when they were like, "Yeah, debate me, bro. We want this to be a conversation starter." okay, let's do it. Let's have it, you know? And so to do that, you kind of have to read all of it, because you can't be like, I didn't think for a second that cherry picking this book was the right play, because I wanted to have it to be full representative. And it turns out when you do a full representative of this book, it becomes a lot clearer. You know? It's just poor advertising or canonization of just having something in the space that is severely undeserved. Moomin being good in background. Okay, we hear it now. Thank you, cool. Okay. Let's keep going. But yeah, they're like, come on, debate me, bro! Like, all right.
And, that was it, pure and simple in the beginning.
Now, I think everybody listening is now aware that when Zach asked for a concise and single sentence reply, he wasn't going to get one out of Helen, and he's not going to get one out of me either, because I'm afraid what then happened with the first edition is that we did the big list of all the stuff that there was that we knew of, and basically stated our position, as every book is. It's a statement of everything we know at the time the book is printed. But then we actually wanted to start working with the material that was there. People had said, well, I wish we knew what all the anime was. And we said, well, okay, there's a big list of it. And they said, well, I wish we knew which ones we should be watching. I wish we knew which ones were science fiction that was worth seeing. I wish we knew, where's the fantasy? And so we started.
That doesn't make any sense. Like, don't cater. I wouldn't even cater to those people. They're just being lazy at that point. Though, to be fair, it does make me think of, like, hey, so which of these are pornography that I should, like, if I wasn't interested in pornography, I should avoid? I think there's a little bit of credence to that. I would argue a little bit of credence to, like, hey, is this pornographic? Is it not? Is it or is it not? Please answer the question. But, like, people are, oh, where's the science fiction? Where's the fantasy? Like, those are not. They can do the work. You know what I mean? But also, I'd have to go back and listen to what he was just saying there. But, like, how does the third edition fix that? It's not like they added more content identifiers. What do they mean? But also, like, I wish we were the one we should watch. Yeah, like, mouth breathers. Don't even cater to them, I would say. Let people make their own decisions, right? Because there's my opinion, to quote Kendrick Lamar, and my opinion may differ from yours. Like normal people. When academia asks for exhaustive analysis, they really, really undersell how much painful work sourcing it. I want to go back a little bit.
Started doing the thematic entries for the second edition. We didn't just make it bigger. We also started linking the stuff together and writing these.
I'm going to download it and have a player that, like, I can actually, like, rewind. But I'll have that going in the background. Oh, I just finished downloading it. Okay, just a second. I just want to, like, because the player I'm using, it's not very robust.
Disclaimer. The views and opinions here expressed by the participants in the show.
I want to use MPV player. Because it's just easier. Because it has, like, certain fast-forwarding buttons or whatever.
Disclaimer.
Sorry.
Views and opinions.
Hold on a sec. Ah. I'm sorry I'm being so specific and, like, anal. Okay. I want to have John repeat what he said.
But then we actually wanted to start working with the material that was there. People had said, well, I wish we knew what all the anime was.
I'm sorry, the movement's a little big in the mix. Sorry I'm playing with the level so much. What's happening? Hello, beloved Marcy. I am reacting to the podcast that Helen McCarthy and Jonathan Clements were on, promoting the third edition of the Anime Encyclopedia, which is the thing I've been reading for 2 years. This is what kind of got me started and interested in purchasing both versions and reading all of it. And so I'm kind of, now that I'm like starting to write the actual video, I wanted to do a review, and I thought it'd be fun to kind of react to it live. Also call back that Patrick Galbraith lecture on J erotica would ironically say technically porn is in all the works genealogically. Not helpful. What are you listening to in an interview with the writers? Yeah.
Well, okay, there's a big list of it. And they say, I wish we knew which ones we should be watching. I wish we knew which ones were science fiction that was worth seeing. I wish we knew, where's the fantasy? And so we started doing the thematic entries for the second edition. We didn't just make it bigger. We also started linking the stuff together and writing these essays or columns or whatever you want to call them.
I don't know, but those aren't lists. You know, like those are not batches and categories like that he's talking about. Like I said, I don't think they need. I think it's cool that they added those articles in the second edition and they carry over in the third one. But like, it's not like those even are packed that much with like all these like references on these and this and this and this and this title, especially not compared to like some of the entries in this where like they're just name dropping every which thing. Like they're name dropping Ray Earth and Cowboy Bebop in the Boku no Pico article. You know what I mean? Like they're excessive name dropping and media poisoning that they're so oversaturated with. That was in the first edition. It's not like that was like a new thing. I mean, maybe the third edition, I didn't really even do this. It would have been a lot more work really to just like compare how much more name dropping they're doing in the third edition entries compared to the first edition. Maybe there's some difference in the writing there, but unfortunately I didn't look through that. No time. If I had more time, if I thought of it earlier. Oh, this is just a reaction. I was blindly thinking there was actually other people. No! Dude, they haven't been responding to me. I haven't been having an argument. No. This was recorded in 2015. When they were promoting the third edition. I feel schizo. Good to see you, Glowworm. Good to see you, Inu. Clement's voice makes me so nostalgic. He used to give talks at an anime film festival in my home city. No shit. Wow. They are really excited to mention 10 Shimuyo for the 500th time. Yeah. 90. I think the total name drop is 96.
About various aspects of anime history. I started trying to tell the history of anime from a number of different perspectives. So history of anime as told through censorship, or the history of anime as told through translation practices, and so on. I did one about the history of anime as told through technology, which turned into my doctoral thesis, which turned into another book. By the time of the second edition, we were really trying to work with what we had and look at the data that we had amassed and try and do things with it. And I'm very proud of the thematic entries that do that sort of thing.
They're really good. For what it's worth, I haven't read all of them yet. I think there's probably going to be a stream where I read a bunch of them at once. But everyone that I've read besides some little qualms here or there, I think I don't remember which one it was that was like especially not great, but I don't even remember. But the most of them have been pretty solid, actually. But yeah, I agree.
On subjects like censorship or stop motion, or I wish we'd done one on art house animation after Jasper Sharp's review last week. Fourth edition, we'll do art house animation and Jasper will shut up.
And I'm sure that there are things about that approach that has changed our approach, because I know when we started talking about thematic entries and you said, why don't you do this, or we could do with one on this, and I picked up a couple of them, it changed the way I was working with those anime, and it changed the way I looked at anime. And of course that enabled us to go on to add little biographical bits and pieces, although there is a whole biographical encyclopedia of anime waiting to be written.
Oh yeah, and that's because the anime encyclopedia is not even close to being satisfactory in that department. I still haven't like fully dissected that part of the book, but it is very strange the way it's laid out. And there's certain creators that have their own entry, but they literally, it's like they have one thing people know about them for, but you know very little else. And it's like, why is this even in here if I'm not even going to learn anything about them? Do you know what I mean? And other ones where it doesn't seem very sufficient, but it is what it is. I imagine the Slice of Life article is not the book's high point. No, I don't. I'd have to go back and listen to it, to be honest with you. But I don't think so. Yashike Redemption would take years.
Actually, I was thinking about doing it, and I just couldn't be bothered. I thought we'll just shove it into this one. Let's make this book bigger rather than have a competing volume.
Wow, well that worked, didn't it? £4.6 and
1.1 million words later.
And 60 quid! I'm sorry, I don't know how much the book cost. Hey, it shaves, thank you, as you can see, Nico.
And, we still forgot to do that guy who did the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think that...
Okay, it's one thing to be forgot the guy who did the thing, and another to, like, completely ignore certain people's existence in multiple entries. Isn't it weird that you mention Hayao Miyazaki's name in Pompoko, but you don't mention I'm sorry, I peeked the mic. But you don't mention Takahata's name a single time in the Pompoko article. Don't you find that a little bit weird? Don't you find that a little bit strange? You know, I get it. There's certain, like, you can't focus on everybody. But when you're only focusing on Miyazaki and Tezuka and, like, Otomo, I guess? Oshii? Like, Kon? Sure, whenever the few times he pops up because he has very few credits, all things considered. You know, it's like, what are we doing here? I don't know. It's like, I'm not even asking for that much. I'm not asking for some obscure guy, you know? Anyway, I guess I'm being very defensive.
Do you think that over time, because, you know, in the last maybe 5 years, I would say, I'm sure I'll get corrected on that, we've seen the rise of the sakuga fan, which is sort of a term...
I remember this being kind of controversial.
...for people who...
Not when it came out or anything, but, like, I don't remember. I remember hearing about this beforehand, and then even listening to it in, like, 2020, it was still, like... And even, again, still 2013. Still. Crazy.
Who are fans that are particularly interested in, like, production credits and, like, which animator did these keyframes in this episode. And do you think, like, have you seen a rise?
We're not, and I wasn't even trying to be that deep. You know what I mean? Like, I think there is value to that as well. And I get that they cannot sufficiently do that in a book like this if they're listing every single anime. I don't think anyone's demanding that. But, like, the director, could you at least mention the director? You know, or the art director, one animation director, the character designer, the composer, the series. I don't even know if they've really... I have to actually, I'm not going to do it right now, but, like, thinking back on it, did they ever mention series composition? They always said the writers, and not just, like, the series composition, who's, like, the guy not just writing and really involved in the writing process, but the person who's, like, really planning out the whole show of, like, what happens every episode. That's a significant role. I'm not even asking for, like, little key animators or in-betweeners or colorists or some, you know, like, big names. Is it really that much to ask for? Not to say the standards are low, but maybe it's a perspective thing where the authors feel like they've done enough considering how there was nothing before. Not a good reason not to include so many directors or staff, but perhaps that's what they mean to forgot the guy who did the thing. Oh, sure. And I get it. They've worked in this industry for so many years. They know that their audience are these dorks that are, like, super demanding and, like, actually, you know? I get it. And I was probably, I was definitely that multiple times in this series, you know? Of course. And I'm not saying to cater to all of those people. There's no way to please everybody. I can't please everybody. Not even like that. Like, this specific group of fans. I agree. I understand. They're very unreasonable. You kind of have to look at perspective here. When they keep being like, wow, we really care about who made the thing. Yeah, there was nothing before, and that is still a ceiling, and like we are standing on their shoulders, and I'm not in ignorance of that. You know, I want to be perfectly aware of that the whole time when we're talking about this, that they really mean a lot to our community. But did they... Do we still have studio generalization? Do we still have being like, you know, we all know Mappa, KyoAni, Ghibli, Ghibli. These guys were no different. And that's really what my conclusion is going to be, is that like all of these trappings that they fall into are the same trappings we're falling in today. It's maybe because of them, but probably not. It's probably more of a human thing. That's just like, we want to generalize. We want to simplify things so that we can talk about them in a fast, efficient tweet. That's why Twitter's popular, right? That kind of matter. There's certainly a weird bias on name priority and lacking any industry standard or even oversights. It's probably a bigger issue that comes from lacking either funding or academic acknowledgement. Looney Tunes fans love pointing out key animators. It's pretty cool. Sure. Cater to me. I deserve to be pleased. Whenever they say we worked for 20 years in the industry, I think of the saying, familiarity breeds contempt. Certainly. Oh, I know what this is. Oh, I know all about it. Oh, you don't have to tell. You don't have to explain it to me. I get it. I completely get it.
It's an interest in people learning deep, like diving deep into production credits and knowing the personalities and the talent that make these shows in similar to how people are interested in like the way American film is made. I mean, have you noticed that? And do you think that influenced the book at all?
Hold on, before I want to read Weird Buck's comment. Yeah, I don't really see any key animator demo reel videos out there for anime animators other than Miyazaki. Meanwhile, there's tons for Western. No, sakuga mads exist. Those have been a thing for years. People compiling the work of various key animators. That's absolutely a thing.
People do it in fairly narrow slices. There are still very few people with the breadth and the gravitas, the sheer weight of, say, a Ben Ettinger.
I was going to say Ben Ettinger, yeah.
Yeah. And
I'm happy they at least know who he is, right? And it's a shame he's not active today. And you know, a lot of these guys, Kevin and Mateo and Stevem, and a lot of these guys, we're Toadette. We're kind of like standing on his shoulders as in a similar way, for sure. Oh, I'm also getting into profile theory, how brand and talking about how big names just wind up drawing ease up language and discourse the already known gets easier coverage, etc. Sakugas are a lot, but they're
but you do find that people come up with this in their own little niche, their own narrowcast, as it were. There's an artist who interests them, or a studio who interests them, or a group of people who interest them.
And similar with her. She wrote a whole book on Tezuka, a whole book on Miyazaki. Same idea.
And they run with that, and that's really fun. But the thing we've got to remember about this fandom is that staying with it is aberrant. Staying with it is very unusual. You get fans who are so focused because they are at the age when they focus on everything in intense detail. Mm-hmm. And those who stay with the fandom for long enough will turn into, we hope, more Ettingers, more incredibly valuable, wise, gifted resources. But not many of them do.
Right. They have the, like they say in the book, the shelf life of 18 to 24 months. I don't really know where they get that. That seems like a pull out of the ass. But they are correct in the sense that a lot of anime fans have an intense interest for a couple of years, you know, like a little bit. But then they very easily fall off. Very easily. Plenty of people that just don't watch, or they watch at the same amount they watch movies or games, or you know, like, yeah, like I play video games, but they don't play it the way that they might have in the past, you know, and they were more avid of a particular age or something like that. And it's only by you know, consuming certain things about that medium, or enriching it in certain ways, that actually sustains it. And, you know, I was also developing a curiosity. It's not just like, yeah, I watched a bunch of animes. But they didn't really look into who made it. They didn't really think about it deeply. They didn't ruminate or analyze or, you know, really dig it deep. They kind of just moved on to the next one. They just kind of like, that was cool. And they just moved on to the next anime, right? And that definitely happens a lot. that's a kind of a normal, it seems like more of a normie type of thing to do. But then, yeah, those of us who have really avidly consumed it and seeked it out are the ones that stick around. Never thought I'd be seeing one of these again. Wasn't able to catch up on most of the streams, but oh well. It's good to see you though, Dolly. Cool, hadn't heard of sakuga mats before now. It's so interesting to see, to know who worked behind the curtains, except when it's Takahata. It's so interesting. You pull back the curtain, it's just the other Ghibli guy. Curtain back. God damn it. I'm not even that much of a Takahata fan. I'm literally way more of a Miyazaki fan than a Takahata fan. But, like, come on. I like compilation videos of ours. Yeah. Yes, Dolly. All the anime resources cost a good couple of dimes. You gotta give an incentive for the old guard to pass on their critical thought. You need an anime esport to keep people in the analysis tools. Yeah.
I personally am not artistically qualified to spot the work of particular animators. I can spot certain character designers sometimes, but I just don't know enough about the way the art style works to look for that sort of thing.
Yeah, but you can listen to the artists. You can, like, you know, watching interviews, seeing certain learn about it. It's not just like, oh, I can spot it on a casual thing. He should know this. Like, you can learn about it. Like, who's the animation director? And this is what it looks like, and this is what they did. You ease into it, right?
And I have noticed a couple of people who are clearly coming at things from an artistic or an animation, point of view. But I've also noticed it's worth bearing in mind that when we started writing about anime, not when we started writing on the first book, but back in, when was it, Helen? 1991, when you did Anime UK.
Yeah. 1992, when you walked through the door having picked up a copy in Japan. Japan.
Back then it was unusual to even know who a director was of a particular animated show.
Oh yeah, 100%. The studio even? Absolutely. Hell, that was from Japan. Way earlier, they didn't even know it was from Japan. That's how buried it was. Never mind the individuals. And, like, if you told them who it was, they're like, Gesundheit. Like, that's how, like, completely, like, shut down. You wouldn't even you wouldn't dare. You know what I mean? Like, not like it was taboo, but, like, yeah, like, not a thing. Not a thing at all. And, like, that, again, I give them credit for actually doing that work and putting names to this stuff. But when you read the book, it's okay. And maybe that's, like, easy to say in hindsight, or from someone like me who's, like, really dug into this stuff as much as they have or whatever. But it's really like when you lay it all out and point this stuff out, when you read all of it. And no one seemed to have been crazy enough to read it until now. All of it until now.
And so it was the early magazines in America, like Animag, and Helen will name some others I've forgotten, and in Protoculture Addicts in Canada and Anime UK in Britain, that actually started to say to look at the credits and work out who these people were. And the commercial sector as well was doing it. They were saying, well, okay, we've got this thing called Ninja Scroll, and it's by Yoshiaki Kawajiri, and then maybe this Kawajiri guy is someone we should be looking at. Maybe we should buy the other stuff that he's done. But it was a very slow process, and it makes me feel very old, but also very proud to know that I was there at the beginning when people didn't even know who animated directors were. Mm-hmm. And now people will talk about their favorite writers, they will talk about their favorite animators and their favorite composers as well, which is a very big area for...
That they very, very seldom talked about in the book.
For anime fandom, as you know. And that's something that we've seen happen within the last 20 years. I mean, it really has been that exponential.
Absolutely. Exponential is the perfect word for it. 100%.
From it's a cartoon.
Although, I was just thinking about, as he was talking about it, both of them, I don't think had very adequate reasons of why they kind of, like, their response to this sort of surge of interest. I mean, I think the argument I would have probably posited was, well, the majority of it is speculation. Unfortunately, the way anime credits work, the key animator could be in the credits, but you don't know what cut was theirs unless you kind of like guess, you presume, or they confirm it on Twitter or in a book somewhere. You know, there's certain ones that you can say that was them, but there's so much animation and so many people animating. It's very hard to you know, I would take it a lot in that regard. I'd take that argument personally.
We think it's
if I was to make an argument like that.
From Japan to the kind of list that ANN has of, you know.
Meanwhile, I'm sorry to cut him off again, but like finish my point. But I was thinking, meanwhile, that's why it's like easier to be like director, animation director, music, series composition, because those are very, very defined roles. And supervisional roles, where maybe they didn't have the control of that individual decision. Maybe they weren't the storyboarder of that episode, or they weren't the script writer of that episode or something like that, or somebody suggested something else. It's a collaborative process at the end of the day. But at the very least, you can lay these final calls at the foot of a director, a composer, an episode director, etc. You know, those supervisional roles. That takes going to grab Japanese interviews, but I ain't gonna put that level of babble work. I wish. I think that's where the work should go. Everything shaves and chat. Evening. Hope you're having an all chill night. Yeah, it's a good time, Writer Strike. Good to see you. Confirmation from style and need a primary source, which is probably still only in Japanese.
The entire staff and cast and crew.
And all the publicists, don't forget, because very much still, many, even very well-respected websites are in the hands of the companies as to what they put out. And so you see listings for anime where the entire publicity crew is listed, but you don't get all the key animators. Yeah. And that can be very uneven. That can be really difficult to research. And it's...
Yeah, every anime has its own history of like what was recorded and what wasn't. Manga Sakai Mukashi Banashi, all the credits seem to have been lost. So we're like, who made this stuff? And it's all been slowly recompiled. You'd have to check the animators' other work and comb through them to spot any similarities, but that'd be an insane task. It's possible, but definitely hard, depending on the animator. But then the thing is that animators are sometimes so similar to each other, and they're both on the key animation credit, and the animation director could have very easily just corrected something. There's so many variables that it is literally impossible unless they're like, yeah, this is exactly what happened. Yeah, that's correct, or it's all guesses at the end of the day. Hi, Mia, it's good to see you. Spotting someone's key animation can be difficult considering the animation itself is affected by the staff. Exactly. Loss from mismanagement, apathy, or executive spite. We have no idea. That was in my Madhouse video, but like, it's Dax. We're not surprised.
One of the challenges that we have when we're researching is how much information do you actually get? How much is there?
And who do we trust as well? There was one company, which I won't know, but we all know who it is, who they were desperate to have one of their titles listed as an anime made in the year 2000 because they wanted to be a 21st century product. And I know 2000 isn't in the beginning of the 21st century, but it's got a 2 at the front, so it looks good. And it really annoyed them. And we were trying to get an image for the second edition, and they said, well, you can't have an image unless you change the date, because you said it was released in 1999. And I said, well, I went to see it at the cinema in 1999. I've got the ticket here if you want me to hold it up to the camera. And they genuinely tried to steer us into basically lying about when the film was released. And they tried to use image rights as a way of holding that over our head. And we said, well, we're not going to put an image from your film in our encyclopedia if you're going to make us lie about it. I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, exactly. Although it's a shame that they still get dates wrong, regardless. Well, when you're listing every anime ever, you're bound to get some cracks. That is really interesting, though. But I completely believe them that, like, some companies would be weird like that. They certainly complained about that a lot in the book. About certain titles and blah, 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 blah. Flashback to 93, Sci-Fi Channel going through the hustle to interview Hideaki Anno and Tomino, who used to be frequently guests at Otakon. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that probably many fans don't realize is that the image in the Japanese animation business is a weapon. It's a bribe, or it's a threat, or it's a bludgeon. But the control of images is one of the things, I think, that makes many Japanese magazines about anime quite lightweight, rather than the deep discussive tomes we tended to think they were back in the day before anyone could read them.
Yes, but back when New Type USA was just getting off the ground, and people saying, "Oh, isn't it going to be great? New Type's going to be in English." And I said, "I'm not quite sure you're going to say that once you can read it." And I speak as a former member of staff of New Type, but I was always, I can say this now. I don't work for them; they can't fire me. I was always more of a fan of Animage than New Type, and I always thought the information that was in Animage was of far higher quality. But New Type had the glossy pictures, and New Type had the posh-looking spreads. So,
and this is before the internet, where you can literally just Google any anime to find out what it looks like. Whereas the image was so coveted and controlled, like they said, for a long time. Especially before VHS. Especially before, like, people had their own copies of things. They had immense control of the image. Probably for decades. And they got used to that business model, right? And using it as a cudgel and a bribe and everything that we're talking about. And I wonder how prevalent or how watered down that might have been, or maybe it's increased in the past couple of years, where all this stuff is just kind of been proliferated on the internet at this point, that like a simple screenshot or a promotional image, but I get the promotional images in particular, they can be kind of exclusive to New Type or whatever. Those are always really great and interesting. But he's saying, I think more than I'm thinking about that, actually, the way that he's saying, like, oh, they had the glossy pictures, I think that kind of reduces the kind of value artistically that New Type might have had. I mean, he can probably speak on it better than me, obviously. But, like, I'm thinking about it, it's not just the poster, right? It's actual original art that's, like, made for the magazine to promote the anime. Am I wrong? Isn't that usually what it's like? It's not just screenshots. But I agree what he's saying about, like, there's a difference between, and I'm not like a big avid reader of New Type versus Animage or something, but from my experience, yeah, New Type was just a catalog. It was a promotional material, like, here's this anime, here's what it's about, right? And Animage was more about, like, you already know what we're talking about. Let's get you some new information about it. Let's have an interview with Hideaki Anno and Yoshiki Tomino talking about Victory Gundam. That's not about what's Victory Gundam about. It's more like, you know what we're talking about. We're just gonna jump right into it. I might be making a big generalization between the two magazines, but that's what it feels like the vibe is difference-wise to me. But you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Gotta extra burn those bridges. Marketing has so much power when you're the only line for exposure, period. That's a shame. I really like the info in New Type, though I have only a couple of Animage issues. Maybe Animage would have been even better. Yeah, companies love controlling their product to an insane degree. Just look at film industry. Nah, New Type had a lot of staff interviews. Good. Fair enough, then. I think I remember just flipping through a New Type one, and I was like, this feels like ads. This just feels like a bunch of ads.
Fandom in general always worked on the assumption that New Type was the place for the really cool in-depth articles, which no, but I mean, New Type did have fantastic data, and that was something that I was very happy to make use of. I mean, we were working on the first edition of the Anime Encyclopedia when New Type USA kicked off, and one of the reasons that I encouraged them to do the TV listings in the American edition was so that I wouldn't have to translate them myself when working on the Anime Encyclopedia. I've confessed all now. There you go.
We had a terrific stack, because my other half keeps everything, and we had a wonderful stack of those little annual New Type data guides. Do you remember those, Jonathan?
I still have them on my shelf here.
Steve had accumulated, and he punted them all over to Jonathan to translate for the first edition. That was a hell of a job.
Hey, Full Win Man. A surprise stream. I am listening back to the 2015 Ancast with Clements and McCarthy promoting the third edition of the Encyclopedia. So this is kind of what initiated me to buy the books and to do this entire stream series. So I'm reacting to it back for the first time. Nothing too salacious at the moment, but yeah. There's a little lead in, but I'm sure a dedicated hobby mag knows it wants more journalism stories.
Wow. I can't remember what the question was now, Zach, but do you consider that to be an answer of sufficient length?
You know what? Yes.
Okay.
I'm perfectly happy with that. Although it's my understanding that Animage is the same as New Type is.
Animage, I think, has gone downhill a little bit. I mean, the Animage I'm talking about is from 10, 15 years ago now.
Okay, yeah.
You're thinking before Toshio Suzuki went into anime full time, you mean?
Yes, back when Toshio Suzuki was the editor. That's something else that he's managed to achieve. Of course, they'll put someone else in charge whose name is Suzuki, like he's Gardner or something. I don't know.
Right, yeah, but in terms of just being basically a collection of press releases and glossy pictures, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the problems that you have with, New Type used to have this thing called Anime Express, which was basically a collection of press releases.
That might have been what I read.
Something that I found very frustrating, and I still find incredibly frustrating now, and I bet you do as well, Zach, because you have to deal with exactly the same material, is that they managed to make every anime show sound the same.
Yeah.
And
You know what that just made me think of? Because they're complaining about that exact thing in the encyclopedia all the time. But then, technically, a lot of these articles are exactly what they're complaining about. Press releases. Summary. Just saying what it is. What's it about. That's it. And we're past that. And it's not just that we're past it. It's not very substantive. The exact same way that these promo things aren't substantive to New Type, right? But they're doing the same thing. And I mean, it makes sense. They both worked at... Am I wrong that, is it just John that worked at New Type? I thought both of them did. No wonder. Cool, I'll listen to this in the background. 96 Tenchi Muyos. Yes. Mecha posters always bug me, for example. I respect Discotech for their transparency about their cover art being working with what they're given, but man, I'm in love with Japan's idiot. Reconnection successful. Sorry if we had an interruption, I was just reading the chat. There's articles that are yet another. Right. Some writing habits die hard. I mean, even from the press releases, you learn something. I would have no idea that the R15's time slot if not for the coverage of cosplayers in New Type.
I remember taking the press release for Evangelion and the press release for Escaflowne and putting them side by side and saying this is basically the same show.
I mean, is that you? Or is that actually the case? Is that just you being, again, how media plays into, yeah, that's basically aim for the ace. Yeah. How? Escaflowne and Evangelion? Are you kidding me? How? And he knows that's not true. But, were the press releases really that bad? I can't believe that, honestly. Guess we better hunt down the New Type magazine to confirm his libel.
What they're trying to sell me is, boy with robot gets mysterious girl, and this is no help at all.
Right. Okay. If he says, if they both say that,
neither.
He's kind of pulling something out of his butt right now. What he just said about boy finds mysterious girl. Is that how they describe Evangelion or Escaflowne? It certainly sounds like how they
boy with robot gets mysterious girl, and this is no help at all. It doesn't even tell you who the protagonist is in each case, and that makes it very difficult. You have to kind of, when you're dealing with Japanese synopses, or sometimes we have to, it's very difficult to kind of negotiate your way around this very formulaic way they have of explaining how a show works.
I wonder if that contributed to the way they talked about these shows. Because there's a lot of them that I especially in the first edition, where I cannot completely understand that they had no other access to otherwise. They would read about it in a book or the magazine or the TV guide to say that this thing aired at this time slot or to know it exists, and all they had to go on was what the Japanese sources told them. And if there was like a very generic way of then sure. If that was really the case, but like, it's really hard to believe that. I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to believe that. That could basically Nadia, if you want to get more cynical. Nadia has a robot?
Today, when some shows are less about plot and more about a series of memes.
What? What? There's the authors I know and love. There's the ones I've been reading for 2 years. There you go. Oh my god.
Just shuffling around. Naming their names.
In that particular instance, though, I do have to say I can't blame them for trying to sell Earth Maiden Arjuna to people as anything other than what it actually is.
Oh goodness, yes! If we sold people what it actually was, very few industries would survive.
Yeah.
But you see, your job, if they're talking about like in terms of writing the encyclopedia, their job was not to sell the anime. Any of them. So like there's no excuse to get it wrong. No excuse. No excuse. If your job is to sell it, I get lying. I get misleading or like, fudging it or blurring it a little bit to really, because it's so specific or whatever. I was laughing at Arjuna because I've seen that show. I group watched it. I know what they're talking about. Yeah, it's very specific, very particular ideas in that one. But like, every anime deserves the respect to actually be talked about accurately. Maybe not during the process of selling it, but like that's not the case in with this book. That's the excuse of clout and taste making. People don't appreciate high concept elevator pitch premises anymore. Whoa, that got a little comically evil for a second. A second? Yeah.
Some terrible fights with back with Central Park Media.
Oh god, yeah.
Over Slayers. Because I ran an article in Manga Max magazine, the second issue of Manga Max, about Slayers. We translated a whole bunch of material out of some of their art books and some of their interviews, and we basically said it was a show for kids. I think we said it was for 10 and 11-year-olds because that's what they were pitching it as. And Central Park Media were very angry about that. They said this is for teens. This is for 15 and 16-year-olds. I said, well, I've got the director here saying it's not.
It's so pedantic. What a stupid argument to have. Honestly. And it's also like, in what context and what framing are you saying that it's for kids? I'm not even trying to take Central Park Media's side in this argument. I don't care. It could be for both of them. It should be for both of them. It could be for a general audience. And also what mind did the director? It's nice to know what the director was intending in terms of his like whatever, but you can't hold that over fucking people's heads in terms of audience demo. Who gets to enjoy it? Who they get to sell it to? What difference does this make to me? In my opinion, that's a bad argument anyway. If you can't make a show sound good to another culture, then that's a marketing failure. I assume you're joking. Oh, only partially. Bordeaux is onto something. Who?
What do you want to do about it?
Directors.
Yes, but I mean,
what do they know?
The obviously the anime business was
facetious, but like, I honestly don't think they have the jurisdiction. Once they've made the show and it's out in the wild, they can have their opinion about who it's for and who they made it for. But like, Tomino can't control that Gundam had such a gigantic female fan base, and that was kind of what got it to be as popular as it was. And who is he to discourage that? Like, not that he would or wouldn't, but like if he had if a situation like oh, I made it for guys, and like he's poo-pooing about that it's ended up being popular with women. You know, it's like at that point, who cares, bro? let people enjoy things. I think it's about marketing. They want to nail down the best demographic to make the most profit, maybe. Sure. But again, that's their job. And that's a particular, like, there's two different motivations here. New Type is trying to give additive, formative context and information. Journalism. And so that gives a level of facts, you know, and they're reporting on what the director sees. And but if it's their subjective opinion, then it's like, you know, that can contrast with the marketing. And Central Park Media doesn't necessarily, it's kind of irrational for them to get angry at journalism like that, you know. It's just a dumb argument regardless, in my opinion.
It's really trying to hit certain demographics, and it's tried over the years to hit different demographics, and so you get very basic anime which are either twisted to sell to children, or they get 15s to try and sell them to adults, and or they're hacked about with a knife to try and make them fit particular censorship regimes and particular national ideas of what a cartoon should be.
Yeah, or just trying to get on television because they want to, I mean, sure, to make money, whatever, to cynical reasoning. But also, like, getting this stuff on television, on American television, was a big deal. Because that allowed it to permeate into our culture. Kids know about and grew up on Digimon and Naruto and Bleach, and, you know, One Piece, unfortunately, got kind of a false start because of that. You know, it didn't get the same opportunities that Naruto and Bleach did. Not at first. And it's only because it's kept going and is still going while Bleach and Naruto have finished, that it's actually able to have built a more sustained audience now. But, like, that stuff matters, and it is important. But like, they can't control the censorship regimes, you know? And sure, maybe there's certainly examples of them cutting up with a knife needlessly, or like in a bent kind of false, like trying to make the anime something it wasn't, like Warriors of the Wind, cutting out an entire 30 minutes of the movie, and not like the last third or something, not a continuous 30 minutes. They specifically remove any scene that's remotely slow. So the dream sequence of Nausicaa that she gets in her head, both of them are cut. You don't get the scene of her and I forgot his name. I'm mixing it up with Lapida because I'm thinking Patsu and it's not Patsu. The guy that Shia LaBeouf plays, the kid, the boy that she saves. The scene with them at the fireplace and they're just talking about their villages and stuff, that's cut. Even the short scene of her, the spores coming out, her taking the gunpowder and like blowing the thing to get the shell, and then the spores come and she's kind of ruminating on it and it sits there for like 2 minutes. They cut that scene. You know, there was a motivated way, and that was like some cynical way to like make it more action-packed and to make it 90 minutes or whatever. Not necessarily a function of like, okay, we cannot put this on television or we will get shut down or canceled, whatever, if we don't do this and this and this and this. And there's certain choices of maybe they were being overly cautious or silly, like Jelly Donut or whatever. Like, sure. I don't think the I don't think the TV American networks really would have given a shit if they called it Rice Balls. And that's just on them. But like, I don't know. Not really a big thing to bellyache about, I think. I think it's about marketing the one. Yeah. I wrote a book called Distinction, which discussed taste and how a lot of it was influenced by class. Oh yeah. I just know a lot of racists love that phrase. Oh. I'm never gonna grovel at Chogold Harmonies what they did to Macross, no matter how beloved it was. You don't need to grovel at anybody. If 4Kids didn't do One Piece in my then One Piece might not do that. Yeah, a lot of people could probably say that too. If Funimation got One Piece, it would have been fun.
So it can, create this huge mess of trying to work out what the original was like and to what degree it's been transformed in the English language or any other language.
Right. Yeah. So back in like 2001, obviously, it's interesting to follow the genesis of this book because it, in effect, it being what it is and having been produced over.
I just realized we've been streaming for about an hour, and we are 18 minutes into this podcast.
For the time that it has been produced, it's effectively your experience working on it is a chronicle of the anime industry for the last 15 years, which have been
absolutely
the most interesting 15 years in anime history, maybe.
Arguably.
That's a bold statement.
Well, just in terms of industry moving, like changes to the industry and how things have happened and how we get anime now. And I mean, 15 years ago, if you'd have told us all, hey, you can watch everything right when it airs,
yeah,
we would have lost our mind and said, like, you are full of shit 100%. Like, no way is that going to be the future, and it is.
Back in the 1980s, Nobuo Ishiguro wrote his memoirs, looking back on what he thought was the end of his career, and he said, I see this terrible day coming up ahead when there will be 30 anime a week on television. Yeah. And I just can't imagine what kind of hell that would be. And he lived to see 100 anime a week on television.
Yeah. Hell, there are 30 anime a week on television in Belgium in the 1990s, early 2000s. But it is an interesting question as to how we now conceive the anime industry, because increasingly, and particularly in America, the anime industry is conceived of as being a Japanese-American industry and not purely a Japanese industry. There is a whole area of expectation and critical assessment around how American fans consume anime and how the American market looks at anime. One of the criticisms that come up in the Encyclopedia, which to an extent is justified, is how many things have received releases since we started writing, but for various reasons, including running out of time and our poor publishers' readers tearing their eyeballs out with spoons, haven't got the little asterisk next to it. Things have changed.
Has it got the wait? What about the asterisk?
Out with spoons, including running out of time and our poor publishers' readers tearing their eyeballs out with various reasons, including running out of time and our received releases since Encyclopedia, which to an extent is justified, is how many things have received releases since we started writing.
Releases like English releases.
But for various reasons, including running out of time and our poor publishers' readers tearing their eyeballs out with spoons.
Publishers of like all the changes and shit
haven't got the little asterisk next to it. Things have changed so incredibly in the last 20 years that just keeping up with the pace of that change in Japan is near impossible. And keeping up with it when you move it to America is getting crazy.
Well, you're right. Especially when they have such a deep focus on the Western, not acceptance, but the Western intake of anime. The way that like so many of these articles are bloated with their release of like the dub, of the quality of the dub, or what the localization title was, or it's, there's some titles where that's cool and that makes sense to include. Like, I think it's important to have a separate article about Robotech. I think it makes sense to focus on the stuff with Speed Racer, Gatchaman, to an extent. There's some times where it gets a little too much or out of control or just completely irrelevant, right? Especially when they're like at this, I mean, I can understand it making sense in 2001, absolutely, but I don't even know if it really made sense in the third edition as of 2015, where they really emphasized the English release quality to being the quality of the anime. Because the dub was bad, that is a knock against the anime itself. And I don't know how many people would agree with that now. I don't even know how many people would agree as of 2015. You know? So, that's something to think about. Especially because it's when they're thinking about that much. Yeah. Every time I see Macross merchandise list, the copyright date is 85. I think you're talking about anime that doesn't have an English release. Why having a digital... I mean, that too. Both the amount that's being brought over, and then just the general amount of anime that's coming out. This is why having a digital resource you can update in every developing story over print media. Oh yeah, of course.
Certainly in 2000.
We all know that, and I think they realize that too. But still.
2001, it was still the norm for something not to be available in English.
Yes.
And it was an exception if something was. And these days that's completely reversed, as you know. So we're dealing with simulcasts and sometimes even simuldubs of shows so that the transformation is incredibly fast, and there is this kind of there's like a double sonic boom effect when anime are released.
There's also like it's a bit of a pedantic point, but the fact that like just because it was released available in English at some point doesn't mean it's available right now in English. Like just because Kumu Kumu, oh, I forgot the name of the full name of it, but like Wanpaku Om Kumu Kumu, forget like the English release. That technically had a British broadcast, like an English dub and a British broadcast. But like, I think that dub's been kind of, I think it might have been lost to time, because I certainly don't know what happened. I had to watch that raw. That doesn't have subtitles, at least when I watched it. But it did technically get a English release. You know what I mean? So it's like how relevant or feasible is that asterisk when it's like whether it's available or not as of now, and then if it ever will be, because just because something's available right now doesn't mean it will in the future.
There's people who are watching it on Crunchyroll or other streaming sites, and then 18 months later the DVD release limps along.
Right.
And so you have this issue in fandom where people are cosplaying as characters that the DVD kids have never even heard of.
The DVD kids. But like you probably had something like that even in the 2000s before Crunchyroll, because people would sometimes be in so deep that like there's certain series that never got a DVD release that like when was the first time Mobile Suit Gundam got brought over? The original Mobile Suit Gundam, and yet we got like cosplays of Char, you know? Or you think of like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. There was that decade before when it was just the OVA that had come out, and that probably had an English release or something, and you know, the DVD kids could have known about it. But like people cosplaying as like someone from Part 4 or Part 5, right? I mean, there's plenty of stuff that's like, oh, they've never even heard of. Is that an issue? Is that even a problem? I'm a torrent kid where the US pre-cure cosplayers at.
If they are legal. And so...
Right. But like, also, don't ever assume that. Don't ever assume that, because, you know, you never know if people like US imports of a Japanese, you know, it's like, oh, really? You know, like Fringe or whatever. But like, yeah, why not? It's true. I'm still watching on North American Dress Up Darling and Akibi's Blu-rays. Interesting. I actually found an Animax dub and separate Odex dub with UFO Baby, DVD kid is me. Okay, but like, do you really expect a kid to go to a DVD kid to be there, a genuine DVD kid, and they go to an anime convention and they see someone cosplaying as Chainsaw Man, and they're like, what? What's that? I've never even heard of it. Are you kidding me? You know? Although even in that instance, like, the manga was that popular as a, you know, and that was legally available through the Shonen Jump app. But the DVD kids, like, what is this? What are you talking about?
I certainly, you know, when Attack on Titan came out, I was getting really worked up about people cosplaying as Attack on Titan characters. Like, you shouldn't know what this series is yet.
Gatekeeper. Literal elitist. Literal gatekeeper. You shouldn't know what that is yet. Are you kidding me? Get a life.
And I've just watched it on Crunchyroll, and they're legal now.
Yep.
So,
information can't be contained.
yeah. So I mean, that's made our life particularly difficult because the average anime fan still is only a fan for about 18 months to 2 years. So
there you go.
I mean, I know that's hard for your listeners to believe because most of them think they're going to be anime fans for life, but many of them will be gone within 24 months. And so you get these people who are absolutely passionate about a show that I mean, since we handed the book in, there have been 2 seasons or 3 seasons have come and gone of shows that have been the center of someone's world.
Early 2000s pejorative. Yeah.
And have been the most important thing for a particular anime fan, and they've spent 12, 13 weeks of their life just absolutely immersed in this thing and loving it to death, and then they're annoyed that it's not in the Anime Encyclopedia.
Yeah.
So, well,
And 13 weeks when you're in high school is a huge commitment.
That's a long time in gay years. Yeah.
It's longer than most of your relationships, apart from those with your parents and immediate family.
Right.
It's huge. The other interesting thing, actually, about this acceleration is the way it impacts licensing. That whole shifting frame of something that gets licensed and the company goes bust and somebody picks it up and somebody else picks it up, or nobody knows where the license is, so nobody picks it up. It can be incredibly difficult, even in normal circumstances, to sort out licensing rights for anime.
Which is why I don't think this gatekeeping thing makes sense anymore. You know, like, there's so many titles that through no circumstances of their own, like no fault of their own, are trapped. And do we really want Angel's Egg to, like, just... You shouldn't know what Angel's Egg is. It's never been licensed over here. Are we serious? Are we really going there? Like, are we really doing this? Man, I'd hate to think that. So to me, it's like, I think that conversation is still important, because I mean, I'm in that industry. I'm a part of it. Because I've made that argument in my You Should Buy Anime video that industry now, instead of being the ones to get you the anime at all, I think now we can make it the best it's ever actually give it a good quality release. We can give it proper subtitles. We can give it a dub. We can improve the video quality. You know? And make it the last time you ever have to buy this particular thing. On top of it, some of these titles being the first time they've ever been brought to the United States. You know, that's a really awesome big deal. And I'm fortunate to be the part of the pretty much the only company that's doing that right now. That particular work. Pretty much all of it. I mean, obviously Funimation's doing plenty of dubs, and I think that's valuable work. But how much of Funimation or Crunchyroll is doing video restoration of these older titles? You know, or giving these older titles dubs, like Discotheque is. Or, you know, at least Discotheque's producing these dubs, and it's like Sound Cadence or NYV Post or whatever. You know, or even just license rescuing, or not rescuing, getting these licenses to these titles have never been brought to the West. It's like pretty much just Discotheque doing that right now. Sentai used to for a lot, and I guess Nozomi and, I don't know. But really just us. Oh no, how dare they spread awareness of a good series? Like, what are you even complaining about? The pro-manga elitism, the I watched it before it was licensed casual. Yeah. I don't want Candy to be gatekeeped. As a Macros Turbo... Yeah, how far into that are you, Weird Proc? As a Macros Turbo nerd for a while, people found ways to watch it before it became a reality. Totally agrees on definitive subs, whatever video quality and whatnot. Can I still change out subs on disc? Piss Yellow actually hurts my eyes and doesn't actually improve readability for me. Sure? You know, and any color we choose isn't really going to please everybody. They have their reasons for Piss Yellow subs. I think it makes sense. I agree with the choice. I'm not a hater. But I mean, yeah, that translation is still valuable. You know, that those subs are still valuable. So, like, I don't know if you can extract them on disc, necessarily. I don't know if there's really a way to do that, unfortunately. But I'm not sure, really. Probably, but I don't know. Slam Dunk doesn't have great quality on Crunchyroll. It's alright-ish, but it looks like DVD that's been crunched. I agree with that, and thankfully now, like, as you say that, Toei is uploading the series on YouTube in very good quality, as it is in good quality. I'm there with you. It's cool to be a part of Minor on my end of bringing these classic titles to a wider audience. Or maybe not even to, you know, it's still a niche, you know, it's a boutique, you know, I agree that it's you know, we're not, like, changing, we're not as mainstream as a lot of anime is now, and how high stakes some of it is. But I kind of like that. Gotta learn sub-encoding wizardry.
And when you start taking into account the vast number and the speed of American releases and the number of different platforms, it gets even sillier.
And the Japanese aren't helping at the moment by splitting Blu-ray and DVD and selling the same thing to different companies. That's caused all kinds of backstabbing and hand-wringing in the British industry at the moment.
Well, now...
Yeah, that sounds so stupid. Like, oh, you get the Blu-ray of this show and you get the DVD of this show. That sounds so stupid.
Big bugaboo is which streaming rights do you get? Are you getting domestic? Are you getting global? Like, the streaming rights are now like the most valuable piece.
That too, of like what's available in what country. That's why it's like there's still value to be had in that, but in terms of enriching the culture, knowing what these things are and learning more about them, I don't think localization should matter.
Of that,
because every country has its own history of localization
contract, or at least that's what I'm told. So yeah, of course things have changed. The me of 10 years ago wouldn't have been able to conceive what we're looking at now in this industry. But in terms of producing a book where you're basically listing shows, what challenges have the speed of information that we currently have presented to you while you're trying to produce this book?
I don't know if it's the speed of information so much as the increasing volume of information that is a challenge, because one of the things that you learn to accept when you're writing about a live topic, whether it's a live person or a live industry, is that at the point at which you stop, you can be 100% correct, and 24 hours later, you can be 80% wrong.
Yeah.
You kind of have to accept that when you're writing about anything that's changing as fast as we are changing.
Yeah. That doesn't necessarily excuse the mistakes that they do make, that you were not correct at the point of publishing, and so you are still not correct 24 hours afterwards. You know? I know I get exactly what she's talking about. It's the same thing with videos. It's really any piece of content creation, definitely. That's trying to be informative, at least. I'm only 4 episodes so far. I found the manga scanlated too, but the resolution sucks.
As anime is changing. Yeah. And so that's not such an issue for me. It doesn't faze me if somebody says, well, you've got the English license all wrong because it's in here, or you've said that there's no English license, or even, the second or third or fourth season doesn't tie in with what you're saying about this guy back here in the first season. That's kind of acceptable. But the volume of it, the sheer relentless volume of it is awe-inspiring. It's like, I imagine it's how primitive man felt standing in front of a glacier and looking at it and thinking, oh shit, it's moving.
I'm not doing a glacier encyclopedia. You're on your own.
That's okay. I quite fancy doing that. But yeah, it's the volume. It's the speed.
And this has been true for a longer time than people think as well. I mean, I'm looking at the introduction here where I actually went and hunted down the number of minutes of new animation that were produced in Japan in the year 2006. And in 2006, it was 135,530 minutes of new animation produced in Japan. Right. That's dipped a little bit since then, but it's still a lot of stuff turning up.
How is it?
I wonder how that's compared to what's being made right now. Although, because it's really interesting that the number of shows have increased dramatically, but not their length. So, I mean, in terms of the sheer number of episodes, I think minutes make sense as a metric. But it'd be interesting to see how that's compared to... Because 06 makes sense, but yeah. Iceberg video foreshadowing? No.
Quite terrible.
Wait, it's gone down since then? Like,
Yeah.
It's like 38 shows, 38 new shows every season for a year, 4 times a year.
But the length of the shows is slowly decreasing, though, isn't it, Zach? You know that. Right. I mean, one of the things I noticed...
But so you kind of have to consider how many shows are airing at the same time. So it's like, yeah, this is how many new shows happened this season, but you also have to add the number of recurring shows. And I still think it would be more. But yeah.
I mean, there are quite a few of shows going straight to cell phone now that turn out to be 3-4 minutes long.
No, but that's not what we're talking about. You know that.
But also, I was at the Anime Japan thing in Tokyo last week. I saw one show that was being advertised called Triage X, which looks fantastically ridiculous, and probably is going to get all kinds of people into trouble. But it's 10 episodes long.
Yeah.
They're selling it as a TV show, and they're offering 10 episodes plus an OAV. So our concept that anime, for the last 20 or 30 years, even if it's on video, has tried to emulate the patterns of TV release. And the patterns of TV release have been a 12 or 13 episode core of 25-minute episodes, which would be expanded to 30 minutes with the addition of advertising. And we'll play to that. We'll have an eye catch in the middle to make it look as if there's going to be an ad break, even on an OAV.
It's true. Yeah, they do have eye catches in OVAs for sure. Interesting he calls them OAVs though. And they're using, I just realized they're using that notation in casual conversation, but it's not in the book. OAV is not in the book.
That kind of thing is changing now, and I think although there are more shows being
Triage, let's go. Good to see you, Hayden.
released, I think gradually we are falling below the 22-minute barrier now, and they're getting shorter because I think
I don't think we're falling below the 22-minute barrier. What we're falling below is the anime being released as 2 cores, especially this year. If Gundam can't even be sustained as a 2-core anime and it has to have a season break in the middle of it, if Bleach has to sustain itself by skipping every other season or every 2 seasons or however much, I don't even know how much length of time was between this first and second core, right? If even that can't even sustain itself. Boruto stopped, Pokemon stopped, and now it's doing 1 cores. It's dire. It's pretty dire right now. Maybe OAV is more common in the UK. I imagine so. British. 2 non-consecutive core. Right. I actually have seen the OAV written for Pat Labor when I watched it yesterday. I mean, times have changed. Most companies would rather break shows into seasons rather than do non-stop chunks of 50 to 100. For sure, because it's just a, commitment thing. That also reminds me to pick up on Horimiya pieces.
many viewers have stopped caring about this television paradigm.
Sure. Although I definitely also would say that, it's nice that length does not equal success anymore, as it seemed to have apparently made all the sense in the world back when they made the first edition, and even writing the third edition being like, this has 12 episodes. That means it sucks. It only lasted 12 episodes. Yeah. So did Kaiba. Tatami lasted 11. Is that a failure? Commercial failure. Evangelion. This is more successful than Evangelion. Literally, I was literally going back through my notes, and they brag about this one obscure show being more successful than Evangelion. The anime that grossed over $1 billion. What are you talking about, bro? I'm sure it has to do with the staff being busy with other projects too. Well, yeah, it's the staffing. I'm pretty sure Toei is one of the few studios that still does the old way. It depends how the contract to product hours plays out.
Completely, because television is not something they even watch anymore.
They pick up their advertising online. They pick up their advertising in other ways, and the advertising money is following them, increasingly following them to wherever they go, online, on the air, everywhere. So I think that fall is pretty natural. But also, of course, the whole cell phone thing I find fascinating, because there's some great short anime out there. There's some great, very, very short anime out there, and it works so much better in the lifestyle of modern youth, as one might call it, because 4 minutes is about the attention span you have if you're running from school to a part-time job to an after-school club to a hobby. It fits the niche. And the way we've moved from social to solitary consumption and from longer forms to shorter forms is matching the movement in society as a whole, not just Japanese society, away from mum being at home and the kids coming home in the evening and dad getting home from work and everybody watching TV, away from everybody watching Sazai-san on Sunday even, to grabbing your favorite thing on your smartphone. That's bound to make a change.
It changes the way that anime is being monetized as well. I mean, one of the things that I'm very excited about in the new edition is the advertising and sponsorship entry, where we talk at length about context integration, which is, it's not just product placement, which is where someone would drink a can of Coke and wave it about in front of you when they did it. It would be the actual, the taking of a product that someone's trying to sell you and jamming it into the plot of the show itself so that it's fundamental to that plot. And the most obvious example is Gundam, of course, where they're trying to sell you a different giant robot every week and they're trying to jam as many of them as possible in there. But I can see context.
I mean, Zeta, that's more of the case in Zeta, but like, okay, and to what extent does that ruin the product or knowing that? Does that really like make any fucking difference? Damn, you can watch while running? I wish we had a train system so I could actually watch on my commute. Yeah. Freak here and Common Rider and
integration really taking over in anime now, because if you're using product placement or context integration for a show, you don't need to sell it to someone. The advertisers are paying for it. So you don't care if it's being ripped off. You don't care if it's being torrented. You would almost encourage it, almost. So I can see that changing the way that anime works as well. And something that Helen mentioned made me also remember that conventions have changed. Not just in terms of size, but it used to be you go to a convention to watch anime. I don't think that's true anymore.
No, of course not.
Well, you still see a few people in the anime rooms, but they're usually just hanging out with friends.
Or lost.
Or it's a good place to sit if you're really exhausted and you couldn't afford a room.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the like, you know, the
And, you know, I still think that could be changed. I still think there can be a modern equivalent to that. Because they're right, random episodes of Slayers is not really gonna, you know, or the, you know, current streaming things. But, you know, like, there's so much anime now and so much that's, like, available. It could be interesting to kind of just run Be Invoked in a movie, you know, in a screening room, or Metropolis, or Memories, or Robot Carnival, or, you know, just stuff that, like, if you just pop in and kind of see a couple minutes of, it's like, oh, what? You know, and get exposed to things that you wouldn't have otherwise seen. I think the watching rooms could probably motivate people to watch things that they wouldn't have otherwise checked out because it's on like the cover or something. It didn't have the incentive to. I certainly, you know, think that like Fathom events has been great about that. Not Fathom, or just, you know, those, you know, specific ones that have been like doing anime screenings, right? Getting to see these in theaters is a unique experience. Like the theater experience is a good communal ritual. Yeah, no, absolutely. I just think it needs to be rethought about or recalibrated, because they're right that it's the shift. It's not like you can't watch these on your own anymore. Like, you do have access to all this stuff, but because you have access to all this stuff now, there is much less incentive to watch it, because it's like there's your choice paralysis. It's like, you know, the problem of scrolling up forever on Netflix, right? You have no idea what you want to watch. It's the same problem on Crunchyroll or whatever, right? So if you just have some random episodes, like some of the best episodes of Gungrave or Ojimata Doremi or Mushishi, not to say Gungrave was episodic, but I was just thinking about Ojimata Doremi and Mushishi. A lot of the episodic series would be so good for that. Because you're not just, like, watching episode 1 and like, oh, I don't know what's going on. Like, a lot of these, you don't... Gigeki no Kotaro, you know? And look, I get that some of this is, like... I'm asking them to watch some raw anime, like, what is the... Kasumine? You know, you just put it on, like, fucking Kasumine or Fun Pharmacy in a streaming... at a convention. Like, yeah, dude! Like, let's fucking go! You know what I mean? I think that would be pretty cool. Flying Luna Clipper. Let's get you're at a convention. Hey, you want to go see Flying Luna Clipper? You know, I don't know. That'd be cool. I'd say Kokios is a better example of what he just said. Even Kosenso Sama Banzai is a ton of Coke ads. B says the patron of the arts. Kodacha definitely was made to sell toys, but they integrated the merch in a way that works really well. Theater experience, yeah. When are we doing more group watches? I'm sorry, Hayden. When I come back from what I was doing. When I have time. And I don't know if it's going to be Sailor Moon, because I talk over it too much. It needs to be something that I don't give a shit about. I'm sorry. That I've seen before. I shouldn't say that I don't give a shit about. That I've seen before, and I am at peace with not being fully immersed and not talking, and as if I wasn't group watching it. Because group watching for me is the experience of watching something while talking. Like, I like to talk during a group watch, and some people don't like that. And I don't like it when it's something that I actually wanted to be invested in, whatever. Anyway, I showed someone Cyber 6 and he loved it. It seems he probably never checked it out otherwise. Yeah. Ping me a Discord group watch link someday, unless it's the one I burned bridges on. The one? I don't know if you've ever been a patron of mine, only so. But that's where I've been doing group watches and stuff. Ah yes, the Mystery Science 3K experience. What is something you have seen before that you would be down to group watch? The Shin-Chan movies? I'm watching the Shin-Chan movies right now. I watched movie 2 last night. It was fun. So those. A lot of stuff that I've seen before. I guess. Yeah, group watching and no talking is boring. Amen.
The idea of going to a convention to get media that you wouldn't have access to otherwise is just an antiquated notion at this point. Media access is no longer...
At this point, it's not about access. Like I would say, my argument, it's not access, it's motivation, incentive to watch it.
The gatekeeper, like, that's not, like, so, you know, if you have, like, the super elite otaku back in the day, in the 90s, it was the super elite guys were the ones who were self-proclaimed, anyway, had access. They had all the tapes, you know, they were the ones with the shows. Now that went away. And so, actually, kind of the sakuga thing is sort of the new gatekeeper. Like, that's the new way people decide to categorize themselves as elite fans.
Sure. I think any level of fan can be an elitist. If your whole thing is voice actors, or anime openings, or shonen heads, like all Shonen Jump stuff, you can be an elitist about anything. It's not about like a particular, like, here's all the elitists. And also, like, I think Zach's being a little disingenuous of just like lumping all people who are sakuga nerds as elitists. That's stupid. Like, I mean, Lemmo kind of spit in though. I agree that a lot of them are elitists, but that doesn't mean all. I'm not okay. So where have I for this? Not all sakuga people are elitists, but a lot of elitists are sakuga heads. I guess it could be. I don't know if that was more disparaging or not. I haven't seen any of the Shin-Chan movie, so I'd be down. Yeah, I wouldn't mind checking out a Shin-Chan movie. Someone was group watching it. There's a lot of different axes to punch people over. Those Shin-Chan movies are also like, I've only seen 1, 2, and 9. 9 is like sit the fuck down and watch and enjoy. 1 and 2, they're not bad. They are not. I really enjoy them. I'm gonna talk about them in my August video. That's what the August video is. It's my Crayon Shin-Chan. It's just gonna be called my Shin-Chan summer because I don't think Crayon Shin-Chan is really how it's really called or like localized anymore. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was for a long time and still is talked about as that Crayon Shin-Chan, whatever. But like, I'll talk about it. But yeah, the crayon doesn't really need to be there. Their infamy perceived them. I kind of agree with them. No matter how bad the encyclopedia is, it won't reach the same level of cringe as a Kevin blog post. Come on, Victor. Some of those are good. Come on. The one that they're talking about, the layout crisis, that is so enlightening. That's so interesting. There's a lot of good information in those. Granted, I don't really read all of them. I understand what you mean, but yeah. But like they're their own kind of annoying, just like how a lot of anime fans can be annoying. Sure.
Being really into that stuff, so I guess the next edition of your book needs to be like, you know, more focused on the sakuga.
Oh, something to look forward to. Great.
Well, no, because one thing that academia does quite well, certainly American academia does quite well, is focus on the fans.
Sure.
Is focus on the consumers. I think, however inadequately I do it, I'd rather stay focused on the thing itself.
Yeah, sure. No, it's a good idea.
Yeah. That is admirable of you. Would you be down to watch Ouran someday? Oh yeah. Love the piss out of Ouran. It's still a top 10, so yeah. Any of my top 10 I'd love to rewatch. I'd talk over an episode of Legend of the Galactic Heroes or Monster or Joe. Yeah. I don't think they ever referred to Miyazaki or Tezuka as adorable dork. Hey. Hey, you know, I mean... I'm not a big fan of the way Kevin writes, but I think they still have some interesting stuff. I should rewatch Ouran. It's been years since I've watched that, and I also saw an academic reading in Ouran and Phil Cult. I agree, but that just makes it more frustrating to read. I liked when they said that's fine for brothers in Ouran, because it came close to them saying fine brothers. For fuck's sake, Roger!
So the second edition of this came out, it was in the middle...
What can I say about Ouran in this moment?
2000s, like
2006.
2006, yeah.
So right before the bubble burst really, really badly in 2007-ish, at least in America. I have no idea how that bubble bursting impacted in the UK.
It burst everywhere.
Yeah.
But it impacted us quite seriously because America had already taken over most of our industry at that stage. The independent British companies that were dubbing and even in some cases subtitling in the 1990s and just before the first edition came out had mostly gone by 2006.
This may be weird to believe, but what Helen's referring to is that in 1995, 30% of all English language anime came out of London. Not just London, but one street in London where Kiseki and Manga Entertainment both have their offices.
I believe it.
And a substantial amount came out of Bangor in North Wales.
Oh, let's not remember that experiment. But that was where ADV Films had their office in Britain because, you know, ADV are from Texas, and so their idea of a 400-mile commute to work in London was you know, that's a long walk in Texas. So
no, nobody walks in Texas.
Oh yeah, I forget. But anyway, so I interrupted Helen. Sorry, carry on.
No, not at all. You're interrupting beautifully. So you go on. Talk a little bit because I love to hear you talk about that.
They're cute together. Not gonna lie, that was good. That was a good banter.
Of the industry, because at that point we were involved in production as well. You much more than me, because you were embedded in a number of studios as a kind of writing and directorial mole.
Indeed, I was the writing mole. But the thing is that so 1995, 30% of Anglophone production was coming out of London. By 1998 or 1999, that had almost entirely disappeared. And I think by 2002, there were no new dubs being assembled in Britain. And to be honest, I can't remember any subs either.
No.
There are quite a few individual subs now that get done in Britain or are done as a co-edition deal with an Australian company. But basically the British industry, particularly the British dubbing industry, went from being worth a third of everything to being nothing, to being completely nothing. So when the slump came, the collapse of the American business, the British were just waiting for American dole by this point. There was nothing in place to actually put their own stuff together. So when the American industry, sneezed, everybody caught a cold.
Yeah,
that's true. So I mean, so how did that crash? Did that crash impact? Did it impact sales of the book? I mean, how did it color.
No,
not at
what
all.
impacted sales of the book was a guy in India scanning the entire thing into a computer and
Right.
then running off PDFs and giving them away to people.
Yeah.
Apart from that, I mean,
I have not done that. I don't even know how to turn it into a PDF. I have it on Google Reads, and so I have not had any ability whatsoever to highlight, copy, paste any of this. So I've been typing everything.
the 2006 edition did very well for us, and it was enough for Stonebridge publishers to authorize a third edition. It took us a long while to get round to it because everyone has to be in the same place, everyone has to agree, and Peter Goodman, who is the publisher at Stonebridge, who puts his money behind this every time, he spent a long time kind of walking around the concept of the encyclopedia and trying to work out how he could possibly do it. In the terms of the third edition, we really had to wait for print-on-demand technology to catch up to the extent where we could, because I think Helen is with me on this one, I insist on a paper edition. I don't want it to be just digital. I want it to be an edifice that you can point at and on the shelf and say, that's what anime is. That's how big the anime business is. I don't want it...
I'm sorry, just the action of pointing to the Anime Encyclopedia, the thing that we've been lavish, not just the sheer amount of it, but just like how much crap and like misery. I literally have a section that I've been taking some I've been going through all of my notes, and there's just a section called miserable. That's just like, this like genuinely disheartens me. That's anime. That's what anime is. Oh no. I hope not. Unfortunately. This discussion about British-based anime distribution work going under post-98 makes me morbidly curious for an anime licensing world lacking Pokemon's North American release. Yeah. Well, if it was in Pokemon, it was going to be something else. It could have been... we had no idea. Look, guys. There's a book on anime. Wow. Like I said, like, I don't... I always agree with the impetus of this book. I'm always on their side on that. But, like... I'm just critical of the result.
To be a cluster of electrons, and you can only tell how big it is by counting your megabytes. And Peter said, well, fine, we can do a book, but we have to find a way that it won't collapse under the weight of its own spine. And we have to find a way of being able to charge people money for it. And in fact, I don't think Peter will mind if I say this, we went ahead on this third edition with the expectation on Peter's part that we would sell 100 copies of the paper edition.
Tops.
100 copies to libraries, and then everyone else would get it on the Kindle. And actually, we've had to print 500 copies of the paper edition so far. Peter's had to go back and run off a load more copies of the paper edition, and the paper edition is currently doing better than the Kindle.
Yeah. And we are awesome. Delighted about that, because one thing that people very often don't realize, unless they're in the book business themselves, is that without the support of a publisher, a book this size and a book this scale just couldn't exist.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, in the case of the Anime Encyclopedia, for example, simply posting a review copy to a journalist costs $130, $120,
something like that.
Because you've got the cost of the book itself plus the postage, which is for a giant lump of anvil like this. And so it's not the kind of thing where you can just shoot off 100 copies and hope someone picks it up. You're worrying about your expenses just sending it to people to review.
Yeah, there's a genuine feasibility and like the actual brass tacks of like inventory. Where, if you're gonna print this many copies, where are they gonna be stored? How are they gonna be shipped? The print quality, it's a physical product. I'm currently working at with a lot of physical product and the delivery of that product. There's a lot that's going into that, and the sheer amount of those things, and how much more do you have, and gauging whether to do another printing of it. It's not just like they're not printing these on demand. They're like, you want a copy of the Anime Encyclopedia? Let me go print one for you right now. Like, that's just not how the business works. I get it.
Yeah, you could do it on Lulu, but it would cost you a fortune on Lulu or on one of the other self-printing platforms.
Yeah.
And then when you've done it, you've still got the issue of it's got to be marketed, it's got to be presented. Without the support of a publisher like Stonebridge that really cares about the medium and really cares about it in its context in Japan, we just would not have been able to do this book.
Which is why it makes me laugh when on the day of publication, Peter Goodman is minding his own business, checking his email, and someone emails him and says, I bought the 2006 edition of the Anime Encyclopedia. I refuse to spend $14 on this new version just because you've made a couple of corrections. And Peter was very unhappy with that. He's a very... what's the word? He's a very calm man. I've never seen him get that angry, but he did kind of lose it a bit with that one. He was saying, you've added a word count to this book that is the size of the Lord of the Rings.
Damn straight.
It is not a couple of corrections. We've added 400,000 words to this edition.
Jonathan has corrected every one of the existing entries.
Right.
I wrote 300,000 words of new material. I have written more than many of the lauded novels that people are happily shelling out $30 for.
Yeah, so anyway, that was a bad day at the office for Peter, I think. He wasn't really pleased about that.
Dear Miss Rowling, in your latest book, he only goes to school and does magic. He's done that in every other one beforehand. Please send me all your books until he does something different.
Oy.
That's excellent. So what went into this new version? When did you start? And I guess, like, can you walk us through a little bit of the process of how you even start, and like what is your process for producing something?
I've got a spreadsheet that I've been maintaining for the last 15 years of what the new show, what shows there are, and what films there are, whether or not they're available in English, what year they were released, and sources of information for them, either on my hard drive or on the web. And the first stage of any update is for me to actually try and assemble that list and bring it as far up to date as possible. On this particular edition, I then gave it all to Helen to do. I went off to correct the existing 700,000 words and to go through line by line and entry by entry, seeing if there were things to add or things that needed to be changed. And Helen went and wrote 300,000 new words, about half of which I ended up changing, about everything that had happened between 2006 and 2012, which was when I assembled the spreadsheet. And then after 2012, we fought about who got to cover what of the stuff that had come out since then.
You didn't fight very hard to cover the pornography, I have to say.
I didn't. You know what? I think you deserve that.
Thank you. It enlivens my declining years. Well, my process for this book was essentially, I had Jonathan's spreadsheet with all the new material up to 2012. I had my own notes with new material. I then dived into as many Japanese sites as I could find, picking up material, watching material. I have such good credit now with several Japanese sites that sell pornography. And I have to say that most porn sites are actually extremely useful in that while everybody on the show may be working under a pseudonym, they will usually make sure that you know the pseudonyms that everybody's working under. So you actually get better input from many porn sites in terms of doing the research than you do from more allegedly respectable outlets.
There is a very, very small number of guest entries in the encyclopedia, only about half a dozen, but every now and then someone will say, someone will volunteer some information to the extent they might as well write the entry themselves. So, for example, Fred Patton, back in 2001, this was for the first edition, he said, I've read your Giant Gorg entry and it's rubbish, so I've taken the liberty of writing my own.
I cite this all the damn time. All the damn time. Sorry, I'll catch up on chat. What's going on, Shaves Nation? Good to see you, Postboy. I'm not a big Harry Potter fan, but I think that's kind of unfair. I'm guessing it was merely a joke, but considering how they think that a lot of these stories are all the same, I'm not sure. We're reacting to Annie Boomer. It's very punching down kind of joke. Miyazaki talking about war again? Hello, Bob. We're listening to the podcast, the Ancast, of that features the two authors of the encyclopedia while they were promoting the third edition. that I listened to a while back that inspired me to buy both editions and do this whole project. So we're just kind of doing a reminiscing or a live reaction of my re-listen to this in preparation of writing the book, the video. What did I join in on? That?
He just sent it in, bless him. And that's basically the giant Gorg entry that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fred, I'm sorry that Fred doesn't write more now. I'm glad he's still writing, but he's such a wonderful resource and a truly amazing asset.
Yeah. So 2012.
And I'm sure he was like, make sure you remember to mention that Kimba is a ripoff. That Lion King is a ripoff of Kimba the White Lion. Make sure you put that down.
Decide to get the ball rolling on this. And is the intention basically like, so what is that deadline process like? Like you have okay, we're going to turn the book in here. When do you stop cataloging?
We didn't actually stop cataloguing until the point at which we had to print.
Okay.
There were several points where we meant to stop, but then we got the opportunity to do a little bit more. We thought another week we can pile these in, another week we can do a bit more.
Yeah, in fact, the book was supposed to go to press in, I think, October or November 2014. And so our cutoff point was probably a couple of months before that. Unfortunately, the book was delayed by a couple of months because of the sheer amount of labour involved in doing the digital ingestion for the Kindle edition and all of the links and the
links, yeah, because they link every time they mention a title, you can click it and it goes to that article, and then all of the titles you can click and it sends you externally to either a Wikipedia or I don't think any of them have sent me to ANCAT, to ANN, interestingly enough. They always send you, they never send you to AnyDB. It's always either Wikipedia or some of those like foreign sites that just list the title that it exists and that's it. But that's it.
Cross-references inside it, and that was very frustrating at the time because, as you know, 2 months is another season of anime, so that was quite irritating. But nevertheless, we were writing new entries right up until the last possible moment. Peter said, "Right, that's it, no more new entries," and then I realised I hadn't done Princess Kaguya, so I put that one in. Otherwise, there will be trouble. But I think Princess Kaguya was the last entry to go in.
Wow. Okay, yeah. Tale of Princess Kaguya is the latest. We have confirmation there, basically. Although, I mean, I don't know when that aired necessarily, but maybe you could, I don't know if they Kill la Kill, because I know that when it was 2014, it was like end of 2013, beginning of 2014, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, that must have been really maybe frustrating deadline situation where you're like, okay, if we don't have this finished by September 30th, a new season is going to start 5 days after that, and then that's
exactly. We just had to live. We just had to live with that. We've been in this position before, and what we don't want.
That's completely understandable. Like, I don't think anyone is in the right to bellyache that a certain show isn't in here or whatever, unless there's a show that's like the same season that's like, but this show isn't in or whatever. But I don't even have that as like, I think it's over here, but like the bellyaching of what isn't in here. Honestly, they did an amazing job of putting in basically everything, even stuff that doesn't even exist. There's 2 removed entries that like were in pre-production that they listed and they removed when it didn't even materialize. Yeah. So I mean, so in that instance, it's like, okay, I can actually list on one hand the titles that I know of that weren't in here. That's kind of weird that they weren't in here for various there is no explanation for why there's Fate Zero and there's no Fate Stay Night. There's just no explanation for it at all. I don't even think they mention it in their Fate Zero article. But like it came after Fate Stay Night. Like what's going on?
To do is what we did on the first edition, which was that as a new season was approaching, I kind of panicked and wrote entries on a number of shows that I hadn't seen, based on the awful press releases that were a new type. And we have to, we can't do that. We need to speak from a position of authority. So,
right. So there is some articles that are from 2001 that you can tell are almost completely revised. Like Alien 9. And that's why he put a right-wing Pokemon, perhaps? But then he still didn't add anything. He didn't even, like, change very much. He just removed that line, you know? So I think this podcast actually was useful to re-listen to, because they basically kind of laid at the feet here, where, at least in terms of the 3rd edition, John mostly took care of the revisions, and Helen took care of a lot of the new stuff. So there might be an argument to be made that, like, if it's a newer article, there's a very good chance that it's from her. Oh no, they're Urobuchi fans. Oh yeah, they're big Urobuchi fans. Huge. Did they add anything for Shesoseki? Kyubi no Kitsune to Tobimaru from 1968? I don't know. Let me check that, Bob. I'm interested now that you mention it. Oh, not that. Okay, let's see. Kyubi no Kitsune. Yep, they have it listed as Killing Stone. Yeah, Killing Stone from 1968. And I didn't highlight anything, but it is a new entry. It actually, I have it listed as green, meaning I could not find that in the 1st edition, and it shows up in the 3rd edition, but it's from 1968, so that was a new edition. So, adding something, it's a completely new article. The absolute worst kind of fan.
On this one, the new seasons came round, and I just, you just have to let it go. We'll worry about those. We'll worry about those.
We are one with the wind and snow.
Well, yeah, also, for God's sake, it doesn't have to be anime infanticide. We don't have to watch every single new thing. It's a historical book, and, if it stopped in 2011, there would still be loads of cool stuff in there.
Sure. Oh, I agree. That's why it's tough when, like, you speak on it as if you've seen it. But there's so many phrases and, like, tonalities that it really just comes off as you being dismissive of these titles, despite you probably not having seen them, or maybe sampled the 1st episode or something, and you're not giving it respect. And there's maybe okay, not everything deserves acclaim or whatever, but they all deserve respect, in my opinion.
So, we did our best, but obviously...
And, like, I know you're not going to watch everything. That's fine. But don't pretend that, like, you have.
It's very important to me that the book is...
Honestly, you know what could have really improved the book? And maybe it would have, like, tarnished their credibility or something. But, like, if they had a clarification that the authors have seen this title, that would have done marvels. Absolute marvels. Like, at the time of writing this, we have not watched this movie. We have not watched this show. But we still want to include it because this is an encyclopedia. And I think just having, even just a little notation, like what they have with the asterisks of whether it has an English release or not. If they had some kind of notation that was like, we did not watch this title. We cannot watch everything. That's completely understandable. And then you can read it with that proper context. But if they say they have watched it, and then they still give their opinion and it's still weird, then it's like, okay, that's a weird takeaway to come from it, but I guess that's their opinion, okay. Like, I can still have weird things about it, but it's not this tension of, bro, did you even fucking watch it? Right?
A paginated paper object that you can cite page numbers from and that you can point to. And so, unlike a all-digital edition, you can't just shove the latest show in when no one's looking.
Right.
Although we did try, but Peter wouldn't let us.
We do our best. And with digital printing, it is easier to do updates, but our problem now is that the size of the book is such that we are virtually on the limit where it's possible to do it with a spine.
Yeah, so that's why people are like, are they gonna make another one? And they're joking about it, but like, it doesn't, because of what they say here, I don't think another one's coming. Because there's just literally too much now. They can't possibly have everything that they put in this 3rd edition. and then everything that's aired from 2013 to 2023. No way. No fucking way. Disclaimers are standardized in ethics and academia for a reason. Not to say that this is an academic book. I don't think they claim that this is an academic book. I don't think they claim that. But I hope they didn't watch Pokemon. Yeah. Me too.
Right.
I think it's 11. Is it 1,200 pages? And we're at about 1140.
And at least the digital version I have of 3rd edition is 3,596 apparently. I have
1156. 1156 is the last page of the index.
Yeah, but don't forget there's all the Roman numerals at the front as well.
That's true. There are all those.
There's 24 pages of Roman numerals at the front, so basically we're at the limit of that.
Yeah, how big is the spine of the 3rd edition? I don't have it physically. I'm going to buy it physically in time for the video. In time for me recording the video. Because, I mean, I'm picturing this video, because, like, what the fuck do you show? Right? So this is mostly going to be me on camera. I don't know if it's really going to be like this. I think it's going to be, like, more polished. I would like that at least, but I can dream, Harold! They could pull a Dexit and only include some entries for 4th edition. That's what I would want. I would actually really love a curated list. I think that'd be very interesting. And then people will bellyache of what isn't in there, but then they have even more of a leg to stand on of, okay, make your own book. You know? They could do an encyclopedia or Writer's Choice edition. Yeah, if that means that they're going to put the titles that they care about the most, and it's a positive book, oh my god, I would eat that up. I would love that. Maybe there's still some articles that I would kind of find vapid or not that substantive or whatever, but that's way better than the fucking miserable schlop that most of this book is. Would be ironic because they are British. Is that their favorites? Or do multiple volumes? Kinoko's right. And Kinoko, I don't know if that's what the French are doing. I don't know to what degree of success, but yeah, multiple volumes. Just do that. The 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000s, etc. 1st edition is already pretty fat. But that's also an issue, because even without the standards, they probably could have dealt with some of your complaints. It'd take an extra decade to come out, though. Not really. It really is taking a red highlighter to a lot of their stuff, being like, I don't need your opinion. I do genuinely believe, ultimately, I still haven't gone through all of it. I haven't done the math of how many positive articles there are versus negative versus dismissive. It might be even. It might actually skew positive. I don't know. But the sheer amount of contempt that the reviews emerged from them, ultimately I didn't think was worth it. They did not elevate. It didn't feel like they elevated anime as the medium that they have so much reverence for and clear passion for. It just didn't. That didn't complement that. So I literally would just be like, I would rather have no opinions than to have all of these opinions and most of them be, and have so many, not even most of them, a lot of them be so vitriolically negative. Come on, dude. You know you want to edit clips for every anime ever. Yeah, you're not wrong, Bob. I have an idea. I had an idea about this whole thing on the drive home that's like, oh god. But I'll save it. Oh yeah, top highlights. Been away for a bit. What did I miss? Not too much. Nothing too super egregious. I also haven't been writing anything down, so I apologize. I should be, but I just want it to be a casual stream. How could they not include all the single sentence porn reviews? And they gotta get people who actually like some of the bigger name shows they don't. Really, the book comes across as, yeah, anime sucks except for these titles. Right. I know the feel from gaming press having the same kind of attitude. Yeah, I bet they can. Because it's coming from a place of insecurity. It's coming from a place of, like, being the underdog. And, like, people don't understand video games. They're art. Anime, you don't get it. It's art. And then there's this like, well, except that one. Don't show them that one. That one's like hard to explain. And they're like, yeah, this is video games. Yeah, this is anime. Really? Being judgmental. And it's like, don't even fucking bother pleasing those people. Don't even fucking bother.
Size. But that's okay, we can do 2 volumes.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that must increase the cost, though, for the publisher.
Oh, they just said 2 volumes.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that must increase...
Limit of that size. But that's okay, we can do 2 volumes.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that must increase the cost, though, for the publisher a substantial amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, although Peter's...
A certain amount, like, oh, the 70s one sold more than the 80s one and the 90s one. And, oh, yeah, I get it.
One of the things that you have with print on demand, of course, is that you don't have to worry about warehousing.
Oh, it is print on demand. Wow.
So a book this size, if there were 6,000 copies of it sitting in a warehouse, then the rent that those books would be paying would substantially change the price of the book. They'd be double the cost they actually are. It's quite handy that we don't have to worry.
The negative reviews should still be informative. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I just wouldn't want vitriol. I really just wouldn't want that. I think they can include titles that they think are important, that they don't necessarily like, but they can frame it not negatively, like, the show sucks, don't get me wrong, but it's important. It's like so backhanded. It's like, this is so unhelpful.
Too much.
Both gaming press and Encyclopedia authors originate from being de facto PR people. Yeah. Amazon says the spine is about 2-5 inches. You could make it 3 inches, maybe a little bigger.
About those kind of costs, although, just shipping them to people is still hard work.
Horrendous, yeah. But it is a legacy book. It's a book that's there to say, this is what we did at this point in time, this is what we knew at this point in time. And it's wonderful that so many of the libraries that bought the first 2 editions are still picking it up. But it's also wonderful that people are actually going out and buying it. I know people who've laid down their however many dollars it is on Amazon at the moment, or gone into a bookshop and bought it, and that is just fantastic.
That's.
I think that line may have inspired me too, to get both, to really compare the two, and that it's a time capsule. It's like a moment in time. This is what we knew in 2001. That's really interesting to me. Gamer reviewers really hated RPGs in the 2000s. So many of them kept complaining that X RPG isn't as good as 7. 3 inches is pretty big. Or at least make them actually funny. Not to mention the bias they have.
That's the reason. So since you've been doing this the last 15 years, I'm curious, in the last... I guess let's just talk about recent history, because we'd be here all day if we were to talk about all of the changes. But in terms of the content itself... Like, do you have any observations on what anime is now? What it is now? Like, how would you characterize anime if you had to sort of put a button on it?
You've never been able to say what anime is.
Sure. Okay.
Zach's like, great, thanks, great answer. Yeah, so useful. Okay.
Can you say what art is now?
No.
It's like, that doesn't answer my question. It's like, thanks, I guess. Sheesh. I think that was just dodging the question. I think she just avoided that. I think she just dodged that question. They're really bringing that anti-JRPG stuff for 16. Ooh. I still can't believe that Adam Sessler gave Sneak King a 1 out of 5 on X-Play.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, the other interesting thing is you can't even say what anime was. Yeah. And we've been reminded of that very strongly through a few new things that came through in writing the book. The first was Jonathan's fabulous forensic archaeology on the Shadow Staff, who are one of the great discoveries of this book. The other is Mole's Adventure, just turning up in a warehouse somewhere.
Mole's Adventure? I think I remember that. Just looking it up. They mention it 6 times in the book. To reframe the past with the rediscovery of a Mole's Adventure. As the first TV anime, see Instant History and A Mole's Adventure. Color TV anime to test this new format was A Mole's Adventure from 1958, a 9-minute short. And they're talking about it in the context of their Foreign Influences article. including the color paper cutout short A Mole's Adventure. And that was in their Instant History article. And then the article of A Mole's Adventure from 1958, which I did not highlight as a new article, even though I assume it is a new one because it was newly unearthed. Let me just double check my notes of the new editions. Mole's Adventure, yeah, that's a new article. Yep. I just want to like double check this because I may have just like not been. I don't know if it really sunk in or something, or I just don't remember it. Kuro-chan is a mole who hides from the sun underground and dreams of traveling into space. It's 8 minutes and 53 seconds. They described the whole thing. The mole story aired on NTV in October 15th. Osamu Tezuka was almost 30 years old when it was screened. Miyazaki was 17. Then it vanished. Almost 55 years later, in February 2013, researcher Masahiro Haraguchi discovered a forgotten print in an NTV warehouse and rewrote the history of anime yet again. Previously, the oldest surviving TV anime was 1960s black and white anthology show Three Tales, or if you want to be picky, the many hundreds of commercials that have fallen through the cracks in the archives. In 58, the black and white TV was still the norm in Japan. The general population did not upgrade to color TV sets until the eve of the 64 Olympics. This only serves to illustrate the bold experimental nature of A Mole's Adventure. The colors are rich. A bright sun lights the earth. Space is a deep, vibrant blue, and the surface of the alien world is red and gold, with gray rocks and mountains, even a hint of green. Kuro-chan's blue spacesuit tucked into bright red boots is a more colorful version of Marco's flying suit in Porco Rosso, and his long-snouted golden helmet was curvaceous, shiny spaceship emblazoned with his name were sure to impress young audiences. Narration, dialogue, and theme song were provided by 22-year-old actress Sonomi Nakajima, then at the beginning of her career that would include films for Kihachi Okamoto, Kengo Furusawa, and Hiroshi Inagaki. The animation was made using paper cutouts, a technique from the earliest days of animation, against its brightly painted backgrounds. It will take further research in NTV's archives to find out who was involved in its creation. Surviving print has no end credits, but they knew their anime and manga. Elements of the animation, including Kuro-chan's energetic arm and leg movements piloting the spaceship, recall Noboru Ufuji's early anime Haru no Uta, made in 1931, while the sequence where Kuro-chan invades three purple aliens in underground tunnels echoes panels from Tezuka's 1948 manga Tuberculosis, remade in 1953 as the Monster 38 parallel. It's a very nerdy article, but I do like it. That was really interesting. Art is the museum launder money. They gave low scores to so many good games on X-Play. A lot about X-Play. Are we reading now? Oh, I just wanted to reread it because they mentioned it and I didn't remember. Hearts. Hearts. I just saw hearts. I didn't have expanded cable, so I only watched D4. I liked Attack of the Snow, Cheat, and the one Donkey Kong documentary they did. Yeah, I wonder if Mole's Adventure, Mogura No Adventure, is somewhere. Yeah, it's just bracketed as the oldest anime. It's on YouTube. It was uploaded in 2013. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this later. This is really interesting. I'm gonna put this on my watch later or something. But I'll show you guys some footage. Look at this. Holy shit. Ah! Hold on. Get a load of this, and it doesn't show anything. Is it this? Yeah. Look at this. Ah! Oh my gosh. But it really makes you think how much more of this would have existed. Like, what's the context? Why did they make this? Because it's like, if whatever the motivation was to make this, surely there's context and history to this. Like, if there's no ending credits, we don't really know who made it, or why they made it. Why was it in the archives to begin with? People just forgot this existed. So it just begs the question, how much more of this kind of thing was out there? This is really interesting. And to think this is like on black and white TV, so none of these colors are being even seen before. It's really interesting. That's what this book is for, you know what I mean? That's what this book is for. Hell yeah. Sheet was good. That mole looks like Kurtek. Blackface mole bottom text. Yeah. I've seen this. Yeah, Bob! I was like, I wonder if Bob recognizes it. When did they play this on Animax? I don't know. People have been recording the episodes and posting them on YouTube and archiving them. Want to check it out?
Color anime made in Japan, virtually forgotten apart.
How do we know that was on TV? Because it was in an NTV, like a TV station's warehouse, I think. I think that's the assumption. Yeah.
For a few references in books, and suddenly there is this gorgeous little cut paper animation that is a beautiful thing in its own right, but also rewrites the history of the medium. And it's things like that that mean that we cannot say we've nailed this. There's still so much to do, so much to learn.
That's why you don't do these definitives. You don't lean on, this is the first! This is the first! This is the first! Like, forget the first. Who cares? It doesn't really make that much of a difference. Because, like, this thing, like, yeah, it predates Kimba and everything, but, like, no one remembers it! No one knew about it! It just completely got memory hold. So it doesn't matter that it's the first. It's all about the impact. No one gives a shit about instant history. Who saw, what? Did instant history convince Toei? Oh shit, we have to turn to TV now. No! Astro Boy did that. So Astro Boy matters. That's why it matters. It doesn't, like, and these connotations of, like, this was the first of the, you don't know. There's no way to know. This is, if anything, this is proof of that. This is proof that you have no idea. This might not even be the first. Blame the Disney cartoons they used as reference. And that 50s shorts weren't like Fuji's works. So where licensors decide to show it doesn't really change the nature of why it was created. There could have been lots of other anime in a similar situation. Monkey and the Crab was shown around the world in theaters. Yeah. It could have been shown on TV. You never know.
There's so much work to do about the pre-war and the wartime years.
And unfortunately, a lot of that's probably never... because I was bored, I was working and needed something to listen to. I rewatched H. Bomber Guy's Roblox video about the oof sound, and his conclusion's really poignant about, like, history is being lost right now. The stuff that happened in the 90s and 2000s is being forgotten right now. Never mind all the shit that got forgotten in the 40s and 50s. Good luck. That stuff's already lost. And it's like a fluke that this guy found this in a warehouse. We can't rely on flukes. We can't be like, wow, there's so much left to learn. Yeah. Can't really do that every so often. Unfortunately. Sounds at least it's the first color anime broadcast from this News Network article I just read now. Yeah, but like the earliest that we know of, because we know it's from 58. But like when I first laid eyes on this thing, I'm like, holy shit. How is there not more of this? Where's the other ones? This just feels so weird to just pop up in isolation like this. Who made it and why? And what origin is this? Like, where is this coming from? There's so much we don't know about this thing, apparently. I don't know if they have the whole story actually. Oh, we figured it all out. I doubt that. Because they don't even have any record of it beforehand. They just found it in a warehouse. Sounds at least Toei's Black and White Cyborg Series 9 shorts were shown in Kuwait. Cartoons used to be shown in theaters before TV existed. Yeah, I'm sure Mole's Adventure would be a discotheque banger. You're just a hater. I'm not a hater. I'm really interested in this. But I'm just trying to be a little more realistic about, like, really lauding this title or whatever. They would do the exact same thing with Instant History. And I just don't see the hype around Instant History, personally. Hell, there's stuff from the 2000s that are lost. Exactly. I don't think there's enough evidence to support it's the first color anime on TV because there was color animation several years before that. It fits within the same runtime. I'm back. I missed a bit. That's alright, Behold Marshy. And, like, yeah, Kimba is a big deal because it's the first 52 episodes in color, back to back. Granted, Sally is longer. Sally is in color from episode 17 or 18 to 109. So it was a much longer running series in color. But that doesn't mean shit. The first 17 episodes weren't in color. So there you go.
There's so much really interesting stuff buried in people's memoirs and people's biographies and autobiographies and in magazine articles.
That stuff, and unfortunately, it's stuff that you're never going to see. To me, it matters not just that we know that it existed, but that we can actually appreciate and watch it now. And I'm not trying, that sounds like a selfish thing of me, but like, if I don't see it, it just doesn't exist in my mind. It just doesn't, like, matter. You know? It's like the first hentai being locked up in a museum that no one can watch. It's like, okay, then why do I give a shit? Who cares? You know what I mean? That's my mentality about it, I guess. Because we can't appreciate it that way.
In everyday magazines, not anime magazines, but the kind of thing that, grown-up people read that occasionally have a quick article about what the kids are doing. All that stuff is out there, and in fact a good deal of it, certainly for the occupation era, is in the USA in the Gordon W. Cranch collection in Maryland. And all that research is waiting to be done. It's just thrilling. So I don't think I'll be able to say what anime is until I've done a lot more work on it.
I understand where she's coming from. I still feel like it's a non-answer. Because it's like, I think what Zach was trying to get at was in the process of writing the first edition to the third edition. But I guess that is an answer to an extent because that early anime history, that wartime stuff, is what was uncovered between the first and third edition. So I guess I get that in that instance, but I don't know. It certainly buries the lead about, like, what their opinions on anime are in broad senses, in, like, a mass quantity. Which came first, Kimba's premiere or Sally's color premiere? I'm pretty sure Kimba. Because Kimba was 65 and Sally was 67. So it wasn't even like color for the first 17 episodes, and it was like 2 years after Kimba. So definitely Kimba. Grown up people. I do love good in-depth discussion of animation. I read about a short porn animated short that was made for a private party, which with really early American animators. It's crazy. Yeah.
I think there are certainly trends, though, that you can look to in the way that a lot of modern anime are being assembled.
Sure. Modern anime, yes.
When I say modern anime...
No. The 60s and 70s had their own trends. Gekiga was a really big deal that, like, completely shifted Tezuka's... I just watched the Manben. NHK released Manben, the Manben episode of Osamu Tezuka, which was the first time they did an episode on a manga artist that was no longer with us. But they subbed it and they dubbed the narration. Really interesting, and it really made me appreciate Tezuka a lot more. And one of the things they said about it was that they talk about this winter, something that Tezuka called his winter era, 1970, like the early 70s, where the Gekiga movement was creating this wave of people more interested in adult, serious, gritty kind of stories. And his stuff, in comparison to those stories, looked very childish, rounded, and for kids, and chitsy whatever. And so he was really frustrated by that. And so he wrote this manga called, I don't remember. It's from the 70s. It's early 70s. And he's like, this is my low point. Like, he literally shows the page, the very page where he's like, I drew this at my lowest point. It's so visceral and interesting. And he's like, this isn't interesting. It's like, I drew this at my lowest emotional point, and that's why it sucks. That's why it's just not interesting. And the work after that one was Blackjack, and that was his answer to Gekiga. So that's a really big deal. Like he wouldn't have drawn Blackjack, or at least Blackjack wouldn't be what we understand it without that trend from the 60s, the late 60s, early 70s. It's not just that modern anime suddenly has its own, like, every era has its trends. Are you kidding me? The 1970s with giant robots and world masterpiece theater? What else would you call those but trends? Hana to Choke 1954 was also full color animation, even used a multiplane camera. No, it was a party for Winsor McKay. Alabaster? I told you who he was, a god, Kanye West. Wait, what? What was this NHK Tezuka thing called? Monben. If you look up Osamu Tezuka Monben, hold on. Monben. Link me that NHK says. Let me find it on Twitter, and then because it was I liked it on Twitter. One sec. More than a sec, I'm sorry. Here we go. Copy link to tweet. Hopefully they let me send Twitter links on. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it was 49 minutes. I really liked it. It was really interesting. Anyway, sorry, let's get back to that.
I mean, the last 5 years. I mean, the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
And when you look at some of the numbers and also some of the things that producers are saying, it does make me think. I mean, for example, Anime News Network did
Makes you think.
a review of the Anime Encyclopedia, which went up today as we're talking. As far as I'm aware.
The review. I actually haven't read their review, I don't think.
And there's a lot of talk in the forum about the concept of arrested development. And there were several commenters in the forum saying, you know, there's no proof of this, they're just making stuff up.
I want to see, let me just search Arrested Development in the 3rd edition. I didn't really pick up on that. Like, which article are they referring to when they say that? When you look up Arrested Development, there are 2 results. One of them shows up in one of their big articles, Erotica and Pornography, when they talk about that. Arrested Development. Where is that? Yeah, because they're talking about, like, VNs at the moment. And Moe. I want to get the exact... Oh, yeah, okay. I found it. Where is it? I want to get the full sentence. In a wider sense of the pornographic, delivering to audiences exactly what the audience demands, and only that, the 21st century culture of Moe presents a subset of anime fans with a series of archetypal little girls inviting adoration and protection, playing up to the arrested development implied in both the watcher and watched, parentheses, kids anime. Okay. They don't seem to list any titles as an example. They're not listing any titles here, actually. They just put parentheses kids anime. Moe has become a powerful commodity in the modern anime world where its minuscule audience numbers, rarely above 4 figures for any particular show, are offset by the immense dedication and relative wealth of the audience. As a result, a disproportionate number of minor anime serials in the 21st century are little more than mood pieces serving as hooks for merchandise or spin-offs from software, pandering to the fetishes of a small circle of single men with disposable incomes and a professed interest in unthreatening, non-existent female characters. I think I remember this. I remember doing a live thing to this. Oh. That's the so there's that. The other result is in R, which is another of their articles about romance and drama. They mention Arrested Development where? Just trying to get the context here. Away from its pathological implications for Arrested Development. Oh, there we go, okay. This trope, what trope? Sorry, I want the context. Many romantic interests also appear to be childhood friends, which is both a way of introducing labor-saving, ready-made love objects and a form of nostalgia. Modern urban Japanese yearning for the simpler associations of their rural pasts. We have not read this article, by the way. This is an R. It was one of their big ones, and I've not read this on stream. When people, and I've never read this, I haven't read this myself. When people genuinely could go to the same school as their parents, and everyone in a town would know each other from childhood, a concept known as Osana Najimi. This trope is arguably best tackled in Makoto Shinkai's wonderful 5 centimeters per second, which luxuriates in it without shying away from its pathological implications for Arrested Development. And then it kind of moves on to reverse harems. Okay. I definitely think they're more referring to the the comments in the erotica pornography thing about Moe. Alright. Apparently Tezuka is called the god of manga. Right. Oh, I've shown this on stream. The Arthur clip of Arthur opening the door because he's afraid of Buster having changed because he goes on like a trip. He goes around the world with his dad. He like travels with his dad who's a pilot, and he's like, oh no! And then it gives a dream sequence. He opens the door, and Buster's in a full samurai outfit, and he says, "Osama Tezuka-san wa manga no kamisama desu." And then Arthur just slams the door. It's so funny. But like, you wouldn't... Obviously, a kid would not know what he said there, but he says Osama Tezuka is the god of manga. It's so funny. I need to pull up that clip later. Or now, but I feel like I've done it before, so I don't want to pander. I don't know. Yikes. Jeez. It's really reassuring that academic anime these days is Galbraith and not whatever this is. Ouch. I took that personally. At first, I thought you were going to say that they compared an anime to the show Arrested Development. Yeah. So it's a bunch of nothing. Is Osama Nijimi a concept? I think that's just the Japanese word for childhood friend. LOL. Oh yeah, you guys don't know that? Hold on. That must mean I need to pull that up. Hold on. Arthur. Osama. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh no!
Yeah. I just love how he goes like,
oh no!
Osamu Tezuka-san wa manga no kamisama desu.
I exaggerated on the outfit. I'm sorry. I exaggerated on the outfit, but like...
Osamu Tezuka-san wa manga no kamisama desu.
The fucking music too! Oh, that's hysterical. It was so funny. I need to see that. Yeah. Buster travels around the world to meet lesbians. No. This is what we call a tag. No, that's right, Victor. I'd love to see them compare some anime to Arrested Development. Is this a real clip? Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. It's from... I remember this episode. I distinctly remember it, yeah. And they don't really do it that much. They don't do it for other cultures. It's just that one. I could be wrong about that, but I distinctly remember that is real. That is 100% real. PBS kids knew what they were doing. And homophobes threw a fit. Slam. I'm sorry, did I make a slam? I'm sorry. Anyway, we've had enough fun. Arrested Development. Okay, so let's rewind. Let's see what they're...
Several commenters in the forum saying, there's no proof of this, they're just making stuff up. If you look at the entry in the Anime Encyclopedia on kids anime...
Okay, I will look at the because they do link that when they say Arrested Development, kids anime. Okay, I've clicked on it. What am I looking for? What am I looking for, John?
You'll see us actually quoting a producer from Gainax, a man called Hiroki Sato.
Okay.
Who says that, to his mind, the ideal anime fan is perpetually 14 years old.
All right. But I think you're missing the ire that people were giving you in those forums, John. But because, like, yeah, Arrested Development is a thing, and just because this Gainax producer says it's a thing, or like anime, whatever, that's burying the lead, right? Am I misappropriating that paraphrase, that term, burying the lead? Because what you're doing is saying that, like, oh, all these moe shows are just for like adult men who have income and they like these characters. Like, it's because you're talking dismissal about this entire genre of anime. Like, and completely disparaging on the fans of those shows. Like, anyone who likes this shit, fucking, you know what I mean? Arthur was nuts. They literally did a South Park parody. Oh yeah, they're great. Arthur's one of my favorite animated series, period. Period! Something sounds out of context. Do you mean the Arthur clip? Maybe, but still. You're misusing word misappropriating. Oh, okay. I don't know what I should say otherwise, but yeah. But let me see about the kids anime thing where the context he brings that up. I don't think I've read the kids anime section yet either. I'm skimming it at the moment to look for that clip, that quote. It's a lot. It's a lot. There it is. I found it. Okay. In Japan, as across the world in the latter half of the 20th century, adults began to hang onto childhood pleasures, such as comics and trading cards. As fandom grew up and looked for an older version of their tea time and Saturday morning viewing, anime became a multi-generational medium, the origins of the retro boom in nostalgia shows since the 1980s. Regardless of the growth of the market for erotica, which remains negligible in size compared to children's shows, the themes which applied to children in the early years of anime still predominate today, often in anime aimed at far older audiences, a fact lampooned in shows such as Nanaka 617. In deference to the old sci-fi truism that the golden age of sci-fi science fiction is 12, the Gainax producer Hiroki Sato has parsed the modern otaku customer base as forever 14 years old, either actually being 14 or choosing to remember the golden years of their teens in shows that recall it, or being arrested at a stage of teenage development and continuing to obsess over teen issues long into adulthood. I just think that, like, you can't really be making a blanket assessment like that when, you know, were they like, oh yeah, they were watching anime at 14 and now they're an adult and they want to continue, they're just nostalgic for it. I mean, how many of you guys in the chat are over the age of, I would hope all of you are over the age of 14, we're watching these anime at 14 and are like, I still watch it, or whatever. like, I think this completely erases the fact that, you know, a lot of these are stories, you know, that could be targeted to a certain demographic or anything, but, like, we're choosing to watch them not because it makes us feel, I want to be 14 again! Not really. At least that's not what's coming to my mind. You know, or maybe that's like an unbeknownst to me, like you were actually arrested. But like, Clements and McCarthy are in their 50s or older at this point. And they're talking about it and making an entire book about this stuff. You know, and watching it and like championing these shows like Boo Boo Cha Cha or whatever. And that's great. I'm not disparaging that, but it's like, what are you complaining about? You know, I'm not watching Naruto because I watched it when I was 14. I didn't watch it when I was 14. And I want to watch it now because I didn't watch it at the time. And I'm interested in it because it apparently tells a very compelling story. Or just like, and has really cool animation and like really has great emotions and stuff. And like, who cares what it was made, who it was made for, or like when I should have watched it or something. Sorry, guy. Sorry. You now must only watch adult cinema, or you have Arrested Development. This is off limits to you. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? Not all anime fans are horny teens. Exactly. No, I meant what they said about the Gynax guy. Oh, something sounds out of context. Yeah, that could be true. Do kids have tea time in Britain? That was a lot of assumptions with no facts. I started watching anime around 25. I didn't start watching anime until I was 17 or 18, I think, haha. Yeah, me too. I definitely don't want to be 14 again. Being 14 meaning I would not have disposable income to buy anime figurines. There's a lot of anime that no 14-year-old should watch. Yeah. Lol. I barely watch any anime from when I was 14 or younger. I almost mostly go back to those because I want to see if they hold up, or maybe a little for nostalgia. I certainly don't miss being 14. I enjoy being an adult who likes anime and can talk to other adults about it. It's definitely not teens who are buying up all those Blu-rays. Stones, glass houses, etc. I will say I'm very nostalgic for One Piece. Sure. I'm nostalgic for Arthur. Dude, I just pulled up a clip from my childhood. I like just now, like while we were talking about this, I like pulled up this like, you know, like I watched this when I was a kid, kind of thing. Like I totally get it. That can totally happen, but that's a part of you. And not to mention, adults made that. Grown ass adults, you know, with an idea or kind of a sense of humor or just this like kind of dumb, you know, this hiding this Easter egg of like, what does he say in Japanese? If someone says Gosan is the god of Mon. Do you know what it's like? I'm not saying this can be enjoyed as an adult. It's like any art can be, you know. But I mean, the reason that we're being more protective of people under 18 is because they have developing brains. It's because they are very easily traumatized or influenced. And you have to be really careful with caring for a child and raising a child. That's the childhood development. You know, we get that. But like that's separate from art. From making art. I mean, I started watching anime when I was young, but I didn't watch everything. I mean, Bebop was way too adult for kid me. Anyway, it's been long enough there.
And he goes on to break that down into either we're talking to an audience of 14-year-olds, or we're talking to an audience of adults who enjoy, you know, remembering their youth and experiencing some of the tropes and the memes of their youth, or we're talking about people who are generally Arrested Development, who need in some way to be pandered to by some kind of entertainment that is avoids adult matters, shall we say.
But, and then you're making an assumption about that anime, because they love making these assumptions. It's just not one of these things. It's not saying anything serious. It's not saying it's not really mattering or having any adult issues or anything like that. But it's like that categorization of adult issues. Oh, this is an adult, like lying. Are they gonna like seriously chide about like, oh, this is not like a serious adult issue? Lying is not a serious adult issue. Yeah, it is. Communication is a serious adult issue that people deal with every day at their job, at school, in their personal family life. Communication is such a huge thing, and then so like that's like a small thing that I'm not saying anime or definitely not all anime is gonna deal with that, but like you think about miscommunications or like say the thing, you know, like in these like high school rom-coms or whatever. There's misunderstandings or social interactions and seeing these characters develop or struggle with something, like not being able to say how they feel. That's not a child issue. That's a human issue. That doesn't matter how old you are. You know? I feel like he needs to have that kind of sympathy to those sorts of things. I would post the link to that Jet video where Shadow talks about shonen versus seinen. I'm not sure what you mean. By that logic, night crime dramas are just pandering to adults who need to remind themselves how grown up they are. I mean, yeah, I feel like they would make that argument if they have anything to say about Go-Go 13 or Kaiji.
And I find that very interesting, particularly with regard to the size of the anime fan community, which is still only 112,000 people by some Japanese estimates, which is...
What? He just put a number on that? There was 112,000 Japanese anime fans. What? How would anyone start with that kind of... How? What on earth? And what use is that? What use does that have?
Basically the size of the circulation of new type in Japan. I'm not talking about Bleach. I'm not talking about One Piece or Pokemon. I'm talking about...
Pokemon. I hate to... I just tuned back in, so maybe I got the conversation wrong. Lol, I watched a bunch of crime dramas when I was 8 to 12. It's a good... This is a good chunk of it, Hayden. I'd go back a little bit. But yeah, it is really interesting.
About the dedicated community of people who will buy the $500 box sets and the waifus and the pillows and whatnot.
He's just going right to fucking pillows as if he's an entry level, like an outsider. He's talking like an outsider. This dude is not an outsider. He's been in this industry for over 30 years. How is he talking like this? Are you seriously just going to like, oh, the body pillows? Are you kidding me? These people were, I'm not clutch pearl. It sounds like I'm pearl clutching. I'm just really disappointed in the lack of nuance here. And like the lack of empathy for anime fans. They don't deserve empathy or something? Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. Maybe I'm being too overly sensitive. I don't know. This is why I stream, so that like I can like, am I crazy? Am I coming from like an overly sensitive place? These people work under the logic that girls grow out of animation. Gotta buy some Pocky and watch some Pokemon. We're not allowed to we're not all body pillow freaks. Is there any weird one besides me who used to roleplay or make believe watching anime for the first time? Done it in 2015 when I was 12, roleplaying as a 2000s Pokemon kid watching the Fox Box. That's kind of interesting, actually. Like you're nostalgic for an era that you were not a part of. I think that's really interesting. I think that's interesting. The closest thing I ever watched to a crime drama as a kid was Case Closed. No way my parents would let me watch anything more mature than that.
Which are regarded by the companies as a cash cow. And there's a great book called Otaku Marketing, which was published in 2005 by the Nomura Research Institute. which talks about all kinds of narrowcasting and niche publishing, not just anime fans, but train spotters and camera enthusiasts and tourists even.
Sure.
But when it talks about anime, it says, as far as we're concerned, we expect an anime fan of this very small niche, of the otaku niche, to be buying, to be spending about, I'm trying to do the figures in my head, about 80 or 90 American dollars a month on anime-related products. Not just the shows themselves, but the dolls and the event tickets and the CDs and so on. And you can see shows being made for that audience where sometimes you are, and people don't believe me when I say this, and they say, well, I know a show that's done 80,000 copies. That's all very well, but there are many anime shows that only have an audience big enough to fill a single cinema.
Sure. I don't disagree with that. And I was just thinking of all the data he's pulling here, and all like the statistics and everything. It's all a cudgel. It's all like, to what end are you using this for? Where is this going? What are you trying to say? Right? I think he's just trying to pull the expectations, these high emotions that anime can give us, that these shows can give us, and trying to bring us into some brutal reality of like, oh yeah, but there's only so many of you to fill a single cinema. Okay. Great. More for me. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, and I don't know. And it's just like all of these data points just seem to be, it's like coalescing into something that like just paints such a grimmer picture that I don't want to. It's not like I'm trying to ignore. I really want to listen to what he's saying and accept these realities. And I agree that some of these shows are very, very niche. Or people have never even heard of. Like a handful of us will ever even hear or consider. I get it. Especially nowadays. Especially in the climate that we're in, where it's so media saturated. Not even media poison necessarily, but like we're so inundated with things to do and to watch. All of you who are on stream with me right now, you could be doing anything else, or watching another person stream, or watching some YouTube videos, or watching anime. I would not blame you to be watching anime instead of listening to me, and I really appreciate and respect your time. Hopefully, I'm hoping you're enjoying this. But like, where is I going with that? Sorry, I just got very indulgent for a second. You could be doing it. They were just so overly stimulated, TikTok and everything, that like, I'm not surprised, or like, it doesn't affect me when he says that these titles are only profitable by these cash cows that are buying all this merch or whatever. Okay, that doesn't really make a difference to me. A cheapskate. I mean, I have some of these posters here, but I literally made this poster. That's not anime. That's a poster that the show I directed. I bought this like years ago now. This came with the manga that I, one of the few manga I own. That's another fan art of Oron down there. It's like, I am starting to get to that point where I don't have too much physical space because I'm just getting a bunch of stuff, but I'm not like spending $80 a month. I don't know. Not to say, oh, I'm not one of those people. I'm not trying to be like that, but like, I don't know. The closest I ever watched a print. I watched Law and Order. $80 a month. If only it was that little. Ah, Greg. 2011 was a year where you could hear the industry people shaking sentiments of anime getting phased out as a fad that the bubble burst. Like Tokyo Pop shut down, Tsunami shut down. Yeah, I don't have time for so much of my stuff I want to do. I'm watching 2 streams at once. Good for you. Really, Adult Swim Action was the most mature content my parents would let me watch. I probably wouldn't have liked it. Right.
And one of the ways that modern anime, by which I mean in the last 5 years, appeals to these people is to literally go on tour, to literally go to cinemas. One of the great proponents of this kind of modern distribution method is Makoto Shinkai. He's got plenty of fans. He's got thousands of fans, but he will go the extra mile. He will go from cinema to cinema, selling DVDs at his cinema and signing them, to turn it into an event, to actually monetize his products in that way. And so one of the things that I find very interesting about modern anime is that it's a very solipsistic and small and dwindling niche.
It is really funny that he's like, my example of niche only fills up one cinema is Makoto Shinkai. Oh, you sweet summer child. Not to call him a child, but obviously hindsight is 2020, or in this case 2016. Literally a year later, or maybe even a couple months later, Shinkai would have one of the highest grossing anime films of all time. I think the highest at one point. I think it did beat Spirited Away at one point. And now that he has that success, every subsequent movie has been kind of like in that film's wake. He's no longer the kind of garden with words 5 centimeters per second niche guy anymore. So it's really interesting how that changes. How can you call yourself an anime fan if you don't have 12-figure D toy that have so many figures in them that it starts looking like a blur? I'm doing some work, so I'm just leaving you on the background. If I go for a while without commenting, that's why. Oh, that's fine.
Where people are paying increasingly high sums for increasingly bespoke product. I know crowdsourcing is a big issue in the anime world in the West and in Japan now, but I do think that for the otaku market, a lot of anime has been effectively crowdsourced for the last 5 years. Crowdsourced in advance, if you like.
Although crowdsourcing, that seemed like a big hot thing in 2013 with Kickheart, but then and Little Witch Academia. But it's not exactly. I don't know how much credence there is nowadays. Obviously, this is all hindsight. Hey, Shaves, I really love your videos, and they've pushed me to try to make some of my own. But I have one big problem: I don't know how to video edit. I have Sony Vegas. I want to know how you learned. Well, I learned the same way everyone else does, and the same way you're going to, Aqua Lucas. Just doing it. Be like, how do I get the footage? YouTube and Google, or asking your buddies and stuff. How do I get that? Or just get what you get. Like, you can, all right, I want to get this clip from YouTube to MP4 or something like that. Googling that. And how do you put the clip, and you can look, there's probably YouTube tutorials for Sony Vegas. I used Premiere Pro for my first video. It took me like 3 or 4 months to make my first video, and I didn't have a mic, so I used, at my college, they have a radio station, so I used their audio setup to record my first 2 or 3 videos. And then my 3rd or 4th video is where I got this mic, and that's the only mic I've ever had for a while. You do it. But I'm really encouraged to hear that that I've pushed you to make your own videos. I'm really happy to hear that. So let me stick around. Don't be a stranger. Let me know how it goes. If you upload a video, let me know. I'll check it out. Love to see it. Love to see you get in the game. I'm glad Shinkai is getting recognition now, but I worry that many of his mainstream fans don't watch his stuff prior to your name. Oh yeah, probably. Can't help that though.
Sure, yeah, it's sort of the idea that the same 10,000...
Yeah, what Weird Puck is saying about good mic, it's completely true. Like, people really don't get phased out by video quality. They get phased out pretty quickly by audio quality. So you really gotta, like, nail that. Yeah, no problem. Really get good, really emphasize audio quality as your first video and starting out, for sure.
People buying Blu-rays, those people are keeping...
But obviously what a lot of YouTubers who would give this sort of advice tell you, don't go spending a bunch of money until you know that you actually like making your video. Until you actually like the process of making a video. If it comes up, it's like, wow, I really like syncing the video to the audio and clipping and choosing the clip and play it back and it comes together, and the actual artistic process of making a video, you really gotta like that first. If not, you could maybe find someone who, like an editor or something, but then it's like, oh, you as a favor, or but again, if you don't want to invest money in a thing that you're not going to really like in a couple of months or something. You know, because we wouldn't want you to waste. We as in terms of the YouTubers that give this advice, wouldn't want you to waste your money on that. You know, so do this as a hobby and kind of just as like I just want to try it and be as cheap as possible while still being, you know, as good as you can be, and you know, see how it goes. It's so odd to me they're going into this discussion so much when it's so meandering, and we could actually just talk about anime and like it. What were you saying before about how the encyclopedia has changed from a guide into an ad, and now it's this very data-based analysis of the whole scheme, and I don't feel like this is warranted when they could be digging deeper and just talking about why X anime or some creative you never heard about is cool. Yeah. I think it's because they've... One potential explanation is they got so overwhelmed with the sheer amount of anime. They talked about that earlier in the podcast, of the sheer amount of it that they have to go through. That speaking on broad terms is more appealing. It's kind of easier, right? Generalization, essentialism, very, very tantalizing. Because you can make these big claims, right? And like feel like you get it. But yeah, it's a losing game ultimately. Get a blue snowball mic as your first
the
mic
industry
for a budget
afloat.
mic, yeah.
Yes, it used to be in the 1980s that you could guarantee there'd be video stores that would buy any new video release because they were going to rent them. So you had a dedicated audience of 5,000. You knew you would sell 5,000 copies of anything, no matter how bad, because every video store would take at least one copy. And of course, those stores are disappearing now, and people are accessing stuff more directly. This is why streaming and simulcasting is becoming more of an issue, even in Japan, because digital access is the new cash cow. But what this means is that you have to be much...
But it's not much of a cash cow anymore, is it? As we're learning, not just with anime, but in general.
more reliant on actual purchasers, not renters, but purchasers.
Yeah.
And I think that's changed the way that some anime is put together, not necessarily for the better either. I mean, I think it's nice in some cases, and it's generated some lovely bespoke titles, like In the Forest of the Fireflies Light, for example, which was basically just shown in a single cinema for 6 months. And if you wanted to buy the DVD, you had to go to the cinema and watch it, and then they'd sell you the DVD when you were there. And that was a lovely kind of bespoke thing for them. But it also does create an awful lot of hentai and borderline hentai and gamified female characters, which I find very irritating. Obviously, there's a market for that, and that market is very small. And then that very small and the problem.
See, he's trying to say it's a small market and giving this data as a way of belittling these titles. Like what they just said, the way he framed that. I don't like these things. Hey, it's got a market, a very tiny market. It's like judging a person's penis size or something.
Obviously, there's a market for that, and that market is very small. And then that very small, and the problem is that you then have a show that only appeals to, say, 1,500 people in Japan. Literally only 1,500 people. They call it a TV show but it's on at 2:00 in the morning. They don't mention that in the rights fair. And then that is sold to an American company, which is trying to sell it on Blu-ray or on DVD. Is trying to sell it to an audience, and they're hoping for Akira numbers. They're hoping for Ghibli numbers.
Yeah, and that's stupid. Not because of it's 2 a.m., not because of the way it was made by 1,500 people going to see it, but because it's ludicrous to expect Ghibli or Akira numbers. It's just stupid. It's foolish. It's foolhardy. But that's not because of the anime's fault. That is not this, whatever whatever show you're trying to belittle here. I'm not even saying made up. I know that these shows he's talking about are existing, but he's not name dropping any of them. He's not mentioning any of these titles. He didn't want to, I don't know, step people fucking flies or something. But come on, dude. Who's the issue here? I have some appreciation for your comments, but I've also found his style of analysis very negative and pessimistic. That seems to be a thing with Gen X anime writers. But I say this as a sincere late 2000s anime fan, just a different vibe. I think you're hitting a good point here. It isn't simply that they're old. It's simply that it's more also that Gen X specifically. I don't know if I don't know how much of it is like Gen X specific or like, you know, generation, how much credence I give to the generation thing. Like, all of us are late 2000s anime fan, all of us are more uwu sincere. But when you make a point, because I am literally that uwu sincere late 2000s anime fan. I'm not even I'm not late 2000s anime fan either. I'm literally like 2014 anime fan. So, even more probably uwu sincere. And I've talked about this, how it's like, I think a lot of them are just very insecure and came up in a time where anime was so looked down upon that they had to kind of caveat it or self-deprecate. Be like, yeah, I know it's kind of bad, you know? A lot of Gen X reviewers had the attitude of coming into this wanting to hate them. I don't know, man. Last time I checked, High School DxD has over a million completed on Mal. Mal's a small sample. Mm-hmm. Lol. Who's hoping for Ghibli or Akira numbers? I don't think anyone thinks a random ecchi anime is gonna do Ghibli numbers. Right, and like, those people should be laughed out the door. But like, again, that's not the fucking anime's fault for not doing those numbers. Like, you're just an idiot. If someone sold, like, it's like a separate issue. If someone sold an ecchi show that sold like Ghibli, they better have good luck or to somehow find another. And then 50 more. Yeah, they'd have to justify anime to broader sci-fi and fantasy fans.
And there's a huge disruption, a huge disconnect between the expectations of the mainstream and the expectations of this very, very small focused niche. And obviously, the big distributors are fully aware of this. But every now and then, someone new kind of blunders in and picks up something thinking he's got Akira, and actually he's got Violence Jack or something.
Okay.
Now, I'm sure if...
Safe pick! Safe pick! Coward. I would say that's the coward's pick. Like, yeah, violent, yeah. The one that very, very few people like, that is high profile enough to kind of throw rocks at. I think DxD did very well for Funimation. Okay, I'm home. Where are we at? A while in. There's a lot of conversation. You should catch up. But it doesn't. Yeah, I'm not saying you have to, but there's a lot, and I'm not taking notes, unfortunately. I probably should. This recording are my notes. Is my notes. I don't know which one to use. Is my notes? Are my notes? Whatever. Zoomers in general are a lot more crafty and thoughtful, I think. I think a lot of the discourse around age gaps and stuff can be annoying sometimes, but at least people are trying to bring attention to these issues. I can see that, but also Twitter Zoomers are the generation that gave us pro-anti-shipping discourse in the first place. I mean, yeah, we all have our issues, so I get it. Age gaps were more a staple of old shoujo high school genre, so it feels weird to watch a whole generation backlash so quickly.
But if Violence Jack were properly presented, I'm sure it would go down a bomb, because it's still...
I'm trying to think of the name of Zach's favourite anime, but I can't remember what it was now.
Evangelion! I'm pretty sure Birchie's favourite anime was Evangelion.
The one that no one bought, but everyone had to invest in.
Oh, you know, the one that grossed $1 billion.
Oh. No, I can't remember what it was either. But Violence Jack, I mean, don't diss Violence Jack. It's the only thing I've ever shown that sent hardened science fiction fans fleeing, looking white-faced and about to throw up from the room.
Nice. Nice. That must have been satisfying. I don't know how satisfying that actually would have been. Because, I mean, I have not seen Violence Jack myself yet, but Kyoto Animation's review of it I did watch, and he just made it out to be, like, just miserable. Like, not even fun. Like, not even, like, kind of, like, bad or, like, but it's just, like, oh, you know, and there's, like, a quiet distaste, you know? But I bet there's scarier anime than Violence Jack. Scary in the terms of, like, scaring off people. I mean, it depends on the person. I've met people from a generation that are pretty narcissistic in addition to the nice ones. Oh, yeah. Well, they all generations have nuance. There's no catch-alls.
Well, so I guess that sort of begs the question then. You guys are, you know, creating this enormous book. you're consuming, obviously, probably a tremendous amount of anime. What personally have you seen lately that you thought was worthwhile?
Thanks, Zach.
I keep talking about Terror and Resonance, which I really enjoyed because I like a bit of a plot, a bit of a driver, not too many fan service shots of the panty kind.
You know, Helen, there's a lot of anime that are like that have a plot and no fucking panty shots. Are we serious? That's your bar? I guess she's seen more hentai than me, so I guess that's fair.
And I just like a good basic story, narrative.
How about something specific about Terror and Resonance? The score by Yoko Kanno, Watanabe's direction. You know, like the character designs. Those are really, I forget who did those. I forgot who did those, but like, I don't know, give specifics besides, this one has a plot! Are you kidding me, Helen? Granted, I do like that they're talking positively about something. But like, Violence Dark is really bad, but Evil Town is one of the worst pieces of animation I've ever seen. Me watching Elfin lead us by third YouTube anime. That's funny to say, YouTube anime. I like that. Someone made me read something called Prince something UPO. I was disgusted. There are obviously going to be still a lot of people who grew up around those narcissistic people from the previous generation being influenced by that. Oh yeah. I was in college with Nostalgia Critic. I watched a lot of Nostalgia Critic. I was an anime snob guy. I literally was like, you know, I was a big fan of his for a while. I like that. I like when the plot was, and then the big brain girl did chess. Yeah. Defining why she likes the series by what it isn't, rather than what it is. You're so smart. Cry out against control. What a freaking metal username too. I don't usually see you on stream. It's good to see you here. I'm hoping you're enjoying it. This is a rare thing because I usually stream on like Tuesdays and Fridays or something, but I've been taking a summer off. But even like LGBT issues have probably progressed more in the past 10 years than ever before. I take that as a good thing. I've met a lot of this.
Always drives for me. I adore character. I like character that's really well created rather than hammered together out of a series of disconnected tropes and then stuck in with sugar icing.
Can you name a character from Terror Resonance? I certainly can't. Granted, I watched it when it came out 10 years ago.
But to get me, a show really needs to have one of two things: either absolutely breathtaking craftsmanship in one area, or a really good story. Mm-hmm. And, you know,
Or? ¿Por qué no es dos? I'm being pedantic, sorry.
I have fallen in love with shows for nothing more than their ravishing art.
Mm-hmm. Me too. Me too. Me too. She hates the database! Yeah. Yeah, I think they both really hate the database. For sure. I think that's due to generally good people fighting back against the status quo. Well, sorry. Which are usually the nicest people. I like the old man in his sick bed. He was a great performance. Most alive their entire cast has ever been.
That can always get me, even if the rest of the show is pretty dreadful. But what we exist for is, yes, to be personal and to be engaged and to be opinionated, but also to look at everything in balance. And I think, to be honest, that although a couple of people have rather ineptly tried to tear us a new one on some of the stuff we've said in this book, I think we've been reasonably balanced in it on the whole.
Yeah? Good thing I'm keeping track. I'm about to give... I haven't done the math yet. I still, as I said before, I will give the... I'm more than willing to give the proportion of positive to negative. I hope it's positive. It looks close. But for how a lot of mixed opinions there are, and how many dismissive there are, I think it's gonna tip the other way. Reasonably balanced. Yeah.
Right.
Long pause there. Longest pause. Awkward silence.
Be balanced in it on the whole.
Right.
I was very excited about Shiro Bakor, but I haven't actually seen it yet. But I'm genuinely looking forward to that in a very sad way, because I'm quite hopeful it's going to bring all my nightmares to life. But
I do hope he liked it. I'm assuming he watched it by now. It's been 10 years. It's been like 8 years since this came out. I do hope they like it. I actually haven't seen Shiro Bakor either. Maybe that's my 1000th anime. That'd be good. That'd be a good one. TIR was really bland. I barely remember. Oh, Resonance, yeah. I barely remember anything about it. Made me feel Watanabe was losing his touch. To be fair, I really watched it passively. I actually watched it in my anime club, and we talked over it a lot. So I don't really consider that I put it on my. I have it on my list as completed, but I don't even have a rating for it. I don't think. But like, I think I'll like it. I think I'll enjoy it if I rewatch it, because I think again the craft, I think it's really great. The balance is like, from personal high school experience, 04 to 05 anime fans are uwu sincere. 08 onwards blend in with that laughable Sigma male irony poison members. Yeah, there was a bit of a run like super pretentious Palace political dramas that's wound up being just really dumb. Just read their Pokemon review to see how balanced they are. Yeah. Kiribaka's pretty cute. Even Anna shows up. How close are you to 1K? Completed? Oh, I'm really not far, because I've been watching a lot of long stuff lately. I'm not watching any seasonals. If I had been watching seasonals every season since when I started in 2015, I would be definitely over 1,000 by now. But I'm at 813 at the moment. I have to update my Kitsu actually. Yeah, I'm at 813, but it's because I'm watching fucking Sally, Ako-chan, and Sailor Moon, Gundam Double Zeta, and One Piece. That's my currently watching at the moment. Not gonna bang a bunch out like that. So, because for me, I have a dumb thing where I really want it to be as close as possible to having 1,000 completed and a whole year, like a year's worth of anime watched in terms of length, like the number. As I don't want to pad it out with too many shorts or movies. But then I don't want it to be like bloated with Dragon Ball Z or something. I just want a balance is what I'm trying to aim for. Terror is why I still haven't watched Carol and Tuesday. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. You don't have to. That's okay. You're good. You're all set. Carol isn't that kind of burn, but then again, I haven't gotten around to second core. Yeah. Well, it's not that big of a plate if I haven't watched them in months. I haven't watched those Magical Girl series in a while.
The thing that I've
But that's okay, because they're all episodic.
seen relatively recently that I've been most impressed with is Fusei, Memories of a Huntress, as it's now called.
They were so positive on that one, and maybe that means that John wrote that article. They were really glowing on Fusei, for sure. I know about Fusei the movie because Discotheque released it, and I did the chapters for it. It did look good. It did look really, really good. I don't know. I think One Piece kind of skews that. Kai is good if you want to get through DBZs. No. Oh, well, yeah, of course One Piece skews that, but it doesn't matter to me because One Piece is amazing. One Piece is my number 2 at this point.
Because that was made...
And the thing is, to me, it's like I didn't want multiple... I didn't want it to be compiled of just those shows. Do you see what I mean? It's not like, yeah, like, obviously... I don't want to bar myself from watching this stuff, though. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm going to watch Detective Conan. I'll probably watch the movies, some of the movies, but I don't really have an incentive to watch it right now. Though, especially when it's not done. And it's not anywhere. Not even trying to be done. It's not even bothering. Though I wouldn't blame you for skipping boobs.
As an anniversary piece to celebrate, I think, the 80th or 90th anniversary of the Bunge Shunju magazine. And so, although on the surface it's just a silly thing about hunting dog demons in Edo, it is this fantastically postmodern version of a dozen different ways of storytelling. And Bunge Shunju is a literary magazine, and they've basically taken every single pulp way of telling a story for the last 100 years and tried to throw it all into a single film. It's beautifully done, very, very clever, very, very aware of the fact that it's a fictional story, but it manages to be a critique of the red light district of Edo, as well as being a celebration of it, as well as being a celebration of ukiyo-e prints, as well as being a celebration of kind of pulp novels like the original Hakenden. It's beautifully put together.
See, that's examples, and that's like a lot more specific. I think he did a great job. I think he's doing a good job here describing and selling it.
That was the thing that really...
That's the thing, selling it. This is really his job to sell it. I mean, when you're talking about anime, right? When I'm talking about why I like One Piece or why I like Oran, there is that element of like advertise to sell it, to like really convince people of our argument. That's what these are, arguments, right? There is ways to think to express your opinion without framing it as an argument, I guess. Not to say he is, not to say he's doing an argument or anything. But it makes you think. It makes you think about the motivations there, about selling it, yeah.
Impressed me the most. I think the director is...
Conan's not designed to finish. Okay. I mean, I haven't seen it, but like from what I know about it, there is a plot. There are developments. It's like Shin-chan too, where these first two movies, you don't have Himawari. Like she's not born yet. And the family is gonna grow from that, you know, and like obviously Shin-chan's gonna be 5 forever. Until the series is or whatever. It's like Arthur, right? He's always going to be in the 3rd grade. I get that. But like Conan, to me, it's like they're still chasing that agency that drugged him initially, right? And it's like not designed to finish. I think am I wrong in that Aoyama had that interview with Oda, and I feel like Oda mentioned to him about when he finishes Coden, or like does he have any intention to? I don't remember what he says about that, or if that was even discussed. But I disagree. Even without having seen it, I would say that I don't think that makes sense. That is not designed to finish. I don't think that makes sense. Conan has a plot, but after a certain point, most becomes more demonstrated weak. Oh, I know it. I know it's that. Definitely. I know it's designed that way, but like, it's still. I'm from the few movies that I've chaptered for Discotheque. It does still seem that like there's a lot of like recurring characters and their development, and it slowly kind of builds its ensemble cast as it goes. Right? There is progression. It's not like One Piece progression, but still. After they really just stall out. But at least you get some fun Phantom Thief Kaito movies. Right.
I haven't seen that yet, but I'm looking forward to it, particularly because I think one of my favorites, my favorite early mangaka, Ipei Okamoto, he used to write for Bunge Shunju, if I remember rightly.
Nice.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, he was cool.
Yeah, I think Shirobaka is actually the new show that I would recommend to everyone my age who liked anime at some point. It's
it also has lots of cool stuff that's cropping up on Twitter at the moment.
Yeah, it's the finale just aired, so it's a lot of people talking about it.
But Zach, have you seen Animation Runner Kuromi?
Yeah, that's
Animation Runner Kuromi. Yeah.
Zach, have you seen Animation Running?
I just group watched this like a while. I didn't just group watch it. It was a little while ago at this point, but. Yeah, that one slaps.
Runner Kuromi.
Yeah, that's the big comparison. I think Shirobaka is a lot better.
Well, yeah, because it's 2 episodes versus 24. But anyway.
Excellent.
Yeah, like a lot better. Like,
okay, Zach. Like, different shows, different goals. Okay.
Like, really gives you a fictionalized, dramatized picture of what it's like to do this for a living inside this particular bubble. It's very now. Like, it's very much dealing with the current production climate. Obviously, it's fictionalized, but a lot of things happen for drama's sake. But no, that show is brilliant.
It's the same thing for Animation Runner Kuromi. What's Zach got against that? Does he's not a Daichi fan? Sheesh. The recent film is the big revelation regarding Ai. Gosho even screen wrote it and confirmed the remaining 30 movies will now focus on her arc. Wow. Damn, finally, guess I better restart from episode 200 and catch like a good 20 years of it. Kuromi is better. I'll hear none of this. Kuromi's good. Kuromi's a great sub and dub. I agree.
So we got to get to this before I get to these Twitter questions, and it's kind of the big question that I think came up a lot in response to our review that we just posted. But I think maybe it's the most common piece of feedback you guys get producing something called the Anime Encyclopedia, which is, I mean...
Is it opinions?
No offense intended, is basically painting a huge target on it in today's climate and saying, attack me for not being an educational resource in the way that each individual person perceives an educational resource. But a big criticism of your book is that it's very opinionated. It has a point of view. And
not even just a point of view, they literally insert themselves. They are self-referential. They are inserting themselves. It feels like you really get to know these people and their tastes, and it's uncomfortable eventually. It's stifling, frankly. The Daichi shade is real.
And a lot of people say, including I believe our reviewer said, well, this is disqualified as an academic resource because it has opinion in it. And I'm really curious how you guys respond.
What do you guys think? Is the Anime Encyclopedia an educational resource? To me, I don't think it discounts it for being an academical resource just because it has opinions in it. Because I feel like that would disqualify a lot of really great YouTube videos too, that have their opinion, but then they inform their audience of what the show is and what it does. You know, I think it's still informative. I think it's still substantive. The issue, I think, is that the reviews, for a lot of them, completely cover or mask that educational value, that potential educational value. Because they're kind of just caught up in it being a ripoff of something, or is tropesy or whatever, and their opinion chokes out the potential additive value that there could have been. And it's an easy crutch. It's an easy crutch to fill this book out. If you're going to just describe every anime and you don't want it to be just plot synopsis, but you can't feasibly give research and interesting data points for everything, what else can you throw in there? What I thought about it. It's easy. It's quick. You can fill an article out pretty easily that way. So, I think it's a flaw of the encyclopedia. I don't think I would go as far as to say that it's not educational. Because I learned a ton from this book. You know? Oh, damn, that's bad. What's their taste? Oh, Dolly. Oh, sweet summer child. Their taste is very narrow. Very elitist. Kind of like, you know, there's a mix of some shows where I'm like, oh, they actually like that. But for the most part, it's a lot what you would expect from 250 plus British people. Aged 50 and up British people. I guess I'm being very countryist or whatever. But like, we've been listening to these guys for about an hour now, or actually more than an hour because we're streaming it, but podcast length, about an hour. What do you think they like? You know? And is that representative of anime and anime fans? Not really. I don't know. Very narrow. So I think that that's an issue. And so to me, but then anybody writing a book like this is going to have that issue if they want to put their opinions in here. To this extent, to this level, the amount of opinions that they have and the severity of their opinions. words, like the intensity and their verbiage that they use. That's what's really like stifling and obnoxious about this book. It's only so by default, but it's like an anthropological review of needing to rely on super biased old text because nothing else was around to take note. The opinion element combined with the encyclopedia format seems to give it a heavy Leonard Martin movie guide energy, decided this is pejorative. Right. I feel like I've heard of that particular book before, and maybe they've actually compared it. I don't know if they would do later or not. Okay, well, okay, yes. But it's not great, it's educated. The flaws are just glaring. You can discount their credit and still look into a series they put in their book, though it's not as useful now with actual databases cataloging and stuff. Yes. Yes. They could at least separate their op-ed opinions stapled in, but oh well. British. Well-deserved, though. Representative of a type of anime fan, I guess. Interestingly, I think McCarthy partially got into anime through Gundam, but I think it's easier to talk about Miyazaki in the British press. Inu coming in with the fucking heat! They're the academics that have the taste of normies. It's weird. Not super weird, I guess. I'm okay.
To that particular criticism.
Well, they're absolutely entitled to their opinion, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, should a review really have opinions? Shouldn't a review just kind of list what happens in something?
Well, these aren't reviews, are they? These aren't reviews, are they?
It's a subjective.
But without spoilers, don't forget.
Yeah, without spoilers. Right.
There's no spoilers. I think...
completely. God. Spoilers is actually the first paragraph I wrote for this video, because I didn't want to write the intro without listening to this first. And I was like, well, I have an idea, because I just wanted to write something. And I was like, oh, but first, before I get started, spoilers for all of these anime. Oh, not in this video, but in this book, they spoil all of these anime. Granted, and so I go into that. But even that paragraph at the beginning, it's like, that is what we're in for. Just me describing how nonsensical and inconsistent and infuriating their stance and handling of spoilers are. Just that kind of contextualizes and like sets the stage a little bit. It'd be like, oh no. That we've only taken in doses, but this video is going to be the concentrated shot. There's going to be so many of just reading this book and be like, remember when they said this? Woo, boy. It's been crazy going back through it. It's been absolutely nuts. And picturing Jay Sherman, the critic, watching anime, because that's what it sounds like. The Disney head Miyazaki reviewer, without spoilers a tons of shows. Now, they're being facetious when they say that, because people complain about them doing spoilers. Not objectionable, it's good taste, but some good harsh meaning. There's such a level of lacking self-awareness to then pride themselves on top of them. That energy really puts the cherry on top. It stinks!
It's kind of odd in the case of your review that you talk about or that Rebecca Silverman talks about, how important it is to have, academic context when she hasn't covered the history of anime that I wrote last year, which establishes a lot of the academic context.
Okay, that's a separate book. Does she have to? I didn't realize. I didn't see the warning on this book that gotta read the anime history first. Okay, it goes over in there. Really?
And when it comes to encyclopedias, this comes up every time we do the book. People complain that there's
it can't
too
be
much.
An encyclopedia.
It can't be an encyclopedia. That's what one guy said, but yeah.
Can't be an encyclopedia if it has opinions. I'm not going to take that stance. I genuinely think it's a flaw of the book. And I'm probably I think because they get this complaint the most, I'm probably going to have to be the most articulate and concise about why this is a problem. I'll probably have to make a big note about that. But that seems like, and it doesn't seem like it seems like a point of criticism that they take no hesitation about. They don't seem to see the problem at all. So I'm gonna have to be very articulate with that. And not even in a way of complaining about, like, they think this sucks. No, it doesn't really matter whether they think something's good or not. It's just their handling of when something isn't good, and the disrespect and broad generalizations and contempt. The contempt is going to be the big word.
I was in Atlanta, bless him. But ahead of this podcast, I went to get my copy of the Chambers Dictionary, and I looked Encyclopedia up, as I find myself doing once every few years, and it still says, and I quote, a work containing information.
Do you see these are the guys that look up in a dictionary, or like, you know, those YouTube videos where like the definition on if you search it on Google, the definition of this is, and I've certainly kind of dabble in that in some videos. I'm not gonna lie, but it's obnoxious and old at this point. I mean, they're not doing a good case for that, but if they knew how to temper it, but I guess 1 inch lead to a whole couple pounds of paper. I think it's useful to have a distinction between opinions and takes. They definitely have a lot of takes that are not helpful. That's true, Victor. I think that's a very good point to make. Because the takes are implying those broad generalizations I'm talking about. And opinions is just way more focused on an individual's itemized, specific, how it makes them feel. After doing some research. Like the nerd emoji. Oh, I have to type that. Hold on. After doing some research. Oh, the definition on Encyclopedia Dramatic of big titty goth girls. Like, Ava is an influential show, is an opinion. That is useful if you are new to anime. Right.
On every department or on a particular department of knowledge, generally alphabetically arranged. It sounds like an encyclopedia to me.
Right.
Chambers. They have some questions to answer.
I went to Wiktionary. Originally, I went to Wiktionary, and they said basically the same thing. And I thought, no, I'll go to a paper book. Come on.
Right. Well, I mean,
you know, really.
Seriously.
Go ahead.
No, you go and finish, Jonathan.
Well, I was.
No, that was me opening some tonic water. It wasn't actually me breathing. But yeah, but the thing is that also.
I want to make a roast about him drinking tonic water during this podcast. But I won't. I won't criticize the tonic water drinker.
We by.
I'll just note it. Just point that out.
Virtue of the fact that we've been doing this for 15 years now, I think that most people expect us to argue with them and to have a conversation with them. And in fact, we also argue with each other. I mean.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Because like that's what you wanted. That's what you said at the very beginning of this podcast, that you wanted the conversation and have an argument. Them and to have a conversation with them. People expect us to argue with them and to have a conversation with them. And in fact, we also argue with each other. I mean, I don't agree with everything that Helen says in the book, and she doesn't agree with everything I say. Case in point, Queen's Blade, which I think she was incredibly kind to. Wait. I guess they didn't. I don't think they actually gave their opinion on Queen's Blade. Hold on. And we thought Queen's Blade was pushing it. Queen's Blade. There are much better serials out there for fantasy fans who want more than girls swinging swords in skimpy outfits. Yeah, that's a dismissive opinion. It's not very, doesn't have a whole lot of teeth to it. Teeth to it. Okay, too kind to it, as in not mean enough. Like didn't go hard enough on it. Oh, I very much disagree with Helen. I think it's worse than what she thought it was. All right. Should have turned away from the mic to take your shot, no balls. LaCroix drinker. Tonic water is dope, no hate. That's fine. I'm very judgmental about that. I like flavor with inducing static to my tongue. Oh yeah, Queenblade, the VA for safety.
But I like what she said in her review, so I let it stand the way that it was. I think it's fun to argue with a book, and I think it's pretty clear.
I was about to say I disagree. No, I agree. This has been a great time, but not because of the book. I don't think the book's been a good sparring partner because it doesn't really very static, and there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of like, are you what? What? Explain, book, explain! And it never comes. So it's not really much of an argument. But I've enjoyed the conversation. I've certainly been enjoying this project because of all these people right here.
What our opinion?
Why do they think they need to argue their opinions on every anime? It's Encyclopedia. Maybe he confused it with something else.
Are what our likely thoughts are. I will say that in 2001, around the time that we finished the first edition, there was a book published called the Tenchi Encyclopedia, and it had 30 pages. And some pictures of some girls. And apparently that's an encyclopedia. That's okay. No one complained about that. They just complained about us.
Huh? Wait. What?
Tenchi Encyclopedia. Around the time that we finished the first edition, there was a book published called the Tenchi Encyclopedia, and it had 30 pages.
Okay. 30 pages. Were they just talking about Tenchi? I mean, you guys certainly can't shut up about Tenchi Muyo. Are you really snickering at the fucking other book about Tenchi? Are you really the ones to be doing that? Hold on. I want to look that up. Because I'm confused. I'm confused whether that means, does that mean like a book just about Tenchi Muyo and all the different aspects about it? Like more info about Tenchi Muyo, or the encyclopedia as in like all the Tenchi clones or ripoffs or something? What are you Tenchi Muyo Encyclopedia Technica. Okay, that is not useful. Wikipedia. A Tenchi Muyo Encyclopedia. It's a website. It's a website. It's like a web 1.0 website. Like, it's just okay. It's just definitions. Like, okay, this is cute. Pretty Sammy OAV. It's like a bunch of terms. A baton, a magical weapon used by Pretty Sammy. Cool. This is cute. If anything, this is more of an encyclopedia than if anything, you know? There's no opinions in it. I guess that gives a little mask off in my opinion. I guess I'm just trying to be nice. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what they're being up. Customer reviews? Okay, for the OVA. Alright. Verified purchase. I don't... Encyclopedia.com? Oxford University Press? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. The book is a content machine. Books don't fight back. It's not fun if they don't crumple into tears when you checkmate atheist it. 30 pages of lore? They probably have 30 pages of Tenchi Muyo mentioned for the loan of the book. Oh, it's 96. Or 91, yeah. I don't know. For the whole parody of Medical Girls Otaku competition with Medical Girls.
And some pictures of some girls. And apparently that's an encyclopedia. That's okay. No one complained about that. They just complained about us.
Yeah. What's there to complain about? I don't really understand their qualm here. I don't really get it.
I mean, I'm really happy if people have opinions. I think opinions are a very good thing. I think informed opinions are an even better thing.
I agree. Oh, gosh, spitting! Helen is spitting facts! This is why I'm reading the whole book. That's why I'm reading the whole book.
And one of the reasons we started to do this book, going way back, one of the reasons I wanted this book, was that there was no information out there. What we've done is we have built the edifice of information. We have contributed massively, and I make no apology for this, and I'm very proud of it.
Here we go. This is a really key here.
To the baseline knowledge of anime that enables academics to do their work. We've been out there being the Indiana Joneses of the business, getting all the treasures in, and they can now sit in the museums and analyze them. And
this is a metaphor stretching far too far, but go on.
That's not. I agree with Helen, and I completely support her in what she did here. I do think what they did is similar to Indiana Jones taking all, and now we get to appreciate them and actually do the work of like, what are these things? And that's why their opinions shouldn't really matter. And that's why I don't think they should be included. Because, I think that just the act of getting this stuff printed in English and to talk about it and describe what it is enough. You don't really need to tell us that it's shit. Or that the creator should be in prison. I don't really need that. You gave us the art. It's literally like, to extend her metaphor here, it's like, whoa, with the Indiana Jones getting all the treasures. And then, like, they post the treasures in the museum next to, like, a art card that says, this is shit, by the way. Like, I don't need you to do that. What museum, literally, what museum has a painting up that's like, this artist is a hack writer? Like, this artist, like, is a ripoff of this other painting. Check out this other painting later, or elsewhere in the museum. This painting was done much better elsewhere. Like, the gall. The gall. Do you see the problem? I think I just solved it. I think I cracked it wide open there. I was like, I'm gonna have to be very concise. I think that's it. I really think that's the problem. Helen's been spitting the whole stream. This stream is the better encyclopedia, I'm starting to think. Just seeing how the writers can't hold on to the original intent they have for their book. It seems like the better avenue for people to learn and catalog anime is in this more communal fashion. I mean, I don't really want to pretend to say that this stream has been... we haven't been doing the digging, because a lot of this has to do with actually consuming and watching this stuff and analyzing it. Like she's saying, like, kind of appreciate it in a museum type of deal. What I do agree with is that the communal aspect is 100% what I want. Just talking about it more, formulating it, like really trying to talk and think about it, but also like just this format we have. I don't know, but like it does incentivize me, having read this whole thing and thinking about it more. It's like, this is how I want it to go. This is how I want to do things, and then actuating on that and doing it is kind of what I'm thinking. I think I've talked about it in episode. Obviously, it's buried, like tears in rain, like tears in this long stream series that's maybe like 80 hours or something. I don't even know how many hours this has been total. We'll see. We'll see when it's total, when it's ended. That sure is the statement. It belongs in a museum. That was supposed to stay at the dig site. Oh, the humble one. Wow, I guess they really are like the British Museum. We killed 300 Nazis to get this artifact. Wasn't worth it, TBH. You can leave. You can leave. You trust us. You have better things to do. Oh my god. Lol, I got to the museum, and besides the Mona Lisa, it says, "This sucks, some guy." Right. And also, just like, the self-referential aspect, can you imagine going to a museum and being like, yeah, we got this from, you know, the museum curators have no idea what's going on. Like, well, some guy, like inserting themselves, like, the museum thought this was hysterical when we got this in from the thing. Like, I'm not learning about the painting from you telling me this. I'm just not. Unironically, though, Duchamp actually did that. Or some other Dadaist, you know, peer review.
Oh, boing, that's the elastic springing back. But when people get angry about things in the book, my answer is usually the same. I'm glad that you've engaged with it enough to get so wound up about it. Read back and check that you actually have engaged with what it says rather than just what you think it says.
Definitely. Okay. I have been, you know me, guys. I've been looking at these words over and over and over again. Anytime they say something ridiculous, I reread it. I read several sentences back and keep rereading to really try to understand if, am I just fucking crazy? I'm streaming it to multiple people so that I'm like, guys, am I just reading this wrong? Do you understand what they mean by this? Is there something wrong? I swear we've been trying to do due diligence here. Trying our darndest to understand what they're coming from sometimes. But, like, I would say that pretty much all the stuff that I've been angry or too wound up about, maybe it's, like, obviously not in the big grand scheme of things. I was thinking about this. I said earlier in the stream that I rewatched H Bomber Guy's Roblox Oof video, as well as his. I also watched his vaccination video, vaccines and autism, whatever. The people he's talking about are so fucked up, like you know, Tommy Tallarico being this like serial liar and kind of a low-key criminal, like doing some criminal actions because of his perpetual compulsive lying. But then this fucking Andrew Wakefield guy with the vaccines and his whole scheme being completely unraveled and disgraced and disgusting. It just kept getting worse, you know? This is not that. I worry that this video that I'm making is like gonna have that connotation. And I really gotta be clear that, like, at the end of the day, this is just about a fucking book. An anime encyclopedia. That, you know, might have had some shaping to our discourse. That could have, like, had some permanent damage that really, you know, just makes it annoying or less productive. But it's not criminal. It's not ethically wrong. There's nothing that's, like, there's some awful shit in it, but don't get me wrong, but, like, it's nothing on the level of this other stuff that you see YouTubers complaining about, I guess. I don't know if I don't know if that's gonna, like, downplay it, or I don't know if I'm just, like, watering down my point or something, but I do have the self-conscious fear that, like, look, I do have massive respect for these two individuals. I really do. I do not want to bury or dismiss the work that they've done. But, like, you know, I just want to, like, what is this constructive, what is it, what was the thing that I wanted to take away from this? And I have an idea, I understand kind of what it is that I want to take away from this. It's not just a miserable whatever. I think there are genuine lessons to be learned here. So I do think it's productive ultimately, but I just don't want it to come off as, like, this character assassination of these two guys. I really don't want it to come off like that. Okay, not gonna lie, I kind of want to go to this museum like that. but like not for just to like laugh at the absurdity, right? Both films were made by the same director. This guy, Osamu Dezaki. We stand testimony he has engaged. I think she owned you there, bro. Sorry. No, like, you know, again, this podcast really incentivized me to do it, because it really was like a bet kind of moment. You got angry. Ergo, appeal to emotion. Therefore, I win. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a book like the Bible. Might be difficult to try read and to keep nuance as the big takeaway, such as internet opinionation. Maybe you can highlight some of their other work too in addition to the encyclopedia. I was thinking that, yes. I do want to buy and read Clemens's Anime History 2nd edition, because I haven't read 1st edition, so I really want to read the 2nd one. And do not do a comparison. I'm not doing that. But I'll also read it on my own. And I do want to read one of Helen's works, either the Tezuka book or the Miyazaki one. I think I want to go to the Tezuka one, because I just want to know more about Tezuka. If I want to know more about Miyazaki, I'll read Starting Point. I'm good on that. Especially reading their Miyazaki articles in this book. It's like, okay. Like a maverick diamond cutter. Like woo! Can you find an ideal encyclopedic representation just to contrast? That'll take a lot more time, because I would want to read the whole thing. This is the only encyclopedia I've read cover to cover. I'm not about to read another one. I think Clemens' Final Fantasy's panel about CG was incredible. Yeah. Save it for a second bit. I'm not making another bit about this. The one. Although YouTube, if it's successful, YouTube says I should do 5. I can't do that.
And go and write your own book. For God's sake, go and write your own book.
Or do your own 80-hour stream series about the book. Sure. Bet?
I want to see your book. I want to see your take on this.
Definitely. That's why I make YouTube videos. And it's why, you know, constant craft and refining my own perspective on things, for sure. And what I want that this book is a lesson of, like, here's the trappings that it's not just these two authors that are falling into. This is stuff that all of us do. Generalization, you guys know the spiel.
Want to see what you would write about something you think is so important that you're going to attack somebody else over it. So
attack's not the word, I don't think. You know, I think personal insults is like attack for sure. And I tried making a point of, like, you know, don't be a dick, respect the authors. It's hard to do sometimes, not gonna lie. It's pretty hard to do with this book sometimes. But yeah, I mean, enough to attack the authors over? Attack isn't. Maybe I'm watering it down. Maybe I was going after her in that way, perhaps. I just want to have some self-awareness, like these guys sometimes seem to lack. Maybe that's an attack. Sorry. Oh yeah, that is Clemens as author of Anime History. Did say I've just begun Turning Point finally. Still got that great insight, and I'm starting to get invested in the narrative that the books are sort of weaving. He had that pinned for 8 years and never got around to it.
Go for it.
Weeping when your book is 3 months late.
Attack somebody else over it. So go for it.
Weeping when your book is 3 months late.
Yep.
One of the things that came up on, Zach may be planning on saying this himself, but I'll do it for him. One of the things that came up in the Twitter conversations and the forum conversations about the Anime Encyclopedia, Helen, was the review of Clannad.
Yep. And, you know, I mentioned it when I read it on stream. I didn't actually read it live in person at first, because that was back when I was reading it before the stream. But I read the whole thing again. Like, we really spent a long time on that article. And I mentioned that I was warned about this, that they're like, this is Helen's article specifically, and they credit it. When is Anime a History coming out? September? I think they said there was pre-orders are up now, and it's like September or something. What kind of story is Turning Point trying to say?
Lots of arguing about whether or not you were going off the deep end on that one. I should say the Clannad review is basically all Helen's work.
And I don't think I was going off the deep end at all.
I don't think you were at all. I think it was a fantastic review. I loved every word of it, and I was very. And for those that don't know the Clannad review, it engages with something that comes up in our thematic entry on Everyday Anime, which is that there are so many anime about schools and everyday life, but the concept in anime of the everyday is itself hyper-real and is itself a fantasy. The Clannad entry kind of deals with that in a great way, in a very provocative way, and I think it's going to send people to the Everyday Anime entry. And
yeah, we're sending them elsewhere in the book, but like that doesn't make much of a fucking difference to me. I wasn't around for the Clannad article. How spicy is it? It's not even spicy. It's like one of the fucking most obnoxious and like confusing, and yeah, deep end is the word for it. I would say off the deep end is the fucking word for it. I will read it. I'll read it. I will admit it's provocative. I will attest that it's a firecracker. It is certainly like flashy, but like in a way that I think completely discredit. It's like I don't want to fucking listen to anything else you say. I still did. I still fucking stuck with it, but like if Clannad was my favorite anime and it's not, I didn't even like After Story that much. I actually like the original Clannad. I like the first season better than the After Story. Yeah, if I had more of a connection with it, I would have you complete this hymn for these authors. I get it. Oh yeah, no, hyperreal is derida term. It's more like the very ending of Starting Point takes a very interesting and literal turn and turning point in terms of Miyazaki's morality. He starts saying there are good or bad people, and then immediately next book there's like, no way everyone is an animal on the inside. I don't want to do the summary part, but okay. Yeah, it just starts immediately. It's not even being like who directed it or the studio or what it's based on. It just goes right into the opinion. Once upon a time, all over the world, people in high school dreamed of what they'd do afterward, when real life began. In Japan today, people in high school watch anime about idealized high school life and dream of what they'd do if high school were really like that. Meanwhile, in America, grown-up anime fans watch anime about high school and dream of going back there, or somehow transporting themselves to the altogether different Japan of everyday anime. Okay. But if school really were like Clannad, every girl would slot into an easily parsed cliché, with some deep problem that only you could resolve, compared to Bakemonogatari. Every scar and trauma of your childhood could simply be forgotten, buried under an avalanche of cute, rather than having to be lived with and worked out. Clannad is a brilliantly calculated manipulation of the simple teenage emotions that lie buried deep inside most of us. The ultimate gut-wrenching riff, the hook placed precisely in the song to grab you every time. It's so brilliant and so artificial that it would be repellent if it weren't so admirable. An artifact of almost demonic potency. Like, they're talking about it like this, like, demonic potency. Like, this very evenly split, like, being complimentary of, like, this incredible anime, and also just, like, it's deeply manipulative and, like, yeah, brilliantly calculated manipulation of this, of the simple teenage emotions. Like, dude, it's not that serious. But, like, it's so obnoxious and indulgent. I feel like my reaction to it initially was much stronger, and just, but it's still just like The comparison to Bakemonogatari is apt. Of course it is. I get that. I'm not saying it's not. I was more sneering at, with some deep problem that only you could resolve. As if that's a problem. You know, like, I don't know. I don't think that's much of an issue. Because the main character in both Bakemonogatari and Clannad are the vehicle with which you understand a person's problems. And you're not that individual. The series is not going to suddenly change perspectives. I mean, it could, but then it would be more of an anthology series, and it wouldn't have much of a connective tissue, right? Kyoto Animation is working here at the top of its game. It isn't just about the beauty of the animation, the meltingly sweet designs and gorgeous backgrounds. It's about the cleverness of the writing, the precision of pacing and plot, the way every note in the score works with the visuals. Timing, both in animation and soundtrack, is raised here to the level of magic, not a frame or sound out of place. Most harem anime are easily dismissible. This kind is dangerous. This kind is dangerous because it's harem anime raised close to perfection. After watching it, even jaded old encyclopedists need a dose of something clever and cynical and grown up to bring us out of the clutches of this beautiful drug. It will rot your brain and make you weep with nostalgia for something you never had. Like, ew. Ew. Actual ew. Ick. Is there a comma to that? Is it no way is everyone an animal? Or no way, everyone is an animal? Actually, Japan adults also already do that. We like that. Now guys like the phrase. How dare it make me feel something? What's the name of the VN genre? Literally meaning crying game? It'd be more like Air then. There are VN adaptations with multiple protagonists, but that wouldn't really work with Clannad. They also assume you must be self-inserting into these works. I self-insert as the deadbeat dad. What the heck? Oh yeah, no, that is such boomer talk. Did they mention a single name in that Clannad article? No! Kyoto Animation. They didn't even mention that Dazaki directed the movie. They don't even mention the movie. Or that there's a second season of After Story. You don't learn shit. You don't even learn that it's based on a VN. You don't learn anything. You just get this, like, syrup. Sometimes you just gotta say ew and move on. Nakige, that's it. Okay. Important question. Is Jun Maensha mentioned in the Encyclopedia? Let's Control F. Jun Maeda. I am almost positive yes. I'm pretty sure I remember him in the Angel Beats article. Enter. 4 results. He is credited in music for Angel script Jun Maeda for Angel Beats in the credits, not in the article. Music Anata Guard Eyes and Jun Maeda again in the Angel Beats article. In C, music Jun Maeda in Clannad. It's right there. It's in the credits. And L, music Jun Maeda for probably Little Busters. Yes, Little Busters. 4 mentions, all in the credits. No mention otherwise. Let me just search up Maeda. Maybe there's a little more results. There's 115 results, but that's because there's other creators with the last name Maeda. So, yeah. They're talking about it like it's a trick. They're doing the artist tricking you thing. Hate that. Is the Key Company mentioned in an article? Well, that's hard to say because key is kind of a generic word. 462 results, so hard to say. Production key, I guess. But I don't maybe, but couldn't tell you. I don't remember it. I don't recall it necessarily. You could certainly go to each one, like Angel Beats, Clannad, etc., and see if that's there. I'm pretty sure we saw it once. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's not like they, care. I don't know. I'm making an assumption. Yeah, no, I would say that's off the deep end. If for the Clanad article specifically, if you are putting aside the additive information about where it came from, who made it, any other historical context, what it does as a show, being like, oh, the first season does it like this, and then the second season is like this. You know, and it's just this, like, fluff. Then no, I don't think it's very additive. I'm pretty sure it would be next to Jumaya anyways. How this anime lies to you. Right? It's like a YouTube video.
And seriously consider the way that schools and the way that young love is depicted.
She does not go into that much detail, though. I just read it out loud. He's really focusing on this idea of like, wow, animes, it's fiction. Wow. Oh my gosh, guys. This high school isn't really like this in real life. No way. Holy shit, guys. Oh my god. But yeah, no, it is 100% so painfully biased that I can't even get over that they appreciate it. So they have to treat it like, unlike other harem shows, this one deconstructs the harem. They don't say they deconstructs the harem. They say it's so perfect, it makes us like the harem genre, and that's a bad thing. That's dangerous. Harems are supposed to be bad. Oh my god.
In high school anime. So I think it's a great entry, and I'm very pleased with it. And yes, Helen does say it will rot your brain and make you weep with nostalgia for something you never had. If I was a producer, I'd be happy to have that on the box.
Oh god, no! But see, again, I'd love to have that on the box. These guys are used to writing box copy. The thing you read on the back of the box that describes what the anime is, and to sell it to the consumer. That is so much and so indicative of what all of these articles are. So many of them. This one's for you. Like, there's so much of that. And that's not what I'm reading in Encyclopedia. It's just not what I want Encyclopedia to be. That doesn't even matter. That's like the definition of it is an encyclopedia because the definition is. No, it's just not what I want out of an encyclopedia. Clanad is a harem? By genre definition, yes. I mean, to these guys it is. Yeah. I get what you're saying, though, especially if we're talking about Clanad, after story. The aspect of him romancing the other girls is completely thrown out. But aside from the OVA, it'd be interesting if they actually talked about the show in concrete terms. And it was like it actually had an OVA depicting the potential, like, an alternate route. But also, Key was pioneering going against the Nukige stereotype of the medium, among others.
And if I was reading it, I hope that it would make me think, well, is she talking out of her backside? Or is there something in this? And go and watch it.
See, here's the problem with that. It's Clanad. It is one of the most popular titles of its era. So many people can attest to what you're talking about as being from your backside. Because they've seen it. Because they know what you're talking. They understand what you're talking about. And can be like, what are you talking about? I know that's kind of redundant, not very eloquently spoken on my end, but I'm not sure I would say that. I wrote this article as a bait. She did technically kind of say that, right? I wrote this as bait. I think she kind of said that. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
I think it's certainly it's a review that has a position, but it's a position that invites you to engage with it. I don't think it's a position that makes you think you're an idiot.
Not that it makes you think you're an idiot, but it's denigrating the show to an extent where it sounds like this was rotting my brain. You literally say this is too perfect, it's dangerous. That, like, and it's just confusing. The whiplash of being so complimentary and yet so denigrating and insulting to this title. But even putting all the opinions aside, the fact that you propagate your take, like Victor said, it's a take, it's not an opinion, it's a take. The fact that they're propagating this up in favor of being informational, like talking about that this comes from a VN by Key and Jun Maeda in 2000 whatever, and what their goal was, and then KyoAni at this point in their career, they were making these shows, and then Clannad was a big success for them, and talking about its success, or the movie that was directed by Osamu Dezaki, and the differences maybe. What does the movie do? It condenses the story in this way. You know? Informative. Not having any, like, what you thought, I thought it sucked. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Oh my god. I've actually never heard of Clannad. Well, Weird Proc, it's time to learn. Well, it is like one of the most popular anime on, at least like highest rated on Kitsu. Mal-wise, I don't even know how many it's tough now because like Mal is so skewed for like the newer anime and stuff, like, you know, because anime got such a surge after One Punch Man in like 2015 that like a lot of the newer shows have way more members than the shows that are actually way more foundational and legendary. So there's kind of a skewing point there, but like the people can attest that like Clannad's a huge one, really important. Not hearing about it before is quite the feat. Exactly, Greg. They could talk about canon and air, you know, the two preceding works. Literally a pivotal show in the medium. They could talk about Moon and One if they wanted to be informative. Also completely overshadowed by, wow, a good harem show. Exactly.
Yeah, one thing that we have always done is we have respected the intelligence of all our readers, and sometimes when you
except that guy in there.
Nope.
Well, fair enough. No, we would respect his intelligence when he displayed it.
Yeah.
Nope. No. I completely disagree. Utterly disagree. They have shown such a contempt for their audience, for their readership, for the people that like these shows. They like these shows. I would completely reject that. I've agreed with a lot of what they're saying. Nope. I will not give them that.
But we've
hard line on that. You do not have respect for you do not respect the intelligence of your audience.
Gone from the baseline that all our readers are engaged, intelligent human beings, and
that's an ideal, and I wish you would strive for that. I don't think you succeeded.
Sometimes they make us question that, but most of the time we get.
As someone who's been reading the majority of it, I say the majority because we're on T, and I'm going to read all of it, and I'm going to get to the end, and I'm like, no, they did not.
Really good discussion and debate from our readers, and quite a lot of them have input into the book. You know, we set ourselves up. We say, if you find what you think is an error, let us know, and if it's an error, we'll correct it.
I just want to recall, because I that was really encouraging to me too. And that was part of the reason I went through the effort and looked through all the revisions and read both encyclopedias. I read it twice. I pretty much read the encyclopedia twice to find these corrections. And there are a lot of corrections. But it's very interesting when there's not corrections. And they insist that this is how it is. Despite, like, really? Nobody corrected you guys on Dragon Ball's entry? Nobody corrected you on One Piece's entry? Are we serious? On Pokemon? It's like at the point where it's like, Ah, yes, the classic let the audience playtest edit for us. I think it's great that they gave their email, but like if you see any corrections, let us know, because of course things are gonna fall through the cracks. But how did this stuff fall through the cracks for 15 years? How did I find all this shit and it was still in both the first and third edition? How? Are we just the red junks, anyone? I'm pretty sure they changed at least junks from the first to the third. No, wait, did they not? Wait, I don't think they did, right? Is that the... Wait a minute, wait. Yeah! No, they didn't! It is in the third edition! Red-haired junks! But they changed the name of Luffy from Rufy, R-U-F-Y, to Luffy, L-U-F-F-Y. Manglobe making Samurai Champloo. Did they not? Wait a minute. Isn't that not Manglobe? No, wait. It's the same studio as Ergoproxy, isn't it? Wait, what? Wait, no. I'm pretty sure that's Manglobe. Wait. Yeah, no, that's by Manglobe. Wait, what are you talking about, Hayden? Did they not say it was by Manglobe? From the studio that brought us Samurai Champloo. Wait. Samurai Champloo? Yeah, no, they say it's by Manglobe. Wait, what are you talking about? That's the one they didn't. No, right. Junks, yeah. Wait, I don't know. Whatever. Sorry, we're gonna keep going. We've been streaming for like 4 hours.
And
Four and a half hours.
people have given us great feedback.
We have changed our perspective on some things as well over time. I mean,
Like Angel's Egg? God, there are. The first that change was dramatic. And I was expecting more of those, but there really aren't that many.
every now and then there'll be an entry or a
Wasn't that a big discussing point when we brought? I don't remember. Couldn't tell you. Maybe, but I don't remember.
show that I will rewatch or review, and I'll look at the Anime Encyclopedia entry and see if I feel it's relevant. I mean, we are very, very cruel to a show called The Gigolo, for example.
Gigolo. Yeah. I mean, I think I remember Gigolo. I'm looking up in my notes. Gigolo. Wait, what? Oh, do a judge. Better plotted than most porn, rivals Go-Go in juvenile take on sex/crime. Bizarre it wasn't made as a gay anime like Fake. You've been much crueler to other anime than that. That's a mixed opinion, bro. You've been much crueler to shows than that.
I actually found a VHS of it a while ago and watched it again, and it's nowhere near as bad as some of the hentai we watch today. But it's the Gigolo who's become for us this kind of...
But wait, did they change the first? They didn't. It's not one of the ones they changed their opinion. The only thing they added to the article of Gigolo was they added the initial British release even managed to misspell the title. They didn't even... That's a word. They just added more. What is he talking about? It sounds like he made a big revision in Gigolo, but they didn't.
A benchmark of awfulness, because at the time it was the worst thing that we'd seen. We've seen
that in the first edition. It didn't come across that way to me. This is news to me.
A lot worse since then, though.
Well, and again with hentai, you have to define worse. I mean, we've...
By the way, guys, wait a second. Do you notice a certain word coming up here?
We've seen a lot worse since then, though.
Well, and again with hentai, you have...
With what? With what? With what, Helen? With what, John?
The Gigolo has become as bad as some of the... I actually found a VHS of it a while ago and watched it again, and it's nowhere near as bad as some of the hentai we watched.
Some of the what? Some of the what? Oh.
Today. But it's just the Gigolo has become...
Did they some of the H words?
Kind of benchmark of awfulness.
What did they use?
At the time, it was the worst thing that we'd seen. We've seen a lot worse since then, though.
Well, and again with hentai, you have to...
Oh, with what? Oh, with hentai? I'm sorry to make a big point out of this.
Define worse. I mean, we've seen stuff that's...
They do... For those of you who don't know, sorry if I'm making a big deal weird that you don't know the context, they've expressly do not use the word hentai in the encyclopedia. They do not use the phrase OVA or OAV as a term. They call it video. They don't use shonen, shoujo, yuri, any Japanese term that we might normally use. And yet, here we are.
Much nastier. But it's still hard to find stuff that is actually more inept.
Right. Well, I mean,
Because inept is subjective. Because it's so easy to assume that something is inept. Because you make a judgment call or whatever.
back to your earlier metaphor, if you're Indiana Jones, it would occur to me that the porn is the boulder, right? So like when you're producing
fan artist, if you please. Helen McCarthy in a hat outrunning a boulder made of porn.
Right.
Actually, in some ways, maybe the porn is the arc.
Sure, right. Well, so, but, I mean, so obviously it was a conscious decision to include...
I will eat your face.
Well,
No comment.
it was a conscious decision to include...
Like, Mango was formed after Samurai Champloo came out, whatever it was. Oh, in 04? Maybe, I don't know. This is the most excited I've seen you talk about hentai. Ah! Yeah, you're right.
Include hentai.
Yes.
Most
Yes, it was.
people, I
And
guess...
we argue about that a lot as well.
Wait, what?
We now
About
and then
the-
there'll be an intro.
I'm sorry, I hit something and I
Our
misclicked.
readers are, very intelligent time. You know, we set ourselves up, and you know,
And we
people
have sure. I mean, we are very, very cruel to just of it. But it's just the thing that we've seen. We've seen,
stuff that's much inept.
It would occur to me that...
if you please, Helen McCarthy in a hat.
Sure, right. Well, I mean, so it was a conscious decision to include hentai.
Yes.
Most
Yes, it was.
people, I
And
guess...
we argue about that a lot as well.
I'm sure.
Every time a new. Oh, sorry. Do you want to carry asking the questions?
I would love to. If the book, if you had an encyclopedia of film that included pornographic film, I mean, I would imagine it'd be a huge point of contention, and then the book would be relabeled as an encyclopedia of porn that happened to also include regular movies, just because it's going to draw so much attention. Do you feel how did you come to that conclusion? Like, was it basically this is a part of it, and by ignoring it, we're not doing our jobs? Is that effectively the argument there?
That's certainly part of it, Zach. I mean, don't forget we'd done the Erotic Anime Movie Guide in 1998, so we
Sure.
were aware of what was there. And I saw Justin, in fact, on Answer Man this very week, saying that hentai in the 1990s was a huge part of the foreign anime business, which it isn't really anymore because the nature of the business has changed. I was very keen to make it clear to the apologists for anime, who said it was, for grown-ups, that so much of it was supported on a foundation of pornography and hentai and horror. Urotsuki Doji paid for a dozen different anime to be released in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
And I think it's worth including that. I actually wish that the Hollywood film industry was assessed in tandem with the porn industry to show just how much of the filmmaking industry is below the line, shall we say.
I agree with his point. I completely get this point. But that is again burying the lead with the problem with this book in regards to porn. It is not identifying what is and isn't porn. It just isn't doing a good job of you reading this article. You just see a title. Sometimes you can make a pretty safe guess, like a pretty obvious guess, and other times you don't, and it literally hits you from the back of the head of suddenly he rapes her or something. I'm sorry to trigger with using the R word, but it's so, it's, and obviously so much of this is so miserable and gross, and obviously that's my opinion, sure. But it's, there's so much of it. There's so much of it, and it's just making you thinking how are they making these choices? How much of this did they include? Did they make choices to include this stuff? It's oh my gosh, be selective, please. Have some, it's I get certain ones, of course you're gonna talk, I don't want to, the fact that they made a restriction on in such and such of like, you know, no commercials, no short films, so like they couldn't include Daikon 3 and 4, but they made no such, not even restrictions, but like thinking a little bit of like parsing it, I don't know, something to be like, let's not have this many porn reviews, let's not have this many articles about pornography, it's a little much, or it's so prevalent. And yeah, it's important, it is, but like, how important really is the porn industry in the American film? Is it that important to bring up almost all of them and like blush that, like, completely blood this book with this stuff that like a lot of people find objectionable, to the point that it's disgusting to read about, never mind watch or see any images of? Do you know what I mean? Like, God, literally no ethical filter for porn. That's a great way to put it. Excellent way to put it. But like, I even understand it from that perspective, because you gotta talk about Lolita. You gotta talk about Cream Lemon. But if they had a no depictions of children, unfortunately, you're cutting a lot of it, if not all. God. Ugh. There's no tact. There was no tact in choosing, there was no selectivity. I feel like hentai could just be an article on its own in the back, so they could cover Overfiend and the other important stuff. Yeah. Exactly. What the fuck? Damn, I was gonna make a porn art joke. Sorry, I got distracted, but the actual quote Miyazaki said is something inherent. It's true. I play Blue, Black, and Magic, and some people eat their own onions, uncaramelized. Ah, shoot, is this still going? I was watching Dobutsu Takarajima with me mum. Look at you, Raj. Hell yeah. Animal Treasure Island whips ass. But yes, it's still going. I'm almost done, though. It's like 18 minutes left. Oh. I should dig up the Garbraith lecture on his reference. He had the actual book. Literally no ethical. I feel like hentai, yeah. I don't know, Shapes. There's a lot of non-adult anime in this book that I would probably find more objectionable. Than the porn? Sure. I get that. I know what you're talking about. They should have just sectioned that off for a back section. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the solution really was. It's not really my wheel of expertise, but I just want to report how I felt reading this entire book. That was a significant hurdle. That was a significant, like, rough point. Not even just the fact that it's in there, because I get the significance. It's the amount. And just, like, labels. And the fact that you don't even know that what's porn or not. That's the issue. Definitely.
I think Ramon Lobato wrote a book about informal economies of cinema very recently. And I think he said it was something like 80% of American filmmaking is not part of the cinema world.
Mm.
Right.
You know, it goes straight to video, it goes online, or it's pornography that no one sees, or it's, you know, some kind of niche that avoids television. And I think that's fascinating, and I think it would be a contentious subject, but wouldn't it be interesting if someone did an Encyclopedia of American Film that also included all that?
Well, it'd be a big book.
It would be a big book.
That's that. Yeah, Zach is right. Big book. Because then, you know, being so encompassing, you get even more questions of like, why isn't this in here? Did you really talk about all these forgettable porn and then had a rule where you couldn't talk about Daikon 4? Really? It just like it makes those limitations that much more glaring, and like those omissions that much more confusing. I just like labels. Yeah. An H tag. Mm-hmm. It doesn't seem like it'd be that hard, even if you do it manually with warning porn. Yeah. I don't mind if it has all the hentai, just label it. I think Debbie Does Dallas has some entries because it might have actually had an influence.
It's because the Anime Encyclopedia.
Maybe.
But it certainly is a more honest way of looking at a medium, I think, of saying that this medium actually does everything. So why do we pretend that there are bits of it that don't exist or that can't be considered in the same way?
Yes! 100%! But why all of it? Why do you have to, like, keep bringing up this, like... Literally, they talk about how repetitive it is. How redundant it is. Just how much of it there. But, like, can we just put in night shift nurses and we don't have to put in the 6 other ones? The 6 other nurse porn anime? Like, what is that what value is that giving? I feel like I would hope, maybe, if they do consider a 4th edition, they do start being curating. They do start parting back, being like, okay, yeah, we don't need to mention all 3 Princess Knight porn pastiches in a row, always mentioning, hey, it's like Princess Knight. God. Wait, they didn't talk about Daikon 4? No, they don't have an article on Daikon 4. They even mentioned that they, like, specifically Daikon 4, we do not have an article for. Because it's a short. Or it was for a convention. It's like a commercial, so commercials don't count. But yeah, no, definitely not a good case for them, since plenty of those picks just don't justify them as part of the history. Yeah, not even, even just that, like, some of these... There was that one porn article we didn't even get the description of. We don't even know what it's about, because they were just making fun of it the whole time. And it was like, this is rock bottom.
I mean, half an hour of animated entertainment to the buyer is just about what he wants. It's not qualitatively different because he happens to want pornography rather than a robot adventure.
I mean, but you are right that we are being deliberately provocative with it, and every time we do an update, we do sit down and have the conversation, shall we take hentai out?
That's so binary. I don't like that. Because of course they're going to keep saying no, and they're not going to do any substantive changes that actually makes for a better reading experience. They're just making these big binary choices, yes or no. Why does it have to be a yes or no thing? Because you know that this is such a broad idea. It's essentialism again. But now essentialism that's like affecting creative decisions. I gotta have this thing or whatever. And look, I'm not a stranger to binary. It's either got to be in there or we're not doing it or something like that, you know? Like those like ultimatums almost.
There is an opportunity there to hive it off into its own little book.
Or the back of the book, like some of you guys are saying. I don't even think I'm actually okay with it being in alphabetical order. I think the solution is a proper tagging. LNV does not cover it because Berserk has LNV on it, and Berserk is not porn. Plain and simple. It's got pornographic LNV. It's got nudity in it. It's got language. It's got violence. But it's not porn. I feel like they had the same exhaustion talking about all the non-H anime. What would be useful if they actually went over the fetishes of each hentai, so even if they don't have anything to say about it, I at least know what I'm getting myself into. They do give... I never really read a lot of these out loud, Hayden. Because God, but like I've been reading all of them. They do list the fetishes a lot of the time. They'd be like, it's got this. A lot of the time, and that's what makes it so... But I agree that that's helpful. For that, distinction. It's got the tags. They get it. I think my issue is more of just the sheer amount of it and just like going over and over and over and over and saying nothing new. And it's fatiguing. I'm sure it's fatiguing for them to write. They say as much in the fucking thing, but because if they say no, then the exec has to have a hand in it. That's a good idea then. That's a good idea.
And every time, I mean, we've had this conversation twice now, and we've almost done it. We've almost said, okay, we're going to move on, but we're not quite sure where to draw the line, certainly with pornography. You know, when does it stop becoming, you know, mildly erotic and actually become pornographic? It's a very difficult line to draw.
Yeah, that's why I don't think you should even try to binary yes or no. But maybe that's why they don't have a tag. But like, guys, that's not stopping every other website that databases anime from having a hentai tag, from explicitly like R18. This is porn. Like, content warning, pornographic material, penetration, certain fetish, whatever. You know, like it. I don't think it's that hard. I don't think it's that gray. Again, I don't have that much experience in this thing, but like, no, I don't think it's that hard.
And also, I personally love having the whole thing there, the entire industry. But
except it's not, is it? You did draw lines. You don't have commercials in here. And I get why you don't have commercials in here. But like, you're not covering the full industry. So by by that logic, it's like if you're not even living up to that standard, then you may as well be more curative, right? At least at NSFW1, but like, come on. I think it's important to still have it, even if it's not what you want to read in the moment. The clarification of something being hentai is probably more important, though. They should say it's for big kids only. Thanks, Roger. That way, if it can immediately be identified as hentai, you can just skip over it as a casual reader or seek it out if that's what you want. Commercials are kind of important as a part. They get that it's important too, but it's nearly impossible to talk about in this encyclopedic context.
Particularly when so many well-known companies, if you dig through their umbrella corporations and their satellites, you discover that they themselves also have porno divisions.
Although what hiving it off would allow us to do would be to highlight not only those connections and those companies, and maybe do thematic essays in the area of pornography.
Oh,
different fetishes.
God.
Yeah, be fun.
Yeah!
But also to highlight some of the people involved who are actually filmmakers trying to do a decent job, often under a pseudonym, usually on next to no money, on awful timescales, like most animators everywhere. I mean, look at Ken Riker. Ken Riker is one of my favorite unsung stars in the Encyclopedia. He directs an awful...
Ken Riker. Let's search how many times she brings that up. Did I spell it wrong? Ken R? 1,000+ results, of course. Right? With a Y? Who the fuck is she talking about? Ken Riker? An actor? Ken Riker, gay porn star videos, porn star page? Yeah, it's with a Y. It's with a Y. Ken Riker porn, gay porn, yeah. Okay. Definitely who she's talking about. 0 results in the book. Like, I seem to have spelt that right. And it's not in the book. Does she mean like unsung hero as in like doesn't even fucking mention him? Is he in hentai? Is he like a voice actor? Do porn stars do hentai dubs? Is it Riker Ken? I don't know why it would be Riker Ken. I'm just gonna Google Riker with a Y, just Riker, no results. Ken Riker with an AI? Riker. No results. Riker with an AI. Riker. Nothing. Rika? Did I spell that right? Rika? Oh! Oh my god, we got it! Thank you, is your guy. I guess I put an R at the end. Rikar or something. Okay, Ken Rika. Director Ken Rika. All right. Director. Okay, he's just been showing up in the credits so far, but she's not mentioned him, and that's why the name didn't sound familiar to me, because she never met. There we go. Okay, we're here. The main point of erotica and pornography is animated sex, but when director Raika and writer Sawayama get together, they usually try and deliver some semblance of a plot, and if possible, a few laughs, which is what they aim for here. That is, insofar as one can add laughs alongside a rape scene. Great. Such an unsung hero. Wow. Amazing. Sorry if I'm being so dismissive immediately. It's just, again, I try to be very obvious about my bias here. It's not a pleasant subject for me.
A lot of porn. He always does his best to actually make it have a story and something vaguely resembling characters and deliver something like entertainment value. And he's just, I think he's an unsung hero. The medium that he's working in is probably one of the more successful mediums in anime, I would imagine. I have no data to support this, but it wouldn't surprise me to know that he sells more of his tapes than some of those 1,800-person niche titles Jonathan's talking about.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
the industry's in a really strange place right now, so it...
Zach is such a saint in this fucking interview, dude. The more I'm listening to this back, it's like it really sounds. Maybe I'm projecting or something, but it sounds like he's tolerating this. He's like, yeah, maybe.
Yes, hentai especially is a section of the industry, as you mentioned, that has suffered.
Checking his works, and these are based on H manga. He hasn't making stories. He's adapting them. Thank you, Greg. Very interesting.
A lot in recent years. Like it barely exists anymore.
Well, there's still quite a lot of material to be plowed through, as I can verify.
Well, that's true, because I'm sure you guys have noticed that the business model has shifted now to censored television broadcasts, and then they sell the uncensored Blu-ray, and that's how they get people in the store, because there's nipples on the Blu-ray, and there's no nipples on the ATX broadcast or whatever.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of the new thing, and that stuff, and we've actually seen arguments in the forums where people are saying they prefer this to straight-up hentai. They prefer ecchi anime to straight-up hentai because the animation budget will be bigger, the story will be a focus, like, it will be better than porn, and they can still get off to it because it has what they want. So that's really upended the hentai industry, from what I understand.
I think I actually didn't really consider that. I don't even remember. Obviously, I've listened to this before, but a while ago. I think that's an amazing point that Zach just made, because it's so funny how intensely dismissive they are of exactly the title that he's talking about. They are so flippant and harsh about these ecchi harems, about this like ecchi school, whatever. The exact thing that he's talking about. And they prefer it over this thing that they're like, hentai is actually pretty important, guys. This guy's actually kind of an auteur, if I might say so. He's kind of an unsung hero. Like, all right. Very interesting. I've seen a couple of this guy's hentai. Nah, he has at least one original. I don't think it's the infamous director that has some seasickness camera work. Okay, yeah, Ken Reika's got some bangers. Oh yeah, that's actually a good resume list. Thank you guys for looking. But you see, I like that perspective. I like putting the real name on it and like, whoever the pseudonym is, right? I really like that. And like having some actual nuance and having a person behind it, like, oh, he's got some banger. That's really encouraging to hear. It's not a demographic. It's not a subset that I care to explore, but that's great. Why is that not as really well reflected here? Let me look up more mentions of Reika. Director Reika, designer Ken Reika, director Ken Reika. Okay, Ken Reika. I'm sorry, I'm just looking for his name. Because it doesn't fucking highlight when it's just the way that this looks, like this. Like, I can't, I don't know where it fucking is. It's so annoying. In an interesting setup and attractive character design are let down by poor pacing and a hurried resolution. This is especially disappointing for fans of erotica and pornography because both directors have shown that they can deliver something better. Raika, which probably isn't his real name since the kanji roughly translate as lightning blade, is a hentai stalwart with a score of titles on its rap sheet. Alright. Okay, Hornmeister Ken Raika's sense of the ridiculous must be stroked by wacky pseudonyms like that of character designer Karakuri, whose name could be read as Old Lawnmower. That's not. That's not it. Oh. Raihiken, aka Ken Raika. No, so there's like 3 mentions of him, and they're not all that flattering, all things considered. Who are they talking about? Ken Raika. I'll rewind to where she was talking about him.
Porn, and they can still pick up television broadcasts. This is a really strange.
That's something I would like in Encyclopedia. He did write on film, maybe thematic essays in the area of pornography.
Oh, God.
Yeah, be fun. But also to highlight some of the people involved who are actually filmmakers trying to do a decent job, often under a pseudonym, usually on next to no money, on awful timescales, like most animators everywhere. I mean, look at Ken Raika. Ken Raika is one of my favourite unsung stars in the Encyclopedia. He directs an awful lot of porn. He always does his best to actually make it have a story and something vaguely resembling characters and deliver something like entertainment value. And he's just, I think he's an unsung hero. The medium that he's working in is probably one of the more successful mediums in anime.
Right, and then she goes on. I mean, if they're talking about story and characters, I'm not sure why they so easily dismiss Eroge. I wish they adapted the rest of Junkland. I do agree with what Helen had to say about him. I wish there was a better catalog for how H Studios kept their resumes, because some sites have had to completely mislabel who worked on what. Raika doesn't mean lightning blade. It refers to fire that's made from a lightning strike.
Imagine.
Oh, okay.
It's hentai, especially in recent years, like it barely exists anymore.
Very
Censored or because there's nipples on the Blu-ray, the new thing, and that stuff, and it straight up hentai. They will be a focus. So better than porn, and they can still get off to it because it has what they want. So that's really upended the hentai industry, from what I understand.
Yeah,
that's a new thing.
Yeah, but also it's a distribution matter because, as Justin was saying in his column this week, most of the hentai in America was distributed through sex shops. Mm-hmm. Sex shops themselves are in decline because everyone's getting all their porn from the internet.
Right.
Not everyone, obviously, but most people.
Yeah.
Most people, yeah.
Right, exactly. Okay, so let's go ahead and get to these Twitter questions. Andrea Paplu asks, what unlicensed titles in the Encyclopedia do you want to see English releases of?
I would like to see an English language release of Momotaro's Divine Sea Warriors, and I'm not being deliberately difficult. It has just come out in Blu-ray in Japan, so there is an opportunity there for someone to subtitle it and do a very nice commentary track and scare people with Japanese propaganda from 1945.
I'd like to see an English language release of almost anything made before 1945. Really, there is so much good material out there. And
I like their answer, but it's also a coward's answer. Come on. Say you want to license something like Candy.
Little of it is
which I know they understand the license situation of that one.
Release that you could virtually pick 5 titles at random, and you'd have a wonderful addition to the catalogue.
All right, VZMK2 wants to know what your favorite episode of Cream Lemon is.
I like Pop Chaser. I've always been fond of Pop Chaser.
I do not have.
That seems like good taste. That also seems like kind of the popular normie one, but I've heard very good things about Pop Chaser for sure. I've heard basically I actually only know the episode of Pop Chaser. I've only heard about that episode. Every other episode, they've obviously described it, but is there anyone that has, I prefer this other episode of Cream Lemon? No, it's always Pop Chaser. Anyway, I'd probably be quiet. I know it's late. I gotta finish this up.
Favorite episode because I think it's all equally horrible.
Oh, come on, Pop Chaser was kind of sweet. It was, the lesbian one.
You say you know the lesbian one, like I would know that. Cream Lemon is Helen's part of the encyclopedia. I tried to go there.
She's insinuating that you're some kind of degenerate. That's what.
Well, everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Okay. Vinny of AGC wants to know if the sheer amount of television, you mentioned it's gone down a little bit, has the sheer amount of television being produced has affected the amount of work the book is per entry.
Per entry, no, you still do the same amount of work per entry. You still have to do the same level of research. You might have to watch more for a successful show than for a less successful show. Obviously, watching a film takes less time than trying to watch enough of a TV series to get a handle on it. But the volume of work is about the same.
Rainbow War 7.
Right. There's a bit of the minutes there of them pretty much mostly watching movies and short OVAs and all the porn, then watching these longer titles that like they have no time to. Never mind it being subtitled and stuff. So they just kind of have to make an assumption about Sally the Witch and then spoil the ending. Pop Chaser was done by the Golden Boy directors. Probably why it stands out. Was Pop Chaser the pre-Eiko one? Or am I thinking about the porn franchise that birthed Eiko? You're thinking about the porn franchise that birthed Eiko, yeah, which is Cream Lemon. And they're talking about their favorite episode of Cream Lemon, because it's an anthology, it's like an episodic thing. I remember watching a couple of Cream Lemon episodes with friends, but they definitely weren't Pop Chaser.
One wants to know if the science fiction encyclopedia was influential on the design of the anime encyclopedia.
The science fiction encyclopedia was influential.
Fiction encyclopedia was influential. Rainbow War 71 wants to know if the science fiction encyclopedia was influential on the design of the anime encyclopedia.
That's a reference to my role as a contributing editor on the Science Fiction Encyclopedia, which is an online and free resource and has about 100,000 words in there about Chinese and Japanese science fiction, including anime. I have done a few anime entries for them. And the truth is, no, the Science Fiction Encyclopedia has not been an influence because I only started working for them in 2011, and they have a very particular kind of style and a very particular way of approaching their material. So you can actually read, for example, the Gunbuster entry that I wrote for the Science Fiction Encyclopedia, and you'll see it's very different from the Gunbuster entry that I wrote for the Anime Encyclopedia. I would like the Science Fiction Encyclopedia to have an influence on the Anime Encyclopedia because the way it monetizes is very different. The Science Fiction Encyclopedia is not a book, it's a service. And so the people who work on it are paid a stipend to update it and to continue to expand it.
Oh, heaven.
Yeah, and obviously I would very much like that if the Anime Encyclopedia were an ongoing affair and I could just dedicate more time to it. But at the moment, the Anime Encyclopedia is a book, so I can't do that. But you never know. One day, an eccentric millionaire will turn up and give us loads of money to just to maintain a permanent rolling service, and then there'll be trouble.
Maybe it'll come up in the next 9 minutes left of this podcast, but they just want a database, AnyDB, Mal, like I think I don't know if it was here or elsewhere where they actually kind of like show kind of contempt for Mal because Mal obviously stole so many of their entries. Like they just copy paste their description from the Anime Encyclopedia into Mal and it says source the Anime Encyclopedia.
Would they just?
Right, and he meant, it was a two-part question. The second part was, are you considering putting the Anime Encyclopedia online in the same fashion?
Not unless someone pays us.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the question. How will someone pay? And the thing is, the Science Fiction Encyclopedia is an absolutely fantastic resource, but it's being paid for by Golantz, by a publisher which uses it as a gateway to an entire world of Kindle books that you can buy from them, and they regard it as a reasonable investment. Although if they pulled the plug, who knows what would happen? And it's the same with if it were an online resource, how would we get paid? I mean, as it is, I don't know if Helen will let me say what our advance for this book was, but it wasn't a lot of money.
It certainly wasn't a lot of money.
We are paid basically a penny a page to write this book. So it's not a huge amount of cash. And although the first edition and the second edition made back their advance and made us some money, and basically, as far as I'm concerned, paid me minimum wage for the time that I put in, which was all I was expecting, so I'm quite happy with that. And I hope the third edition will do the same thing. But this is certainly not something that I'm not talking to you from my yacht. When I tell you this, it's not a particularly well-paid endeavour, and if it were online and given away for free, then it would not be paid at all. And unless someone found a way of making that happen, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, also, of course, it's now.
That's because I think it's in its current state, it would not make sense. Because yeah, it's just a website at that point, and websites it's kind of the Web 1.0 thing. I'm not familiar with the sci-fi encyclopedia and how the updating kind of translates to money. I guess they run ads on the website. I don't really know, or I guess that they're being funded by a particular group. But I mean, at this point, the creator economy exists. You can make a living, a pretty good living, if you know, if you end up being kind of successful on YouTube or Twitch. If they pursue that. I think they're too old for that at this point. I don't know. But like, I think that's still possible to really kind of, but I get it. It's a hard to wrap your head around of like, how can you monetize something like this and make it an ongoing effort type of deal. That's actually what I've been kind of wrapping my head around. How can I do something like this that's monetarily sustainable? Because I would want to do a project that's like this, but like, do it the way I would want to do it, where it's not about what this anime is about, if that makes sense. I don't want the description of like, what is this anime about, to be the first thing you know about it. What I like knowing about an anime is, I guess besides the title, I think it's a tie between what year it came out and what it looks like. I think those two things are of almost equal importance to me. The year makes sense. The year matters to me in terms of contextualization. It's the first and easiest and shortest catch-all of like, where in time does this take place? Not like when the anime takes. I don't give a shit about that. I mean, like, is this a 90s OVA? Is this a 2000s, like early DigiPaint? Is this during the kind of the streaming era of like the 2020s? Is this an early 70s anime, like around the Gekiga boom? Right, you're contextualizing it in a historical, I think what you're saying, historical context. Just knowing the year really influence, like, oh, this is an early 90s title. And there's not a whole lot of these, but there's some that are like, they're kind of obscure. We need to know more about this. I want to learn more. You know, when I hear from that an anime is from 1994, that kind of piques my interest, because like, it's kind of during a slump during anime's history, like the industry's history, you know, versus where it's from 1998. Oh man, everything's happening at once, and you might get some things that fall into the cracks, or you just get bebop, right? Their cultural context, I think, is important to me. But then, yeah, what it looks like, describing it, you know, what kind of art design does it have? Who's the character designer? Is it notable for having this like really good animation directors, or you know, a particular studio? What is its context in the studio's history? You know, this is a really important title for Sunrise. You know, because at this point they were doing this, and now like with this designer that came in, they were able to make this. You're not even starting to talk about what it's about, because to me that comes secondary, almost. Just to understand it, I guess. You would have to know that historical context as a fan to appreciate that kind of stuff. Most people just want a crazy and catchy plot synopsis to set their expectations, sadly. Sure, in terms of like whether they want to watch it or not. What Clemens said towards the beginning of this, being like, okay, like they gave you a list of the anime, like, okay, well, which one should we watch? Where's the fantasy? I don't want to appeal to those people. Those people can kick rocks. Those people can pound sand. If you get what I'm saying. Go watch whatever. Be a fan for 18 to 24 months. Like they're saying, right? The half-life of an anime fan. Those fans, no saving them. They're gonna like anime for a certain amount of time, and then you can't, no helping those guys. What I want to make is stuff that's gonna sustain people, that's going to like enrich them, that's going to make them more interested in checking something out, and just getting to know more about this thing. It's not even the production history, not like a big, not kind of like what Kyoto Video does, I think, with kind of, it does feel a little bit like padding or bloating it out when he's talking about production, and it's kind of the stuff that I'm talking about, really. I don't know. But it's finding the the interesting thing about it, I guess. So what's worth talking about it? A good chunk of my Fruba comments were people saying how they wanted me to talk about the remake. Realistically, it has no reason to be in the video. They just see the title and set their expectations. I told you that was what my expectations were too, Hayden. Because if you're talking about Fruba in 2023, that's what I'm expecting. And when you say the Fruits Basket problem, if people are in the know about the situation with that show, there's a show that came out in 2001, and now there's a remake with the author being very closely involved. It's like a closer adaptation or something. So like, we kind of framed it as that being that is the expectation in that particular instance. But like I said in my digest review of your video, I really liked that it wasn't that, because that was interesting. That was sort of like a different take, or like unexpected and far more deep and nuanced, and not easy. I don't know, more interesting. That's the kind of stuff I want to make. It was really good. Seriously. Not that you need that confirmation. Anyone talk about the age gap relationships or whatever? Yeah. Fuck them. High concept elevator pictures win again for SEO, lowest common denominator landscapes. Yep. But it's, fighting in spite of that. You know what I mean? Like, alright, yeah, that's gonna happen, but I don't want to let that... It's gonna be a prop. It's gonna be some more what is the Tupac quote? I've been listening a lot to Kendrick Lamar, and like the last track on Pimp of a Butterfly, Mortal Man, where he's talking to Tupac. Tupac's like, I was hitting the right button and it was happening. And it's no problem. I mean, it's a problem, but I'm not gonna let them know. I just love that. It's such a good flex of like, yeah, my success, I got this. It's no problem. I mean, because he's thinking about, well, fame sucks. It's a problem. The success, it comes with a lot of more money, more problems, right? It's a problem, but I'm not gonna let them know. It's like, I'll deal with it. Not to explain the joke or anything, but such a good quote. If it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to talk about it. Gotta fan those flames for the Google interaction. Yeah, titling the problem pretty much pointing to the elephant in the room outright. I say that as an example of what people actually want to see. I use that to subvert expectations and make people see a different side. I agree. That was really smart of you. But yeah, I'm with Shaves on the holistic parts. Yeah, a lot of the viewers don't understand how YouTube or writing works, not to be rude about it or anything. Yeah. It doesn't really affect me. I say that in regards to what most people would expect out of the video. Yeah, because based on your reception, because you got like over 50k views on it, so you got a lot more comments than you normally get on your videos. And you just get a lot of... You noticed it, Hayden? I don't know if I'm sorry I haven't talked to you directly about the vid, but you got in the flies, right? You got those faceless profile pickless dudes that are just like, the same guy said that 20 minutes ago. You didn't just read the comment section first before making your comment? Ugh. So tiring.
A unique thing. It is still a physical book. It's Kindle book now, which would make a wonderful basis for an online resource if we ever got to that stage. But one of its unique selling points is that it is still a book. It still stands on those values. To take it online would be such a huge endeavor and such a huge shift. It would be coming into a very, very crowded market, competing against lots of the sources that have mined it for the past 15 years.
Subtweet. Exactly. That's so funny that she brags about it being the edifice and like the foundation. And like we did all this work, and then complaining that people are mining it for content. Like, pick one. Are you proud of that or not? Like, of course, like, what is that supposed to mean? Like, yeah, they did that. Either first or, yeah, I haven't watched the vid yet, but I'm sure it must be great.
It would also need serious investment, and of course, Jonathan and I both have to be kept in the manager.
First is flattering, because that means that people are like, oh my gosh, I gotta make a comment, because people are gonna comment really quick, because it's gonna be because this is a good YouTuber. First is compliment. I take first as like yeah, you're early. Hell yeah, dude. Thanks for coming.
Which we expect to be accustomed investment. And of course, Jonathan and I both have to be kept in the manner to which we expect to be accustomed.
I want caviar.
Well,
On my own trailer.
Your own trailer. Wow, you have big ambitions. I just like an updated computer and more chocolate, please.
Okay. T. Guycott asks, what sort of difficulty is there when creating entries and summaries for the most obscure or inaccessible anime titles out there?
I would point out, firstly, that obscure is a movable feast. Helen mentioned the Shadow Staff, for example, which is a group of animators who made instructional cartoons for the Japanese Army and the Japanese Navy. In fact, they supposedly made a cartoon that instructed the pilots who attacked Pearl Harbor how to attack Pearl Harbor. They were not credited on it, and all of their work was destroyed in 1945 by the Japanese, and anything the Japanese missed, the Americans burned as well. As a result, it's so obscure that no one has seen it. And so I had to piece together stuff from people's memoirs and little fragments, like what was written on the boxes before they were destroyed. And so it's very, that's pretty obscure. And so the most obscure stuff is not only something I haven't seen, it's something that no one's seen.
Exactly. And at that point, like, what's the point? I think there's certainly some value. I'm not saying to discard it or not talk about it entirely or pretend it doesn't exist. I'm not saying that. I just think to, like, emphasize its value, especially in the current climate, right? Because it's like, can you watch it right now?
Like The King's Tale, for example, which was destroyed by the studio that made it, or
right. It's like, okay, this is really interesting, and certainly a period thing. But it's like, how influential was it really at that point?
Cool Ship, which is the first erotic anime, which was believed destroyed but has since been uncovered in Tokyo, although I haven't seen it myself. So that's really obscure. And the other thing to bear in mind, and this is something of a first world problem, I'll admit, but once we write about it, it's not obscure anymore.
Not true. Misinformation. I do credit, like, I do think the Encyclopedia had an impact. It didn't have that, because the thing is, right, a lot of the people who who bought this book or have read any capacity of it, they've not read all of it. There's probably a lot of articles in this that I might be one of the handful of people that have actually read it, because when you get this book, what often happens is you read the articles of the anime you recognize, and then put it down and never pick it back up again. Not to discredit the Encyclopedia or whatever. It's still, I think it's still, prominent and everything. But like, no, they are still very obscure even after you talk about them. There's actually mostly people gushing about how important Fruba was to them. I feel like I got the same amount of comments actually talking about the video itself, as usual. Congrats on for writing about that, it's pretty interesting. Personally, I don't take issue with it because they're still putting it themselves out there. Comparatively, women leave much more thoughtful comments than men. I think I agree with that. I think I could tell that from my Ojimanja Doremi video. Been making a ton of YouTube shorts as of late, and the algorithm greatly skews towards male viewers, which tank my ratings. Because it's dude bros who instantly dislike anything shoujo. I've been seeing you've also been pretty prominent on the community tab too. Just kind of like fishing for comments, I guess, or engagement. It's like, oh, what do you think about this title? What do you think about this title? Man, it's obscure. Yeah, not true. They're still obscure. I wonder if destroyed anime should have been like a section in of itself in the encyclopedia so people could easily find it out.
And this can become a big issue because we'll fight and scrape and go on these voyages of discovery and get incredibly excited about something. When the first edition was published, there were 300 titles in there that had never been discussed in the English language before. Of course now anyone knows, everyone knows about them. They may not have seen them, but
No, not true. Just because no, the 300 titles, which he doesn't specify which ones those are. And it might be a rough guess. I fully believe him that there are 300 that had never been talked about in English language before, 100%. But, like, no, that doesn't automatically mean people know about them now. They are still obscure. 100%.
It gets scraped and it gets used, and it's part.
Just because it has a mal page does not mean it's no longer obscure. I'm serious. Because, like, the problem with mal, right? And it's kind of a similar problem that this book has. It's worse, arguably, because it has no images. The first edition certainly has some images, but they're scrambled. They're all over the book. They're just not in any rational order. They're just sprinkled in there. So it's like they're not enriching or complementing the article that's being written. It has to put it's just words at this point. Like, it's not really useful if the picture isn't, you know, related or associated with it. But Mal still has, even if it has the cover of the title, it still poses this, like, shallow perspective. Like, the whole show is boiled down to this one image. Or the OP, even. Even the OP just, like, kind of boils it down to just the OP. This is it. This is what the show is. You know, and it doesn't do, I feel like everyone could understand that the OP or the cover is not enough to get what this show does, or what makes it interesting, or, like, you know, what's special about it, or, like, what's notable, you know, or gives any kind of, I think every anime has a story like that, or has something to it that's like, huh, or just makes you interested and makes you think, and to do that, you have to see the show itself. I'm not saying in its entirety. You can't really depict all of that in one succinct, easy way. But, like, at least some screenshots. At least some screenshots, you know? If you get some thoughtful screen captors, some people are amazing at screen capping and have a good eye for it. And so if you, like, really get a good clip or get a good couple of screen caps of this show, that is much more substantive. Like, this is what it looks like? What was it, Noir? I didn't know Noir was cell animated, guys. I thought it was a Digipaint show. I had no idea it looked that good. So it's like, that's the thing I want to know. I wouldn't have known that because all I know of Noir is what's on the cover. Right? Not helpful. And again, the Encyclopedia is, like, even slightly worse because there's not even a cover at that point. The Lost Media regret that, like, that guy who found the Lost SpongeBob gay porno. Yeah, community posts have been great for engagement. Shoujo fans are very dedicated and protective of the few YouTubers who cover it. I'm not sure who he means by everybody. Again, I feel like I never really see women complaining about how AniTube is bad. It's mostly guys who are very outgoing with their tastes and biases. It's just a matter of definition at this point. If you take obscure to mean no English language resources, no results on Google, then they're not wrong. Yeah, if that's your level of obscure, if that's the bar, it's that low, not that low, that high of a threshold. Like, the minute it is put in Romaji, that it is no longer obscure. If that's your bar, then okay, more power to you. But, like, don't agree with that. Okay, so it's not just me. Not to mention that I'm non-binary and I've never had a girl say anything shitty towards my gender identity, nails, aesthetic, whatever. That's enough about me, though. We can always talk about more other times when I private call or anything. Good, though. No crappy people of both genders. For sure. Okay, we have 5 minutes left, sorry. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. It's good to be back. I've missed it.
Of our job to be ripped off. It's part of our job to be cited and to be read. And so we can't complain about the fact that, you know, the things that we discover are things that 5 years later everybody thinks everyone's already known. But so that is a problem. I'm sure that's not what the questioner meant, but that is a problem for me. It's something I have to deal with on a regular basis. That, you know, I will put, you know, weeks of work into some kind of new discovery, and then it's yesterday's news.
No, so it's like, that's just the wrong attitude. It's just mentality, skill issue. That's just the wrong mentality to have. Because he should know that just because he found out about Momotaro's sea eagles that doesn't suddenly mean everyone in the fucking world knows what that is. Like, what are you talking about, dude? I still don't know what it looks like. You can still know more about this thing. It's not like these anime, and even if I was to make these videos that I'm thinking about of just like, you know, an encyclopedic entry in my what I would consider an encyclopedic entry or a function of that in some video form, because it would have to be a video form because it's a visual medium. You have to fucking see the show. You have to get visual of it. You can't just write about it or put it in a book. Even if I was to do that, that doesn't change. It might up the Mal member score by like 2 of like plan to watch. Yeah, I'll get that. Sounds interesting. I might give that a watch someday. Like, no, that doesn't change the obscurity factor. Yesterday's news, what is he talking about? And it's not like, you know, just because he didn't put Daitarn 3 in the first edition, and now he put it in the third edition, and now it's like, oh, I guess it's yesterday's news. No, like, people can still be like, hey, there's this show called Daitarn 3 that Tomino made right before Gundam, that like, da-da-da-da-da. You know, like, what is he complaining about? Credit where credit is due. They definitely got a lot of obscure titles out there, and if it helped them get into the databases, that's also great. Yeah, I agree. But they still didn't ever cover Kabutoborg in the Anime Encyclopedia. Oh yeah, Shin Kamen Rider is going to be on Prime Video tomorrow. Asking for prestige for the hidden lost media discovery was a mistake, but it's good to know that it's not just a recent phenomenon for Zoomers. Lamau, I can kind of relate though. To me, Doremi is like very entry level because all my friends know about it and talk about it all the time. But realistically speaking, no one knows what a Doremi is. I don't know. It feels like they're talking about anime like it's not an old Channel Awesome video. You can't cover it. I reviewed it already. There's tons of more to explore that people don't know. Yeah, I think you're both right. Yeah, like, I think I see what you mean though, Hayden, where like, because so many people in our space know about Doremi, it's considered a mainstream almost. It's kind of it's spoken about as a given and not about this obscure thing. Because I feel like if you start talking about it as this obscure thing, if you continue to talk about it like that in these spaces, that's obnoxious. Because like, yeah, we know. We're kind of past that observation that it's obscure. And now we're talking about it normally. That's why this obscure conversation just kind of is stupid to me. But not to say that things aren't obscure. I don't know. It's just being pedantic about it, I guess.
Well, luckily we are both historians, and as historians, that's what you expect.
Yeah, that's
you
what
expect to make a discovery. Yeah, you put your little bit into the wall, and then somebody comes and walks all over you as they build the next bit, and that's fine. There are no particular difficulties in researching obscure anime per se. The difficulty is in finding out about it in the first place. Once you know it exists, you just get in there and refuse to stop.
Okay. Invalid Name asks, now that the Anime Encyclopedia is an ebook, how often and for how long do you think you'll send out electronic updates?
See Jonathan's earlier answer on how often we're going to get paid for it.
Yes, I think we probably covered that. I mean, the real issue here is, for me, the paper book. We have to protect the integrity of the paper book. Right. It has to have page numbers that people can point to and cite. I know that half the reviewers in the world don't think they'll ever be citing it, but those reviewers that do want to cite it need to know what the page number is. So we can't just shove new in.
Oh yeah, I'll be citing it all right. But I don't even think you need to do page numbers. I feel like that's kind of silly because in an encyclopedia, it's all structured. You can just say, in their article about One Piece, they say this. In their Clannad article, they say this. I don't need to know the fucking page number. You know, like that just kind of doesn't, I guess for citation's sake, or whereas like the Anime Encyclopedia page 1000 blah 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 blah. Like, sure, that's fair. But like, other than that, a definitive pillar in our community in Japan and US, but not in US. For sure, Princess Tutu also falls into that. People love talking about how it's a hidden gem and how it could be more popular if it had a different name. And I'm like, literally, who doesn't know about Princess Tutu and love it? Yeah, it's nice to be in those spaces, honestly. But actually, it's just the fans who are very passionate and loud about their favorite show, and that goes for literally anything. It goes for anime in general.
In and change the pagination, because that ruins the index, which some guy in India has spent 3 weeks writing.
And he's probably giving away as a PDF as we speak.
Yeah, but let's hope not. Let's not slander the people who worked on the book. Oh, too late. I refer the honourable gentleman to my earlier answer about who's going to pay for it, and that's the problem. It's a book, not a service.
I can't think of a citation that you specify a section or heading. It's all page numbers. Yeah, no, you're right. So I was just thinking about that, where it's like, yeah, for actual citations, the thing he's talking about, page numbers, that's kind of what you do. No, I get that. I guess I was sort of talking about more in conversation or in like casual speak, which, you know, ultimately this book kind of is gonna fall into that, because there's so much of it that like isn't academic, you know, their opinion. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know the style manual offhand though. Maybe there is.
Very much like it to be a service, and if anyone listening has got, you know, a few million,
Japanese cultural foundations, major universities, even film studios, you know, we're
pornographers,
we're very
dog food manufacturers, we'll take anything.
We'll talk to anybody.
Right, okay. All right, and to wrap up here, Vinny out of AGC asks, what is the worst thing you've seen since the second edition of the Encyclopedia?
The worst thing I've seen since the second edition of the Encyclopedia.
You mentioned
it's got to be Dog and Scissors for me, I think.
Oh, they hated that one, yeah.
Oh, God.
It was one...
Their article was so insufferable in that one, too. Not because they're wrong. I disagree. It's just they sound so miserable talking about it. They just fucking hated that one, so I get it.
Scissors, holy shit, yeah. Oh, God.
It was one of the pornographic run that starts with Princess. You know, there's a whole pile of pornography that is something or other, or Knight. There's a whole run of pornography that tries to pretend it's Princess Knight. And there was one, I forget the title, because mercifully I do forget these things, where a warrior is taken prisoner and all that. It's amazing. Although these women are always incredibly effective warriors, despite the fact that they wear next to nothing and don't carry anything heavier than a handbag, they're always taken prisoner incredibly easily. And when they're taken prisoner, it takes absolutely no time to break their resistance at all. I don't know how the armies of fantasy cope, but this was a particularly nasty thing involving purple pig men.
Oh,
I don't have nightmares about it, but I don't really, that's where it becomes a job. That's where you turn on the computer and you think, okay, time to do some porn.
Helen's reminded me.
Yeah, and it's that mentality, right? And I had to do the same thing with reading this book, I'm not gonna lie. But that's all the stuff that they're watching. And instead of, like, spending all that time, maybe, like, instead of watching all this porn, maybe you could, do a couple episodes of Candy. I mean, they summarize all of it anyway, so. Technical and legal documents often use section numberings instead of page numbers. The dog and scissors fandom is dying. Is she trying to go full CinemaSins on porn? Definitely. Lamau. Wait. I think I know Purple Pigs. She might have to elaborate on that. No, there's one of 3 things she could be talking about. I know exactly what she's talking about. The insufferable part of that to me was how every single one, without fail, mentioned that it's a Princess Knight ripoff. They're so bent out of shape about that. So, there's Princess Knight Angelica, Princess Knight Katsue, Princess Knight John, Princess Knight Lilia. It's 4 of them. Let's see. Why am I doing this? Pigs. Dark elf. No. Oh. Princess Knight Catchaway. Dragons, demons, pigs, ogres. But as far as we know, no pig ogres. So no relation to pig princess. Ugh. Yeah, the pig. His allies in the pig clan. Yeah. I think it's that one. Princess Knight Catchaway. Catue. I wish these guys would realize that clone does not equal ripoff. I don't know. Almost done, Jesus.
Of the kind of shorthand that we had when we were working on this, where we kind of check in with each other every now and then to find out who was where, and I get an answer back like, I'm halfway through the dragons, or I'm in the princesses, or I'm up to sin, because there are certain words which just repeat and repeat and repeat in the titles, and you can spend a week doing nothing but dragon this and dragon that, and every now and then, and dragon was one of them, and princess was another. And there's one or two words that just kind of pop up, and you think, oh, here we go, sexy something else.
There's lots of Valkyries too, and
magical is another one.
Norse mythology should really sue anime, certainly anime porn, because Valkyries, trust me, they ain't what they used to be in Odin's day.
Okay, well, that wraps us up. It has been an honor and a pleasure talking to both of you. Thank you so much for coming on and doing the show. The book is available now.
It doesn't even feel like it. It feels like I never left.
Both electronically and in enormous doorstop versions. You can get it on Amazon from Stonebridge Press. Guys, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Well, thank you very much for having us. And may I do a quick plug? If anyone does go out and buy the doorstop, and please do, because we absolutely love it, I'll be at least 3 conventions in America this spring, early summer to sign it. If you're coming along to Anime North or Anime Central.
Man, if I went up to her and had her sign the first edition. Because I told you guys I went to one of her panels at Anime Boston. I didn't even think of that. That would have been so good. Oh well. Maybe I can still do it if we ever cross paths after this video comes out. Ooh. I really think I'm gonna nail this. Because, like, I am gonna be so fucking critical, and, like, there's gonna be a lot of rough parts, but I'm really looking forward to the uplifting parts. Like, the 2 things that I really am looking forward to saying is just that, like, this is all of us. This is what all of us do, and it's a really good lesson that we should, this is what we want to strive for. And it's not just it's not just a floor to stand on. It's what we want to aspire to be or not be like, But the other thing I'm really looking forward to is just kind of going through, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but like that list I was building of titles I'm now interested in because I read this encyclopedia, the fact that it just enriched my love of anime even more is really the big winner at the end of the day of this. And I just want to, like, the way we would go onto YouTube and look at the clips for this, I just would love to do a montage of all of those titles. Just like, look at this show. What's this show? And like, in like that sort of thing. I would love to do that, like a montage of that. Yeah. But anyway, let me.
Or Acon, I'll be right there, and you can drop the thing on the table in front of me. Hopefully, it won't crack, and I'll sign it for you.
Okay.
And I'll be hiding somewhere in Europe or Asia like a ninja, and you'll have to track me down and say the magic word to get me to sign it.
Right.
And the magic word is, here's $2 million, go and make the Anime Encyclopedia into a service.
Right. Okay, that's our show. Huge thanks to Helen and Jonathan for stopping by. The theme song is Bucharest. It's by the band The New Division. You can check them out at newdivisionmusic.com. Don't forget, subscribe to us on iTunes. Leave us a rating or review. We'd really appreciate it. And we'll see you all next week.
We made it. Thank you guys for stopping by. Or just being, not even just stopping by. Some of you guys were definitely in here for the 5.5 hours that this was. I guess my thoughts, I really guess I I regret not taking notes just now. I guess this, again, the recording is my notes, but as if I'm gonna be fucking going through this in another 5 fucking hour. Ah, I'm an idiot. I don't know how useful this is gonna be. I'll probably just skip. I can probably just skip around still. But yeah. You were leaving for campus after this, right? I don't know what you mean. Oh, for camp? I mean, I just came from my day off. My day off starts at 5 p.m. and we didn't have Toku tonight because one of our guys isn't going to be here for a few weeks. So I was like, I can do it. So I can go to bed and I have the rest of my day off till 5 o'clock tomorrow. But I do have something I have to edit, but I'm going to do that tomorrow. You can give a highlight reel of what you actually liked, and as an anime database resource, that's kind of also what I'm thinking, kind of a lumping of like, let's do better. Let's fucking go. It would take less time to just re-listen to it and take notes. It would. I guess you're right. But this was still fun and useful. I liked it. Just skim through the chat for a big chat read. I guess you're right. Wasn't here for the whole time. It's always nice to see you stream. Thank you, Go Out. Good to see you. I just have this. Ooh, gosh, my stomach just suddenly had this big contusion. Oof. Alright, that's probably a sign I gotta go. Okay, I will go. It's great to see you guys. I'm gonna leave it on this one? Yeah. The last thing. See you guys. Hopefully by the end of summer at the end of this time skip. Thanks for coming. Yo, peace.